Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Villain Deku Got All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Present hero. It had been a quiet few weeks at UA, something those in Izuku Midoriya's class could appreciate. At one time they would have yearned for the action, but now, after their semester had been accompanied by one crisis or another ... the peace was welcome. They knew it was the calm before the storm, but if only for now they could enjoy being teenagers. Izuku stretched before flopping into the grass, books scattered about them. Their final exams were coming up and he needed to study, but it was hard when a certain someone was in his study group. Midoriya, this is hardly the time for a nap. Ada's voice cut through the silence. We have to stay focused if we want to make our teachers and class proud. Uraraka stretched and flopped back in solidarity with her friend. I think he has the right idea. We've been studying for hours. A small break would be nice. Uraraka, not you too. At least Todoroki agrees with me. Ada cried out. Actually, a nap sounds amazing right now. The boy leaned back. As he did, his arm brushed Izuku's as he turned his head to smile at his green-haired friend. Izuku wanted to reply, but the word got stuck in his throat and his cheeks turned red as his mind scrambled. If the downtime they'd had done one thing, it had made Izuku Midoriya extremely aware of his feelings for his best friend. Thankfully, he was saved from his gay panic by Uraraka. Well, Ada, it looks like you've been outvoted. She giggled. Ada just sighed, closing his book before removing his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. All right, you win. I'll go and get us some dinner, and you guys take a break. The boy stood stretching. Wait up. I'll give you a hand, Uraraka declared, standing up herself. Traitor crossed Izuku's mind, as he felt his blush deepen. I thought you wanted a nap, Ada asked, completely oblivious to the girl's intentions. I just want a break from all that studying. Besides, I can get some practice with my quirk floating the food back, Uraraka offered. Ada looked like he was going to cry. I should have known you wouldn't have abandoned the drive to better yourself. Forgive me. I will gladly accept your help. Uraraka laughed as she followed Ada away. They'd all gotten used to his attitude, though they swore he only did it now to amuse them. It was something nice and familiar. Izuku took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He had to get over this, so he turned his head to look at Todoroki, only to be met by an intense gaze, as if the other boy had something serious on his mind. The green-headed boy let out a squeak and covered his face in surprise, missing the frown that formed on his friend's face. Midoriya, Todoroki said a bit morosely as he sat up. Have I done something to upset you? He asked, searching the other's face, as Izuku brought his hands down and sat up himself. He had hoped Todoroki hadn't noticed, but he'd come a long way since his early days of social isolation at UA. Izuku fought with what he wanted to say, conflicting emotions on his face. If he said nothing, he risked losing Todoroki altogether. If he lied, he risked the same ... and if he told him the truth. Todoroki took Midoriya's reluctance to answer as a sign, as his own face fell into sadness and he stood. You've been avoiding me lately, and won't talk to me directly. I know I've done something to offend you. I won't bother you anymore. Apologize to Ada and Uraraka for bowing out of the rest of the study session for me, won't you? He said before turning to leave. Panic set in as Midoriya sprung to his feet. He was going to lose him. He had to say something, anything. Wait, he cried out as he grabbed Todoroki's wrist. The other turned to look at him in shock, tears having started to form. You haven't upset me, Todoroki, at all. Quite the opposite, actually. Izuku's own eyes filled with tears. I don't know how to say what I need to say. I'm terrified you'll hate me. Izuku, Todoroki spoke softly. It wasn't often he used the other's given name. His chest was tight and his heart was racing. He was so certain he'd done something wrong, even though he'd tried so hard to learn how to be a good friend. He must have missed something ... but now he just felt lost and confused. Why had the other man been acting this way if he wasn't mad? I don't think I could possibly hate you. You've helped make me who I am. You've helped make me happy. He moved to take the other boy's trembling hand into his. Whatever it is, tell me, so I can fix whatever is that causing you to avoid me. I can't take it anymore. Shouto, His voice was trembling as he closed his eyes and looked away. I love you. He felt Todoroki's hand fall from his, and he winced. That was it. It was all over. He brought his hands to his face as tears started to stream down his cheeks. The other boy had said nothing. He'd pulled away. A moment later, however, he felt himself pulled in close, arms wrapping around him, as Shouto buried his face in Izuku's green hair. He opened his eyes, and he could feel the other's heart racing as his head was placed on his chest. Todoroki was shaking slightly, but his grip on Midoriya only tightened. Finally, he was able to speak. You idiot, he choked out. How could you possibly think I could hate you when you speak such beautiful words? Anyone would be happy to hear them from you. Shouto pulled away so he could look Izuku in the eyes. I've loved you since you helped break down my walls at our first sports festival. But I couldn't even hope ... Your friendship was enough. His voice was emotional as he spoke. You. Izuku looked at him, barely believing what he was hearing. Shouto loved him too. He'd loved him all this time. This time he cried again, but out of joy. Can I kiss you? He finally asked. Please, Shouto replied softly before leaning in and pressing his lips gently against Izuku's. Somewhere not too far away stood Uraraka with a pair of binoculars. Her planned study session romance had been successful and she smiled. Present villain. The night sky over Tokyo darkened as a swath of black and purple clouds blocked out even the starlight. A crack of thunder accompanied the rain as lightning raced across the sky. The torrent concealed the portal that appeared in the sky. Two figures fell, careening toward the cement below. A darkness spread and covered the pair as a blast of fire shot out of the portal, enveloping the black bubble before it snapped out of existence. As the bubble receded, the two figures came to stand unharmed on one of the buildings overlooking the city. Backdraft, where are we? A figure spoke, through a mask covering the lower part of his face. His body was covered in shadows that crawled and convalesced. He was dressed completely in tight black clothing that hugged his body, emerald eyes piercing out of the cowl that donned his head. Shinjuku, it appears, came the reply from the man who stood to his left. His own outfit consisted of a black bodysuit, red thigh-high armored boots, and matching gloves, and a helmet that seemed to have some kind of display. But didn't we level Shinjuku 3 years ago? TCH, what we get for trusting in technology. The GPS must have gotten damaged in the fight with those stupid heroes, came the distorted reply, the last word rolling off his tongue as if it was the most disgusting thing he'd ever said. The one known as Backdraft shook his head. No, I think the GPS is right. We're standing on top of the Shinjuku Granville Hotel. Unfortunately, I recognize the place. I think those heroes did something with that portal. I can't contact anyone else. In fact, I can't get a signal out at all. That boy's quirk. I thought it was like Kirigiri's, so I wasn't too worried. It seems I was mistaken. The distorted voice kneeled, placing his gloved hand to the building below him. The shadows twisting around them seemed to meld into those that had naturally fallen on the building. Who would have known the great Akumu could make a mistake? Backdraft laughed before removing his helmet. A mess of long white and red hair cascaded down, covering his eyes, a noticeable scar around his left side barely peeking out from the strands that fell there. Akumu closed his eyes as heterochromatic eyes studied him. With a start, his acid green eyes shot open before a hysterical fit of laughter as the shadows gathered back around him, hugging his body like a blanket. Well, it seems fate has a sense of humor. His companion simply looked at him with one eyebrow quizzically raised. Akumu stood as his gaze fell over Tokyo. Seems like that brat managed to shove us into some kind of alternate dimension. Sacrifice this world to save his. I don't know if I should be thankful or really pissed. You mean? Backdraft looked to his partner as the information processed in his mind. They're alive ... all of them. Seems here the League of Villains are a joke. All Might and Endeavor still plague the streets ... and you'll really laugh at this. He brought a hand up, clenching his fist as if the words he spoke angered him to his very non-existent soul. The names Izuku, Midoriya, and Shouto Todoroki are those of heroes. You got all that in just a few minutes? Surely it must have been some kind of satire. You and I heroes. Todoroki allowed himself a chuckle. What kind of clown world is this? One I'm going to take utter pleasure dismantling. The look on their faces will be better the second time, came the distorted reply before covering the two of them in his shadows. When they dispersed once more, the pair was gone without a trace. Present hero. Izuku Midoriya was on cloud 9. Last night had been amazing. He could still hardly believe it. When Ida and Uraraka had returned, she immediately declared the study session over and sent them on the way with their food. I saw you too. Congratulations. She giggled, truly happy for them. Ada didn't complain, and so he and Todoroki, know it was Shouto now, had taken the opportunity to spend the evening together alone. Izuku had to admit he'd missed spending time with Shouto. He had been his best friend before all this, and it had been enjoyable to be in the other's company even if they weren't romantically linked. The fact that he could watch the smile on the other's face and the sparkle in his eye and know he put it there made his chest fill with warmth. Now he could steal kisses in between conversations about quirks and heroes, their classmates, and whatever else they felt like. He'd honestly been afraid there would be some awkwardness at first, but their newfound romantic feels seemed to integrate into their relationship as if it had always been there ... and maybe it had. Shouto had confessed to him he'd felt this way for a long time. And Izuku thought he had too, even if he only recently realized it. This intimacy had already been woven into their relationship as it had formed, and Izuku couldn't be happier. They'd spent the rest of the night curled up together under a tree. Shouto leaned against it with Izuku in his lap. Everything had felt right with the world. He hadn't wanted to get up from that spot for the moment to end. But eventually, Shouto had walked him back to his room before kissing him goodnight. Now Shouto was waiting for him to walk to class. The other boy immediately slipped his hand into Izuku's as he got close, and it filled the green-haired boy with an unbelievable warmth. A few of their classmates looked at them as they walked together. Izuku didn't care. He knew they'd be happy for them. In fact, as they walked down the sidewalk, he received a punch to the shoulder. "About time you finally said something, you stupid nerd. Congratulations. Take care of him icy hot," Bakugo said as he walked by. Izuku just shot him a smile. "Thank you," came with a nod from Todoroki. He still wasn't quite comfortable with Bakugo after finding out the truth of the history between him and his boyfriend. The fact there was a chance he wouldn't be standing here right now if the younger version had gotten his way ... But Izuku had forgiven him, and it wasn't Shouto's place to get in the way of that. This was what happiness was supposed to feel like. Shouto was sure of it. As he looked over at Izuku, the boy was beaming and it caused his heart to race. He never wanted that smile to disappear. Little did he know their toughest times were ahead. Present villain. The door to the League of Villains opened as two sets of eyes turned towards the door. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed as Shigaraki grinned behind the hand covering his face. "I hope you really know what you're doing. Tamura Shigaraki, I believe we have a lot to talk about," came Akumu's distorted voice as Backdraft followed him into the room, his helmet securely in place as he glanced around as if looking for someone. "We're not hiring right now, you clowns can see yourselves out." Shigaraki brushed him off. "Though, I think you and your master will want to hear what I have to say," he replied smoothly as his figure glided gracefully across the bar, and he sat down 2 seats from Shigaraki. "You see, I think you're the only one on this god-forsaken rock who hates All Might with the same burning passion I do. Well then, why didn't you say that first?" Tamura shifted to focus his attention entirely on Akumu as Backdraft took a seat across the room. The distorted laugh-filled room. "We've had this conversation before, you know." He grinned, not that Shigaraki could see it. "Really, I have a feeling I'd remember some shadowy figure declaring his hatred of All Might." It was clear that the man was at least amused. "I'll get to the point." Akumu knew he'd need Shigaraki and really the League of Villains if his plans were to be successful. It was a husk of the organization he knew in his time. But he'd molded it once, and he could do it again. There wasn't a way around the truth of the matter, especially when he'd have to tell him who he was. "Less than 24 hours ago, my associate and I were in a battle with a group of heroes trying to oppose us. There was a boy there whose quirk could write portals through time and space, as far as we've been able to determine. We were dumped in your version of reality." Shigaraki laughed hysterically, before turning back to Kurogiri. "Can you believe this guy?" he asked. Kurogiri, for his part, had remained silent throughout the conversation. "My companion here does have a point. You wish us to believe that you are companions of ours from another plane of existence. That is a hard thing to prove." Akumu glanced back at Backdraft for a moment before he shrugged. He pulled his mask free, before slipping the cowl off his head to reveal the head of hidden green hair. "Well, from the bit of research I've done, in this world, I bear the name and face of one of your disgusting heroes." And once more Shigaraki broke out in laughter, though this time it was full of mirth. "All right, I believe you, if only because of the fact this is too good to not be true. Effing Izuku Midoriya standing here telling me how much he hates All Might. Let me guess, friend over there is Katsuki Bakugo." Several glasses behind the counter shattered as Shigaraki spoke that name. Akumu looked like he was about to snap before a hand was placed on his shoulder. He had removed his helmet and locked eyes with Tamura Shouto Todoroki. "I was hoping another of your associates was here this evening. Seems I am out of luck. And I suggest you don't mention that name again unless you want to end up like those glasses." His anger can be difficult to control, even among friends. Kurogiri smartly continued as nothing had happened. He was used to Shigaraki's outbursts. This was nothing he couldn't handle. "Well then, we've established why you're here and who you are." It was hard to deny. The two before him were striking images of 2 of the UA students who had given them so much trouble. "What exactly are you wanting to do? Even if we were associates in whatever world you come from, your very existence proves the irregularity between the 2 worlds. There is no guarantee that our objectives align." "What do I want?" Akumu stood and gazed intensely up at Kurogiri. "I don't just want to kill All Might. I want to see him suffer. I want to see him ever regret accepting One for All. I want him to regret his very existence. I want to destroy everyone who's ever stood in my way. And I want to dismantle this world, reduce it to ash. I want to erase its love of its so-called heroes and rebuild it in my own image. I've been given a playground where I can see all my desires unfold a second time, and I intend to use it." Well then, Tamura's face showed a slightly unhinged smile. "It seems like you've come to the right place after all. Welcome to the League of Villains." For the second time, it seems. Kurogiri, who had decided to roll with their explanation at face value for now, not that he wouldn't be researching the pair in front of him thoroughly, sat down a drink in front of Akumu. "It might be beneficial for you to give us a rundown of what you know, and how things unfolded in your world, and for us to do the same. How much data have you been able to gather?" Akumu picked up the glass, swirling the drink around as the ice clinked on the side. "Well then, you might want to get out a notebook and get ready for story time." "I think I'm going to enjoy this one," Tamura replied, leaning back on his stool. "Villain past." Izuku Midoriya had been told since he was 4 years old that he was quirkless. Izuku Midoriya had been told since he was 4 years old that he would never be a hero. Izuku Midoriya had been told since he was 4 years old how worthless he was. Izuku Midoriya had been smiling through it all. Broken and abandoned on a rooftop after being saved by his greatest hero was what it took to finally destroy that smile. The tap that finally broke the glass, shattering into a million pieces. No one believed in Izuku Midoriya, and no one ever would. He was quirkless, he was a burden on society. He would never amount to anything. His childhood friend told him every day. His father told him that when he walked out of his life. His mother told him when she looked at him with those eyes full of pity. And his hero ... his last bastion of hope ... the man who really knew what it meant to be a hero and knew what it took to stand up to villains. Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of the building looking at the street below. It had to be at least 30 feet. The words from earlier etched in his mind. Maybe Kachin was right. He was right about everything else. Maybe in the next life, I won't be so useless. He spread his arms, letting the wind blow past him, closing his eyes, letting one last smile sprawl out across his face. Finally, he was doing the right thing. Finally, he could make everyone happy. There was no fear as he allowed himself to fall forward, smiling through it all. Soon everything would be over. He just hoped his mother and Kachin could smile as much as he was right now when they found out. Villain past. Shouto Todoroki had spent his whole life being told how special he was. Better than his siblings. Better than his classmates. Better than his parents. Better than All Might. Shouto Todoroki was a weapon, and his father never let him forget it for one moment. He would be the #1 hero. It was the reason his father had bought his mother as a bride after all. He hated it. He hated his father with every fiber of his being. Shouto Todoroki showed defiance at every turn, which had led him here, walking down the roads of a random town his father had drug him to. All Might was here, and Endeavor didn't know why, and it was driving him nuts. The situation had actually brought a smile to Todoroki's face, not that he'd let his father see it. His father had told him to stick close to him and observe since Todoroki was close to entering UA and starting his own path towards being a pro hero. Todoroki had left him at the first distraction. He'd pay for it later, but it wasn't like his father wouldn't have beat him senseless when they got back for something else. Endeavor barely needed an excuse to beat his child. It was oddly freeing in some twisted sense. Hands shoved in his pockets, Todoroki was enjoying his freedom, even if he didn't know what to do with it. Thankfully, the area was empty. He didn't have to deal with people staring at him. Nice and quiet. He tilted his head up, basking in the sunlight with his eyes closed. When Todoroki opened them, the sight before him startled him. He could barely see the boy on the roof, but just as he was processing what he saw, the boy fell. Panic struck Todoroki. No one else was around. He couldn't use his quirk in public, but if he didn't, his mind made up as he shot out his eyes, creating a slide, catching the boy as he slid to safety. Quickly, Todoroki reached out, turning the ice to steam. "Are you all right?" he asks. The hollow laugh he receives in return isn't exactly how he expects to be thanked for saving the boy's life. Kachin was right, Midoriya says between broken laughter as Todoroki turns to look at him. "I am worthless. I can't even die properly." A jolt goes through Todoroki at the words. He hadn't saved him from falling, he'd stopped him from jumping. He'd stopped the boy from committing suicide. He didn't have a chance to say anything more as an explosion rocked the area. So much for his quiet walk. The other boy noticed it too and started sprinting towards the sound. "Where do you?" Todoroki sighed, taking off after the kid. He was in no state to be anywhere near a villain attack. He must really have a death wish. Todoroki followed the other boy to a crowd of people. He heard explosions going off and saw the flames, so for a moment he assumed his father was here. But no, it came from the boy trapped within the villain. He was desperately trying to escape, but the heroes actually on the scene weren't doing anything to help him. He could help with his ice as he had earlier, but there are people here and there was no way he wouldn't get in trouble if he used his quirk. He needed to call his father. He reached into his pocket and turned his phone back on. "Kachin," he heard the boy call out as he started to push his way through the crowd. Todoroki dashed forward and grabbed the boy by the jacket. "Like it or not, I'm not letting you die today. Let me call my father, he'll take care of this." That seemed to snap the boy out of something. Todoroki watched as light left his face. But it was fine. Who knew what the idiot would do in the state he was in? The phone in his left hand buzzed as his father picked up the phone. "Shouto, where the hell are you?" Endeavors boomed through the phone. Todoroki ignores it. "I'm sending you my location. There is a villain here, and he's captured a kid about my age, and the pros on the scene are absolutely useless." Endeavor didn't reply as the phone went dead. Part of him hoped that this would get his father to forget about what he'd done today. He was always in a good mood after he got to show up other heroes. It wasn't long before he arrived on the scene. The green-haired boy hadn't moved or said anything else. Knowing what Todoroki did of the boy's mental state, it wasn't surprising. That's why he was slightly caught off guard when he spoke. "Your father's Endeavor, the #2 hero." "Yeah," was all Todoroki managed to say. "Present villain." Tamura Shigaraki had already decided that this Izuku Midoriya was his new best friend. He'd given him the greatest present ever. He didn't care if he was really from another dimension or something. He didn't care if he really was Izuku Midoriya. In the end, with what the man wanted to do, it wouldn't matter. The story he'd told him was amazing. It was juicy and full of twists and turns. There was just one thing on Tamura's mind. So if your world is so deliciously perfect, then why not try to get back there? Akumu's eyes flickered back to Tamura's face. Because I was beginning to get bored. What does one have after achieving their hopes and dreams? His lips twisted into a sinister grin. I thought about it for a moment, but we let it in good hands. The resistance is all but dead. What happened was a last-ditch effort to hold on to the vestiges of the old status quo. No, this world ... it's fresh and new. I can do it all over again. Only better. I can prolong their suffering. I can break it completely and watch as the hope drains from their eyes. What was once rushed will now be savored. Villain passed. It had been almost a year since the incident with the green-haired boy. He'd remembered the look on his face as Todoroki left with his father. He hoped that he got the help he needed, but he'd avoided looking at the paper for the next month or two. That's why when he was walking into UA for his first day of class, he gasped as he saw the head of green hair that had seared itself into his mind as it fluttered in the air, falling helplessly towards the ground. And he wasn't the only one Todoroki recognized. In front of the boy was the kid he remembered from the sludge villain attack his father had saved. Were they friends? It would explain why the green-haired one had wanted to save him that day. That thought left his mind as he watched him shove the boy away with a small explosion. I told you, stupid Deku. I'm the only one that gets to go here, you bastard. I don't know where you got that quirk, but you'll still never be a hero. You hear me, you worthless bastard. Shouto's body moved before he even knew what he was doing, as he froze the other boy in place. I deal with people like you every day. You're not a hero, you're a bully. Now cool off before I report you for attacking another student. He'd wanted to say that to his own father for so long it almost felt cathartic. You bastard. You stay out of this. Let me out of this so I can kill you. Bakugo screamed as some of the other students who had stayed to watch started laughing before moving on. Kachin, he heard softly from behind him, as Todoroki turned back to see green eyes shimmering with tears. Kachin was right. I am worthless. I can't even die properly. Echoed through his head and Todoroki's blood boiled. This kid is why the green-haired boy had thrown himself from the roof of that building. And it looked like he'd never actually stopped his torment. Todoroki wasn't here to make friends, but he wasn't going to stand for this either. He leaned in close so only the angry one could hear. If you say another word to him, I will kill you. And I don't make idle threats. He placed his hand on the ice he'd already formed, and causing a spike to grow, stopping right before piercing the skin near the other's heart. Bakugo growled and began yelling again, but Todoroki had tuned him out as he turned his attention to the broken boy still on the ground. He reached his hand out to offer him a way up. I don't think I've properly introduced myself. I'm Shouto Todoroki. The other boy looked surprised, but wiped his eyes before taking his hand and standing. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he offered before looking down. And I want to say thank you for saving me again. Present villain. Dabai walked into the bar with a stretch and a yawn. He'd been awake most of last night doing some reconnaissance work. He was tired, pissed, and wanted coffee. Kurogiri was standing behind the bar. That wasn't surprising. What was surprising was Shigaraki, animatedly talking to someone else at the counter who the villain didn't recognize. Shadows seemed to convalesce around his body, and he assumed the man was some kind of new recruit. He hadn't been told they were expecting anyone. But that hardly mattered as he prepared himself the caffeinated elixir he desired so much. He hadn't noticed the second set of eyes on him. Dabai, he heard a voice from across the room. Or should I say Taoya? Dabai's turquoise eyes turned to stare at the other figure in the room. His blood was starting to boil. How did this punk know his secret? He'd told absolutely no one. Never heard of him. He turned back to his drink, but he was on high alert. Who are these people? Shigaraki hadn't seemed to notice, too enthralled in his conversation with the other man, but Kurogiri's gaze was piercing into the top of his head. Oh, Taoya, you wound me, came the reply as once again Shouto removed his helmet. To think I wouldn't recognize my big brother. Dabai's hand lit up as he balled it into a fist, swinging at his brother. How he had figured out his identity and made his way into the League of Villains hideout he didn't know. But he wasn't about to let him out alive. Glad to see that burning hatred you carry is still intact. You're going to need it. Shouto replied in the same flat tone he always used, effortlessly dodging the swing. Shigaraki had stopped conversing with Akumu and turned his attention to the fight. Not in here, Kurogiri declared as he opened a portal separating the two. What you want, you bastard, Dabai replied, shaking. Shouto crossed his arms, leveling a calm stare at the other man. The same thing you do. To see Endeavor suffer and his legacy destroyed. And while I can do it on my own, I thought you might like to join me, Taoya. We can truly make it a family affair this time. His voice lacked Midoriya's fanatical passion, but the fire in his eyes was undeniable. So the perfect weapon finally got a backbone, eh? Dabai replied, extinguishing his fire, and Kurogiri dropped his portal. He still hated Shouto, but he hated Endeavor more, and if he knew anything, losing his precious creation to the villains would drive their father insane with rage. Shigaraki patted the seat next to him like a child who was excited to share something with his friend. "You're gonna wanna listen to this," he said with a grin. Talia, he punctuated, and Dabai felt the desire to punch Shigaraki rise again. "I should have figured that one out." Dabai just grunted before turning his gaze away from Shigaraki and sat back down at the bar. "If we're going to have any kind of prolonged talk, you're going to have to let me finish my coffee first." Present hero. I told my mom about you ... us. Izuku blushed, keeping his eyes on his lunch as he talked to Shouto. "Oh," was all the other boy said. The thought of telling his family he had a boyfriend twisted in his stomach. He had no idea how his father would take the news. He knew if Endeavor ordered him to stop seeing Izuku, he'd refuse. Izuku was the only thing that had ever made him truly happy, and he'd be damned if he'd let his father take it from him. He didn't notice a small panic had set in. I'm sorry if that upset you. I should have asked first if you were okay with her knowing. I'm such an idiot sometimes." Izuku rambled, his own panic starting to set him. He didn't want to do anything to upset Shouto. Shouto took a deep breath and shook his head. Izuku's mother had to be warm and kind if she had raised a child like him. Nothing like his own family. Of course, he would tell her. "It's okay. I just ... The idea made me think of telling my own family ... and I don't think my father would react well." If it was anyone else, Izuku might have been sad and disappointed that his boyfriend didn't want to tell his family about him. But Izuku knew Shouto's family, knew what the boy had been through. "She wants to meet you," he said, placing his hand in Shouto's. "She told me to invite you home for dinner this weekend. She seemed really happy about the news," he explained. It was Shouto's turn to blush. It made him feel fuzzy and content that Izuku had such a kind and supportive family. He just hoped his mother actually liked him after they met. "I would love to meet your mother." He spoke with such sincerity that Izuku couldn't help but smile. "Good, I'll call and let her know." Izuku seemed to brighten and went back to eating his food. Maybe ... just maybe, Shouto could become part of their family. Villain past. Todoroki wasn't sure how to feel about the green-haired boy who'd invaded his life. Midoriya was his name. They hadn't spoken much more during that first day of school. The kid had fared well enough in the tests Aizawa had forced them to perform. As it turned out, the boy had some kind of shadow-type quirk. The tendrils that sprung out were strong, but Midoriya seemed to fight for control of them. He was having trouble remembering his classmates' names. But he watched the raven-headed boy approach Midoriya, and he felt the protective instinct rise up in him once more. But when the other smiled, he let it go. Bakugo had been screaming insults at him the entire time, but Todoroki didn't care. They at least weren't directed at Midoriya. He'd heard much worse on a daily basis from his own father, and the insults and taunts rolled off him like they were non-existent. This seemed to anger the hothead even more, and Todoroki was almost surprised when Bakugo managed to grab him by the shirt. "You listening to me, icy hot?" he shouted in his face. The next moment the boy was torn away from him, wrapped up in their teacher's scarf. "Tatsuki Bakugo, that's enough." The other kept struggling despite the restraints. "I don't care whatever stupid rivalry you decide you have, but you will refrain from physically assaulting another student." Aizawa's tone held a bit of finality to it. But still, Bakugo thrashed. "I think it's time." He cooled off. The blonde-haired boy with the eclectic quirk snickered and winked at Todoroki. He must have witnessed the encounter earlier that morning. "I'm going to kill you too, you damn phone charger." The rest of the class snickered. "You all passed, none of you are going home. For now." He glanced at the boy still in his capture tape as he covered his mouth. "I'm going to let your classmate here have a little chat with the principal." Class dismissed. With that, he dragged Bakugo off, kicking and screaming. Todoroki's gaze fell on Midoriya, and he frowned. He thought that the boy might find at least some amusement in his tormentor being mocked by his classmates. But he almost looked like he was about to descend into a panic attack. Shit, Shouto. Todoroki wasn't cut out to be someone's therapist. He couldn't even handle his own sheet. How was he supposed to handle someone else's? But the same vision of the boy falling off the building of his own volition sprung to mind. And once again Todoroki found his body moving on its own where Izuku Midoriya was concerned. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the other boy, hoping to ground him. His sister would do this for him when he got really bad, so he hoped it would help the other. The boy shook with surprise, but he wasn't too startled, as his glassy eyes became focused on Todoroki's face. For just a moment Shouto forgot about everything else in the world. The green eyes looked with him was the only thing that mattered, and thought his heart stopped. At that moment he knew he'd do anything to make the other boy happy. "Todoroki," Midoriya spoke with surprise in his voice. "Are you all right?" I know how rough Kachin can be." "I'm fine." Shouto wanted the words to come out as comforting, but he was really bad at this. and the sounded much more abrasive than he meant, something he only realized with the other boy flinched. It was likely from the anger that Midoriya still referred to that rabid dog with such a familiar nickname when it was clear he'd caused him so much pain. He tried to soften his features and spoke again. It's okay, really. He tried to explain. He didn't really do anything. Some of their classmates were still milling around, and he watched the raven-headed boy stand for a moment as if debating something before turning to leave, and soon they were alone. I have a little bit before my father comes to pick me up. Would you like to? Todoroki trailed off, realizing he had no idea what friends did. Was Midoriya his friend now? Are we friends? Finally, he blurted out. It was an honest question. He'd never had friends. He never wanted friends. He'd never seen the use in them, even if his father had allowed him to socialize with anyone else at all. He hadn't even been allowed near his own siblings. They were a distraction. At that moment, he realized his father would likely be really angry with him if he had a friend. That made him desire to be friends with Midoriya even more. I've never had any before. Midoriya looked stunned, and the panic from before seemed to be setting back in. I only ever had Kachin. But Todoroki forced down the emotions that threatened to bubble up at those words. Well, you have me now, he declared, taking the other boy's hands and lifting them up, determination in his eyes. Midoriya smiled at him, and Todoroki couldn't help but return it. Thank you again. I don't know why you'd be interested in someone like me. You're so amazing. Midoriya sniffled a bit before rubbing his eyes, forcing back the tears that threatened to fall. His chest tightened. He still wasn't sure what he should say there. He'd been told all his life how perfect he was, but when it came from the boy before him, it hit differently. There were a lot of things that Shouto needed to figure out if he wanted to be anyone's friend. I honestly don't know, he finally replied. I don't know what qualities someone should look for in a friend. I just know I want to be yours. Is that good enough? Izuku looked up at him with those bright green eyes in awe before nodding. I want to be your friend too. I just don't. His voice lowered. I don't want to disappoint you, came out as barely a whisper. I doubt you can disappoint me. I don't have any expectations. Todoroki winced. That came out less comforting and more demeaning than he wanted it to. Oddly though, it seemed to be the right thing to say as the boy perked up, and his smile grew wider. Okay, he said with a nod, feeling a bit more determined. Friends, we can be friends. I still don't know what to do, Todoroki admitted. He wasn't sure about standing around here. I know ... Why don't you tell me about your quirk? Your ice is so amazing. You can use it so effortlessly. I wish I could do that. Izuku's energy level seemed to have risen, and Shouto wondered if this was what the boy was really like under all those layers of abuse. He wanted to see more of it ... even if it meant discussing some unpleasant things. At least his friend hadn't asked about his fire ... that Shouto didn't think he could handle. All right, if you tell me about yours. He finally agreed, and the boy's smile got brighter. But why don't we go find some place to sit? Izuku nodded as the pair went to go find a bench to pass the time. The green-haired boy talking his ear off about quirks, his own, his classmates he'd seen. It seemed he was truly passionate about the subject. Before he knew it, it was time for him to go home. I have to go, unfortunately, Midoriya. We can talk more about it tomorrow if you like. He really didn't have that much of an interest in quirks, but it made Midoriya happy, and that made Todoroki feel warm inside. I like that. Thank you again, Todoroki, for everything. He smiled and waved before heading home. Villain present. Parallel world sheet, huh? Dabai's eyes looked disinterested as Shouto gave him a shortened version of the events that Midoriya had given Shigaraki. His words were more calm and concise than his partner's. Midoriya had been the one to develop the flair for the dramatic. It's why he and Tamura had gotten along so well before, and why they were getting along so well now. Despite his earlier declaration to Talia, dramatic speeches were not his thing. From what we can ascertain, we spent some time ruling out other options before attempting to make contact with the League, Shouto explained, glancing at Akumu, who seemed to be involved in some kind of card game with Shigaraki. Something's never changed, even across worlds, it seemed. Some part of me is disappointed you're not really Shouto. Well, not the one I knew anyway, spineless brat. But it means I can like you and still hate him. Dabai acknowledged. If Shouto was bothered by the mention of his other self, he didn't show it. He did let out a laugh, however. You still hated me there too. Shouto acknowledged. Never forgave me for taking the old man's life without you. I ruined all your carefully laid plans. Midoriya and I murdered him together the first time around, and I helped him murder All Might. I've decided to right a wrong this time around. I'd kill you if you tried, Dabai admitted, though there wasn't any hostility in his voice. He felt some kind of odd kinship with this twisted version of his brother that had caused him so much pain. Present hero. Todoroki had to admit he was nervous. If Izuku's mother didn't like him, it was over. He knew that Izuku couldn't stand to disappoint his mother. He had to remember, though, his mother had said he had been excited to meet him. He took a deep breath as Izuku knocked on the door. This would be fine, this would be fine, this would be. Midoriya opened the door and immediately he found himself pulled into a hug with his boyfriend and his boyfriend's mother. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here," she said before turning and walking in. "When Izuku told me he was dating someone, I was just beside myself. He's always so selfless, and to see him so happy and doing something for himself," she gushed, and Shouto blushed looking away. At least he knew where his boyfriend got his forwardness. Shouto found himself ushered in and sat on a couch next to Izuku before he knew what had happened. "Let me make some tea and then you can tell me more about yourself," the woman said before wandering to the kitchen. "Sorry about my mom, she can be a bit much sometimes." Izuku laughed. "It's alright, she reminds me of you," Shouto acknowledged, squeezing the other's hand. "You really think so?" Izuku asked, looking back to the kitchen as his mother returned with a tray. Shouto nodded before looking to Mrs. Midoriya. "Thank you, it's no problem at all." Inko smiled at him warmly. "I should really be thanking you. I feel like I've got someone watching out for him at school now who cares about him as much as I do." Shouto nearly gasped. For some people, it would be a lot of pressure to keep his boyfriend out of trouble ... but he realized that was part of what he'd been doing all along. A warmth spread through him as he held back tears. Of course, Izuku's mom would be as kind, warm, and welcoming as her son was. "I would do anything for him," he said earnestly. He found himself being pulled into a hug. "Thank you for taking such good care of him," Inko said. Shouto looked over at Izuku, who seemed to be rubbing tears of his own out of his eyes. "Mom," he spoke weakly in protest. All right. I'll go get dinner ready and you two make yourselves comfortable." Inko pulled away from her son's boyfriend. The rest of the evening was lighter, with Izuku animatedly talking to his mother about things that had been happening with their class. Shouto found he liked listening to it, and Inko treated him like he belonged there. And for the first time in his life, Shouto wondered if this was what a family should really be like. Present villain. "So you're wanting to go after Katsuki Bakugo, huh?" Shigaraki let out a laugh. "We were just laying our own plans to kidnap the kid and convince him to join us. Thought it would be a real shame if the top student at UA were to come out aligned with a bunch of villains like us. Kid's got the spirit, I can see it in his eyes. Him join the League of Villains. Huh. He's got the stench of a hero emblazoned on his soul. In our time, he was All Might's favorite lapdog. One I took personal pride in torturing and murdering. He and I have a history and is probably the one person I hate more than All Might himself." Akumu spoke with the burning hatred buried in his heart. "The irony is not lost on me that somehow this version of me managed to become All Might's pet." "Then what do you want with the boy now?" Shigaraki asked, tilting his head to the side. "You're not wrong that his disappearance would shake UA to its core. You've done well so far to cause the public to distrust the heroes of your world. We'll follow your plan. Take the kid, but leave the rest to me. I have ... toys I didn't have the first time around, and I promise I will make Katsuki Bakugo, All Might, UA, and the entire world of heroes suffer." Villain past. "I managed to convince my father I needed to stay late for classwork and training. It had been 2 weeks since school started. It was getting close to the sports festival, and Todoroki knew he should actually be working to be at his best for it ... but it seemed the priorities he once had were simply washed away. He liked the way Izuku Midoriya could make him forget about his father and all the troubles associated with his family. "I don't want you to lie to him. What if you make him angry?" came the green-haired boy's reply. "I don't mind. Like I've told you before, he doesn't have to have an excuse to get angry. And he wouldn't injure me so close to the sports festival. He'd hate for me to be a disappointment." Todoroki almost growled out. He'd told Midoriya all about his home life. The other's expression had been utterly horrified, and he'd found himself pulled into the first of many hugs from the other boy. Still, Izuku paused, thoughtful for a moment. "We could still train. It could be good for both of us. I'm still having trouble getting the shadows to do what I tell them to. I haven't gotten a lot of practice with them since I only developed my quirk shortly before the entrance exams. Takoyami says he has similar problems with Dark Shadow, but only when it's dark out. With my quirk that doesn't seem to matter. That's because, unlike its name, Dark Shadow is darkness. But shadows need light to exist. Without it would be just an inkai expanse of darkness." Todoroki seemed to come to the conclusion as he looked down at both of his hands. "Wow," Izuku replied, looking up at Todoroki. "I hadn't thought of it that way. Maybe that's why." Izuku continued to go on about his quirk, expanding on what Todoroki had said, but Todoroki's head was clouded with his own thoughts. "Maybe. I think you're right, Midoriya. Training is a good idea. I've got something I want to try." Todoroki replied, closing his hands into fists as sparks started to appear in his right hand. Hero present. Izuku stretched, sitting around the fire. Their first night at camp. They were all exhausted but content. He glanced up at Shouto, whose gaze was on their classmates, and smiled as the fire danced across his face. Izuku knew how much the other boy hated his left side. Knew the anxiety he carried about the scar on his face, but Izuku found it beautiful. He caught Shouto's eye, who blushed a bit as he raised an eyebrow so intently. What's on your mind? How beautiful you are, Izuku whispered back. Shouto's blush deepened. He had to admit he wasn't used to these kinds of compliments, but it was undeniable that he enjoyed hearing them from Izuku. He couldn't help it as he moved his head to capture his boyfriend's lips with his. He couldn't tell him how those words made him feel, but he could show him. Can you two get a effing room already? Bakugo shouted at them. The pair broke apart as Izuku blushed caution. Shouto shot him a glare. Maybe you should mind your own business. He stood pulling Izuku up with him and started heading towards the forest. Wait, where are you going? Ida cried. We can't go into the forest without permission. To get a room, Shouto declared, daring someone to stop them. Shouto. Izuku blushed at his boyfriend's forwardness but didn't resist being pulled behind. His heart was pounding, whether from embarrassment, nerves, or excitement he didn't know. I'd leave them alone. They're two of the strongest people in our class. I think they'll be fine. Kirishima said, rubbing the back of his head. He didn't really want to think about what Todoroki intended to do with Midoriya though. Idiots all of you, Bakugo screamed. I'm done with this sheet, he declared before heading to the barracks. Well, there goes tonight's entertainment, Kaminari declared before stretching, looking out towards the forest where Todoroki had disappeared with Midoriya. You think they're going to have sex? Mina asked with a giggle. Oh, so romantic under the moonlight, Aoyama replied. You guys, Uraraka blushed. I'm sure it's not like that. I think Todoroki is more of a private person, and they haven't been able to spend a lot of time together since summer break started. They're totally effing, Kaminari replied. Those were definitely bedroom eyes Todoroki was giving Midoriya. Jiru smacked Kaminari over the head. This is why I hate boys. Ouch, he cried, rubbing his head. Villain present. Backdraft will stay here, but I will accompany the team assaulting the training camp. Dabai, Toga, Moonfish, Spinner, Twice, Compress, Muscular, Mustard, and Magni are with me, Akumu declared, holding up a picture of Bakugo. This kid right here is mine, he stated before pulling out 3 more pictures. One of himself in this time, one of Todoroki, and one of Takoyami. Only engage these 3 if necessary, and if you do, don't kill them. They are important to our future plans. Akumu allowed the pictures to be swallowed by his shadow quirk. Everyone else is fair game. Remember, the goal is to cause chaos. Dead men tell no tales. We want them, Yue, and the world to remember this night. Do whatever you want, but try to leave the kids alive. So noble, just like Stain, Spinner replied with admiration in his eyes. I think it's time, Kurogiri. Akumu looked to the shadowy figure behind the counter. You best not disappoint me, Akumu. Shigaraki stared at his glass as he spoke. Oh, I'm sure I can live up to expectations. He spoke smoothly as the portal opened behind him. Akumu turned and walked through, followed by the others. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I'm going to get to see a lot of blood, Toga declared before bouncing through the portal. Villain passed. Shouto had noticed Izuku was riding a lot leading to the sports festival. Every so often he'd look up at Shouto and smile, but the idea of seeing all the quirks on full display seemed to make the boy happy. Bakugo, not surprisingly, had made an ass of himself at the opening ceremony, spouting about how he would win. Now that he knew the truth behind his and Izuku's relationship, he had a burning desire to wipe that smug look off his face. He really hoped he would be able to face off against him in the finals and make him pay for everything he'd done to the sweet green-haired boy. It had taken a bit over the last few weeks, but he'd gotten Izuku to open up to him. Bakugo had been a childhood friend, that's why he always called him Kachin. But when Bakugo had developed a quirk and Izuku had not, the boy had started bullying him, leading up to him telling Izuku to dive off a roof in hopes he would get a quirk in the next life, which had led to, no, he couldn't think about that. Finding out All Might had something to do with it too made his stomach turn. He'd chosen to look up to All Might. He seemed so different that his father had been a real hero. But if he had shattered the last bit of hope in Izuku's heart and then just left him there on that rooftop, it was another thing he was having trouble coming to terms with. Were all the heroes just such sheet people? Bakugo was so much like his father it hurt to look at him sometimes. And he was the top student in their class. Even after he'd attacked him that first day, he'd barely got a slap on the wrist and been able to continue on as if nothing had happened. It wasn't like his temper had lessened any. If anything, it had only gotten worse. He just had managed to hold himself back from any physical altercations. And now here at the sports festival, he'd be free of that restriction. Part of him hoped that the audience would see his actions and condemn him ... But when he thought of who filled the number 1 and 2 spots, he was terrified they'd cheer for him. As they stood at the starting line, Bakugo walked up to him, fire in his eyes. I'm going to destroy you icy hot. And take that smug-ass look right off your face, and when I'm done with you, I'm going to destroy that stupid-ass Deku who's decided to follow you around like a little lost puppy now. I warned you before. Touch him and I will kill you, Todoroki replied. He felt the urge to use his father's fire and reduce the other to ash spring up within him, but no, he'd be better than that. He wouldn't use his fire on Bakugo. He wasn't worthy of breaking his word. Bakugo, stop it, please. I promise I won't bother you anymore. I won't say a word to you. Izuku pleaded. What did you call me, you effing nerd? Bakugo growled. I believe he used her name. Todoroki stood between them. He'd convinced Izuku that Bakugo wasn't worthy of being called by such an informal name by him. Not with what he'd done. TCH, whatever. Worthless Deku like always, can't even think for himself anymore. Enjoy your pet, Bakugo yelled back before taking his place at the starting line. The race was about to start, and all Todoroki could see was red. Hero present. The day of training had gone well, though Shouto was exhausted, and not just because he'd stayed up too late with Izuku. Though the night did bring a smile to his face, he'd managed to get him away from their classmates and have some personal time that they hadn't had since school let out. His father didn't even know about them dating yet, and he was sure he wouldn't approve of him dating All Might's protege. And even if he had, his knowing would likely have meant the loss of his phone, and then he wouldn't even have been able to talk to his boyfriend at all. They'd spent most of the night making out under the stars, and while the urge to do more had been there, he wanted his first time with Izuku to be special, and not in the middle of the forest floor with dirt, and rocks, and bugs everywhere. Shouto blushed as he looked at Izuku helping to prepare dinner. He definitely wanted to explore his body more. The tight muscles he felt under the fabric of the other's clothing made images flash in his mind of what it would be like to have those strong arms doing things to them as he forced himself to push down the thought, or all of camp was going to know how much he wanted to F his boyfriend right now. Gods above, he wanted to F his boyfriend. That was not what he needed to be focusing on right now. They were here to train, and the teachers had put in a lot of time and effort into this camp to help them better themselves. And here he was letting his hormones get the best of him. But it hadn't helped that he'd had a marvelous view of Izuku's backside as he had been training. And he definitely appreciated being submerged in the barrel of water where no one could see just how much he enjoyed the sight. Images of that perfect ass bent in the air struck him again. They were supposed to be making dinner. He needed to focus on dinner, and Izuku was talking to him. He sounded serious, something about that boy named Kota. Well, if he needed to say something. Tune in. Okay, he was trying to help the boy out. Well, I think actions are more important than words. That seemed to work, and he tried to focus on what Izuku was saying more. But those lips, oh lord, he knew how good they tasted. And Izuku was looking at him expectantly again. You always seem to be able to get to the heart of a person. It's actually kind of annoying, Shouto said, and then panicked. He hadn't meant to say that last part. Why had he said that last part? F his hormones and F Izuku. Please. Yeah, sorry about that, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. No, I mean he tried to focus on what he needed to say, not what he wanted to. Not with me. I love that you can read me like a book. I guess I wish I was better with people. Thanks, Shouto, you've helped a lot. Izuku smiled up at him, and his heart melted. No problem, Izuku. He returned the smile, still not entirely sure what the conversation had really been about, but it seemed like he'd made his boyfriend happy in the end, and that was what mattered, right? Hero and villain present. The first sign of the attack was the gas permeating the woods. Things were bad. The forest was on fire. Their communication had been cut off, and the only thing they knew for sure was that Bakugo was the target. And Todoroki had no idea where his boyfriend was, and given his ability to find the worst kinds of trouble, he was very worried. The only saving grace he had was knowing that Izuku was the one to find the info about Bakugo, given that the broadcast only mentioned Kacchan. He'd just have to trust Izuku to take care of himself, and not land his ass back in the hospital again. Right now he and Bakugo had other problems, fending off this villain with the weird-ass teeth. They were surprised when tendrils of shadow shot out of the darkness and wrapped around the villain, shattering its teeth and sending it hurtling towards a tree. Takoyami, Todoroki asked, not being able to see the figure that saved them. No, came the distorted voice as a figure wrapped in darkness stepped out from the forest. I told that idiot not to touch you. A weird, almost purr-like sound came from the mask. Todoroki stood between Bakugo and the villain. I won't let you take him. You say that like I'm some effing damsel in distress, effing dumbass, Bakugo yelled. I can take care of my effing self, icy hot. It was just then that they were joined by Takoyami and Deku being carried by Shoji. Kacchan, he cried out. Izuku, what happened to you? Shouto cried out. That doesn't matter right now. We have to stop these villains from taking Kacchan, Deku declared in response as Shoji sat him down. I think I'm going to literally vomit. Akumu spoke, venom dripping from his voice. I hadn't meant to involve you, but if you insist on getting in between me and your precious Kacchan, then I'm afraid it can't be helped. Watch out. He can control shadows with his quirk, Shouto called out. Then we'll just have to make sure there's no effing shadows, won't we? Bakugo yelled. I need to thank Birdbrain for this one. Todoroki got what the other was saying, igniting the left side of his body, as Bakugo charged the explosion in his hand. Takoyami stepped back into the forest away from the piercing light, as Deku looked at him and Shoji. Go help the others, and tell Mr. Aizawa we've found Bakugo. Are you sure? Takoyami asked, and Izuku nodded before Takoyami and Shoji took off back towards camp. Cleaver, Akumu laughed, but I'm afraid that doesn't work on me. I'm surprised Shouto hasn't figured it out. Akumu's tendrils shot out towards Bakugo, and Deku took the moment to activate his quirk, using speed to knock the other out of the way. In a flash, Akumu was standing next to Todoroki. His tendrils sprung out and wrapped around the boy, so he couldn't move. Don't worry, even in the sorry state he's in right now, I could never actually hurt Shouto. I just want the one who causes so much pain and suffering. The fact that you're defending this filth is admirable at least, but you don't need to protect the one who's bullied and ridiculed you. The words were directed towards Deku. How? Deku asked, looking up at Akumu. There were only a handful of people who knew what Bakugo had done in the past. I know a lot of things, Akumu said casually. Like the fact you love the boy I currently have captured more than anything. Hey, don't talk about me like I'm not here, Bakugo yelled, firing a blast at the villain. Akumu's shadows flared and raced out towards Bakugo, again chasing him as he dodged, destroying several of the trees in the area. Don't you dare do that again, you could have hurt him. That's rich coming from the AFO using him as a shield. Bakugo taunted back. I told you, I'd never hurt him. I'm simply restraining him for his own protection. Akumu looked at Todoroki almost lovingly, before turning back to the others, shifting his stance. Let him go, please, Deku pleaded. If you don't want to hurt him, just let him go. I can't do that. Not until I've captured Bakugo. Then you can have your Shouto back, Akumu replied. Give the one who hurt you to me, and you can have the one you love back. Izuku forced himself to stand. No, he replied defiantly. I will save both of them. One for all, full cowling, he cried out. Akumu tilted his head and looked at Deku. So I was right. You're All Might's successor. He laughed. I can barely believe it. What? Deku looked up at him in shock. I told you I know a lot of things, Akumu replied. Now make your choice. Still effing here, sheet for brains, Bakugo called out as he sent another blast at the villain. I know you have no care for anyone but yourself, but I warned you more than once, Akumu roared. I'm done with these games. If you're going to put his safety at risk, then I'm just going to have to end my fun right now. With that, Akumu flung Shouto from his shadow bindings into Izuku, knocking them both back into the forest. He knew they'd be fine. Now it's time for you to pay for your crimes, Katsuki Bakugo. The last thing Deku saw before passing out was the entire clearing being enveloped in shadow before both the villain and Bakugo were gone. Kachin, he cried out before everything went black. These events happened before meeting Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the bar. Stay here. If any of this is going to work, there is something I need to do. I'm sorry, Shouto, but my father has to die first. Izuku placed a kiss on his lover's lips. I'll be back soon, and we can start rebuilding our family. We won't let any of them fall through the cracks this time. Shouto looked Izuku in the eyes and nodded. He should have known. They both had regrets about who was lost along the way. This time maybe they could save everyone they cared about. Be careful. You don't know exactly what this all for one is like. He can't hurt me anymore. Akumu smiled before using his shadows and disappearing right before Shouto's eyes. I really do hope you know what you're doing. Shouto's voice held a bit of trepidation in it, staring where the man he loved had just disappeared from. The last time Izuku had gone to face All for One, he'd nearly lost the man. Villain passed. The race and the chariot battle had been chaos. Shouto had worked with Izuku the whole time. Bakugo had seemed just as concerned at getting a hit on him as he had been about winning. But in the end, he and Izuku had managed to keep hold of the 1,000,000 points he'd helped the other boy acquire in the race. He'd been scared in Izuku's first match. The boy, he didn't like that boy. What had he done to Izuku? Some kind of brainwashing quirk. And he had the audacity to say Izuku was showing off with some kind of flashy quirk. Todoroki's grip on the railing tightened. Somehow, though, at the last moment, one of his tendrils managed to break free of whatever spell he was under and fling the other boy out of the ring. Todoroki sat down in relief as their classmates cheered. It was short-lived, however, until he realized that meant that he would have to face Izuku in his next match. He looked down at his hands as a sigh of frustration left his lips. He couldn't fight him. He couldn't inflict any kind of pain on him at all. But he couldn't let Izuku face off against Bakugo. It wasn't that he didn't trust that Izuku was strong enough, but he didn't put it past Bakugo to use physiological trauma to win in the fight. He'd taunt Izuku. He hadn't even noticed his own panic attack setting in until Ida placed a hand on his shoulder. It's all right, Midoriya did well. Yeah, he did, Shouto replied with a bit of pride. Shouto was still rife with indecision when he stared down at his best friend. It will be all right, Shouto. I wanted to thank you for helping me get this far. I'd have never have made it without you, Izuku said to him with a smile from across the stage. Izuku what? He cried in surprise as the match was set to start. And Izuku just jumped out of the ring as soon as the buzzer sounded. Shouto stared at him in disbelief. He could hear the chatter erupt in the stands as Present Mike tried to figure out exactly what had happened. Finally, his body would move and he ran over to Izuku. Why? He asked, confusion on his face. I could tell you didn't want to fight me, but you need to win right. I didn't want to cause you any pain. I thought this was the best solution. I meant what I said. I'd never have gotten this far without you, and I'm happy with what I've managed to do in my time at UA. There was something else he could tell Izuku wasn't telling him. Part of it sounded almost like a goodbye. Without thinking, Shouto pulled Izuku into a hug, ignoring the crowd. You're going to try and leave me, aren't you? Izuku looked up at him with a few tears starting to form in his eyes. Not you, never you. I hope where I go, you will follow, was all he said as he pulled away, leaving Shouto standing there stunned. Villain present, pre-bar. Akumu had counted on All for One's lair being in the same place as before. He knew it was heavily guarded, but those guards were worthless to him. They'd even released some Namu on him to stop his approach, but still, he stalked through the halls, focused on his mission. He walked what in his mind was a well-worn path, before coming face to face with All for One. Well then, it's not every day someone surprises me. Are you here to kill me? That won't be so easy. All for One spoke calmly to the man in front of him. Akumu pulled off his mask and threw down his hood, grinning ear to ear. Hello, father, I've come to claim what's mine. What ... but you were. All for One moved to activate his quirks, but Akumu just started him down. Last time I killed you, but this time I need you and not your quirk. I thought you might appreciate the irony of becoming my puppet. Akumu's laugh filled the chamber before he reached out and touched the glass separating him and All for One, causing it to shatter. He reached in and touched the side of the man's face. It's time for you to sleep. You will help me bring my family back together, rather than destroy it this time. Villain passed. After the match, Shouto searched everywhere for Izuku. He needed answers and his heart was pounding. Why had he said the things he did? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shouto found Izuku sitting by himself on the roof of the stadium. The boy looked like he'd been crying, but when he spotted Shouto, Izuku patted the spot next to him, as if asking him to come sit beside him. Izuku, you have to tell me what's going on, Shouto insisted. What? I know. Izuku cut him off. This was supposed to be easy. I wasn't supposed to get attached to anyone. But you were here and you didn't give me a chance to shut you out. You found your way into my heart. And now ... now this is all so hard and confusing. Shouto moved to speak, but Izuku brought a finger to his lips. I have to finish this or I won't. He took a deep breath. It's time I told you the truth, Shouto, all of it. Then you can decide for yourself what you want to do. You see, after the day I met you, I was approached by a man by the name of Shigaraki Tauma. He'd found my notebook and found me crying, unwilling to go home that night. He told me he was just like me, rejected by a society that favored heroes like All Might, who got to do what they wanted while the rest of us suffered in the shadows. I went with him when he offered me a hand. I didn't feel like I had much else of a choice then. You see, it's not true that I finally developed my quirk right before the entrance exams. I was born quirkless. I was given this quirk, Izuku explained as Shouto gasped. All he asked for in exchange is to do what I've always done. Analyze quirks. They would help me train and get into UA, where I could record everything about my classmates and teachers and report back to them. Shigaraki told me they'd use this information to kill All Might and tear apart the fabric of society that allowed people like him and your father and Bakugo to flourish. How could I say no to that? Shouto felt his stomach drop. He knew what Izuku was confessing to. He was a spy, a traitor. And despite that, Shouto couldn't blame him. He'd seen how much the other boy had suffered. He knew how much himself had. And you want me to come with you and join them now? Shouto asked, looking at Izuku with an unreadable expression. Izuku nodded. I don't want to lose you, Shouto, and I know what you've been through. I know you've seen the cracks in hero society clear as day. I don't have much time left here. I sent my final report to Shigaraki right before you joined me. They're going to use the chaos after the festival to cause chaos and attempt to kill All Might. I'm going to disappear in that chaos, and no one will hear from Izuku Midoriya ever again. I already have a letter written to be delivered to my mother. Why are you telling me this? I could go alert my father and the others and end your plans right now. Shouto wanted to yell as tears formed in his eyes. The truth is, even after all Shigaraki has done to help me, I don't think I could keep going if you weren't with me. You're literally the reason I'm alive right now, in more ways than one. I need you, Shouto, and if you don't come with me then there isn't a point to any of this anyway. At least not for me. Shouto looked down and took deep calming breaths. If he broke it down, Izuku was asking him to make a choice. To choose between him and his father, choose between him and this flawed society. Choose between him and this school that only seemed to cultivate the problems their society had to begin with. And he knew after everything, he'd choose Izuku every time. All right, he said, closing his eyes. The words had a bit of finality to them as they rung through his ears. There was no going back now, especially when he opened them again and saw the light in Izuku's eyes. I'll come with you. He found himself with a lap full of Izuku Midoriya. As he looked down at the mop of green hair against his chest, he wrapped his arms around the other boy. Just tell me what I need to do. Villain present just after meeting Akumu and Backdraft. You sure, master? Shigaraki asked. He and Kurogiri had told him all about the new arrivals and the villains claiming to be Izuku, Midoriya, and Shouto Todoroki from another world. Yes, while caution is warranted, I do believe the pair of them can be useful to our cause. It doesn't matter where they came from. We will use this gift we've received. All for One's voice spoke through the monitor. Shigaraki was pleased with the response. He liked this version of Izuku Midoriya, and usually he hated everyone. But this Akumu understood him on a basic level. It made him giddy, like he had a new best friend, a literal partner in crime. There were oh so many things they were going to do. Villain passed. Shouto's eyes were filled with determination as he stared down Bakugo from across the room. After his talk with Izuku, and his decision to leave UA with him had truly settled in him, he realized he had no reason to hold back in this fight. He could go all out. If he accidentally killed Bakugo, it wouldn't matter. And better yet, he could use his fire. Because while refusing to use his father's quirk to become a hero had been his first decree, using it to become a villain would devastate the old man even more. Why hadn't he thought of it before now? He'd almost pay to be a fly in the room when his father got the news that his perfect son had defected. Still, he was satisfied with the path he had chosen. He knew it would hurt his sister and his brother to essentially lose another brother, but he didn't care. They had each other, they always had, and Shouto had no one before Izuku. Bakugo was spouting more nonsense, but Shouto had tuned him out. This was going to be one hell of a fight. As soon as the buzzer sounded, Shouto slammed his foot down, causing the stage to cover in ice. He didn't expect it to stop Bakugo, and he was rewarded as the boy melted through the ice with his own quirk and charged him. He could hear the taunts, but he blocked them out, choosing to stay silent himself. As Bakugo got closer, he ignited his left side and sent a raging inferno at the other boy. The look of shock on his features was enough of a prize for Shouto, as he felt something primal rise up in him. He let out a war cry before going on the offensive. This was the boy who had made Izuku suffer so much, the boy who had helped push him into the hands of villains. And this boy was going to suffer if Shouto had anything to say about it. Bakugo was relentless as he dove back at Shouto, firing at him the entire time. What did you say to Tokoyami? Oh right, this is a really bad matchup for you. He grinned as he froze his feet to the ground. He still felt the force of the impact, but the blast did nothing to him. You bastard. Bakugo screamed, watch you eat this. He screamed as he charged up his blast. Shouto met the blast with his own burst of fire. It felt good to finally fully let loose after all this time holding himself back. He'd almost go as far as to say he was enjoying it. As the blast met in the center of the stage, they combined, causing a huge explosion that rocked the entire stadium. Shouto shot up more ice behind him to help himself stay steady. Bakugo, however, wasn't so lucky as the blast sent him flying into a wall. Sadly, he didn't think the boy was dead, but he realized as the stadium erupted into applause that he had won. He caught his father's eye and you would have thought the man had won the lottery. Shouto smirked at him. If only the bastard knew the truth. He didn't get to revel in his victory for long, as another explosion rocked the stadium. It was time for the League of Villains' plan to spring into action. And so, Shouto turned and ran, heading to the spot he was supposed to meet Izuku. As he left, he glanced up at his classmates who were all cheering for him. They'd soon be his and Izuku's enemies as well. But that didn't matter now. All that mattered was he was staying with Izuku. Hero, villain present. Bakugo wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious when he awoke in a dimly lit room. He probably had a concussion judging from how foggy his brain felt, but that didn't matter now. He needed to figure out how to escape. He glanced around the room trying to take everything in before his eyes landed on the dark figure standing across from him. Yo, sheet for brains, let me out of here so I can kick your ass. Bakugo growled. Akumu just stalked across the room, his mask already removed, cowl down around his shoulders. As the light fell on his face, Bakugo caught sight of the mantic grin and gleam in his eyes. It took him a second to realize who the features belonged to. Deku, he screamed and thrashed. Akumu's response was to slap him across the face. Don't you dare say that word again, he growled before continuing on. Last time, I tortured you for days on end, made you plead for mercy. But in the end, I killed you. But that time I didn't have my father's quirk. Now ... now I can do it all over again. Akumu placed a hand against Bakugo's chest as the boy thrashed against his restraints. What the F are you doing? Get off of me, you effing freak. Bakugo screamed, but he couldn't move. I'm taking your quirk, Akumu replied as if it was common sense. It was over in an instant. Bakugo slumped a bit as a hollow feeling filled him. What had this a-hole done? You F-er. Bakugo screamed out but was surprised when his restraints dropped and he fell to the ground. He looked up only to see Akumu grinning down at him, hand in his face. I've always wanted to do this. Akumu spoke with glee as sparks appeared in his hand before he shoved it directly in the other's face, and an explosion rang through the room. Villain present. Backdraft stood from his seat not long after Akumu and the others had left and headed for the door. Not going to keep me company while your brother and your boyfriend are out having fun? Shigaraki asked as he watched the other move across the room. "No," came the short reply. "Tell me where you're going. Maybe I'd like to take a nice little walk around town," Shigaraki stated as he stood from his chair. Backdraft simply looked back at him, placing his helmet on. Though he knew it was irrational, Shouto had never liked how close to Miura and Izuku had been before. His death had devastated Izuku. He trusted his lover. He just couldn't help feeling a bit possessive. And seeing how they had so easily fallen back into old habits had not made Shigaraki Tamura his favorite person. He knew, however, Izuku would never forgive him if he pushed him away and became the reason why Izuku had lost him all over again. He took a deep breath. "You know that Akumu and I wish to rebuild some of the family we had and lost in our previous world. While we know things won't be the same." He paused, shaking his head. "We won't waste the opportunity to do things better a second time around. To that end, I'm going to save our daughter. She's waited long enough." "Your daughter? Now, this is interesting." Shigaraki walked towards Backdraft, gazing up at the man who had done his best to keep his expression neutral. "Why do I get the feeling your partner doesn't want you to go? You're not telling him, are you?" Shouto took a deep breath. He didn't need to have this conversation. He believes she needs to be rescued, but he's afraid that if we act prematurely that we might lose the chance to connect with others we care about. "And you don't agree? Well, I suppose it's good to know that you aren't completely in sync with each other. It was kind of creepy," Shigaraki replied before turning to move back to his seat at the bar. "Aren't you worried I'll tell him? The lab will be reduced to ash, and I'll have returned with her before he's done with his current mission," he replied, turning towards the door. "Hey, don't worry, I wouldn't tell him anyway," Shigaraki replied, waving him off. "Can't wait to meet my niece." He cackled and Shouto froze. "What?" Shigaraki eyed him. "I'm part of whatever little family you want to reconstruct, aren't I? Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached us, and your partner wouldn't have tried so hard to befriend me. You're observant when you want to be." "I forgot that, but yes, you are," Backdraft replied before finally leaving the bar. Villain passed. It had been 3 weeks since the sports festival. 3 weeks since Shouto, Todoroki, and Izuku Midoriya had been reported missing. In the end, they hadn't managed to kill All Might, something that had made Shigaraki very angry. But they had managed to kill 2 of the teachers, Vlad and Midnight, along with a few other lower-ranking pro-heroes who had attended the festival. None of the students had been injured, which had apparently been part of Izuku's conditions for helping with the plans. Outside Baku, he hadn't harbored any ill feelings towards the rest of his classmates and had even lamented the loss of Takoyami as a friend. Shouto had asked Izuku if he had thought about approaching the raven-headed boy to join them as well, and his face had scrunched up in confusion. Like the thought had never occurred to him to extend a hand to the only other classmate he spent any time with. Somehow that made Shouto feel even better about the whole situation. What made him sick, though, was the news coverage. Every headline was Shouto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, and one of his classmates were reported missing. Izuku had been nothing but a footnote in every single one. In the articles he was named in, it was usually buried several paragraphs deep. His father and his sister were splashed across the news, the latter with a tear-stained face asking for any news of his whereabouts. But nowhere was Inko Midoriya pleading for the safe return of her son. "It's okay, Shouto. Your dad's famous. Of course, more people would be worried about you," Izuku would say, smiling at him. But it didn't reach his eyes. Society had cast him aside again. And Shouto Todoroki couldn't effing stand it. What he could see, the light in his eyes as Shigaraki and Kurogiri praised him. His notes had been invaluable in the attack. They'd been able to prepare specialized Namu to deal with most of the teachers, and it wasn't his fault that the one they'd prepared specifically for All Might had failed, and he'd convinced Shouto to join them. He noticed that they took great care not to refer to him as Endeavor's son. It was always Izuku's friend from school, and they'd thanked him not for joining them, not for helping with their plans, but for taking care of Izuku. They had been afraid that even after everything they'd managed to help the boy with, that he would succumb to the despair that raged inside him. It had been Shouto's kind words and actions that had saved him from those dark thoughts, and he'd never been more glad to have made the choice to befriend Izuku than he had when Kurogiri had given him that bit of information. He'd expected them to put on full blast that he'd joined them. He expected his name to be used, and part of him wanted that. He wanted to see his father's legacy suffer, but they hadn't yet. They were giving him and Izuku time to adjust to their new lives, the new routines. They admitted they fully intended to take advantage of the situation, but not of him. Todoroki was grateful for the distinction. He and Izuku had been given a room to share, given that space was limited, but it had been prepared with a bunk bed. Apparently, the League had realized Izuku was coming back with him ... or not all, which had brought him here, to laying in bed next to the other boy. Even though they'd been given separate spaces, they had discovered the first night that both of them slept better when they could feel the other next to them. Izuku was still asleep, and Shouto couldn't bear to wake him. He looked so peaceful, and Shouto found that he was mesmerized by the way the other's lips parted slightly and he breathed in his sleep. His hair looked like silk against the sheets, and Shouto found himself smiling. If he could lay like this forever, he was sure he'd be happy. Gently, he placed a hand on Izuku's sleeping face and traced his freckles with his fingertips. He didn't know what the feeling was that was stirring deep in his chest, but he liked it and knew Izuku was the cause. He'd come so close to losing this. The motion seemed to cause the other to stir, and Shouto dropped his hands to his side as jade green eyes fluttered open to gaze into his own mismatched ones. "Good morning, Izuku," Shouto said softly. "Sorry if I woke you." "Good morning, Shouto," Izuku said with a yawn and a stretch, and Shouto was certain he'd never seen anything more beautiful in his life. Hero present. The sound of a heart monitor echoed through the hospital room as Shouto sat staring dejectedly at the man he loved, covered from head to toe in bandages. His own lack of injuries stirred something in him. He shouldn't have let Izuku go anywhere alone. He knew what his boyfriend was like. It wasn't rational. They were at their training camp. It was supposed to be safe. The teachers had worked extra hard to make sure it was safe. He and Bakugo had been paired up to do something that was supposed to be fun. None of this was supposed to be happening. Izuku wasn't supposed to be unconscious in a hospital bed fighting for his life. Bakugo wasn't supposed to be gone. His classmates weren't supposed to be injured. He'd been useless. How was he supposed to be a hero if he couldn't even do anything in a fight with a villain out to hurt his friends and the one he loved? Akumu ... True to his name, he'd had nightmares about him. He'd been captured in the man's shadow tendrils, but he'd heard every single word. He'd dreamt of being swallowed whole by the monster of man's shadows screaming for Izuku and Bakugo. Shouto's face sunk into his hands as he fought back more tears. He'd told the police everything the villain had said, that he seemed to have uncanny knowledge about Bakugo, Izuku, and himself. He'd told them everything but one line. The words flashed through his head. "So I was right. You're All Might's successor." And he could still hear Akumu's distorted laugh that accompanied it. Shouto wasn't dumb. It made too much sense. Izuku's quirk was so much like All Might's. It had even embarrassingly led him to think Izuku had been the man's secret love child. All Might had been signed on as a teacher at UA, but the only person he seemed interested in teaching had been Izuku. Top it off with Izuku's story that he had developed his quirk right before the entrance exams, and he'd had so much trouble controlling it even now. All the while, All Might was getting weaker. It made too much sense. Somehow, someway, Izuku had received All Might's quirk. It hurt a bit to think that his boyfriend would keep this knowledge from him, but he pushed it aside. He knew that Izuku wouldn't have kept it from him if he hadn't had a good reason. And the biggest one that he could guess was All Might's weakening state. Had a villain accidentally done this? Was there a quirk that could transfer someone's quirk to someone else? Ironically, the person who would have the answer to that question was currently unconscious and had the answers he needed already anyway. Shouto needed to tell someone though. All Might needed to know that whoever this villain was, they knew about the secret connection between All Might and Izuku Midoriya. And that's why when he saw the man walk into Izuku's room in his weakened state, he took a deep breath and looked up at him. "We need to talk. Close the door, young Todoroki," All Might questioned as he shut the door and took a seat next to Izuku's bed, across from Shouto. "Have you heard something about young Midoriya's state?" "No," Shouto shook his head. "His mother gave them permission to speak with me, but nothing has changed." "Then what would you like to discuss?" All Might asked him. "I know that Izuku has her quirk," Shouto stated bluntly, but as the man opened his mouth to speak, he stopped him. "And no, Izuku didn't tell me." "Then how?" All Might seemed shaken. Shouto was right. There was a serious reason Izuku hadn't told him. The villain we fought in the forest, the one that took Bakugo. He seemed to have intimate knowledge of all three of us, but he also seemed to be surprised with Izuku activating his quirk, but then stated he'd guessed that Izuku had been your successor. Shouto spoke, looking down at the boy unmoving in the bed. "That's the only thing I didn't tell the police. I felt if Izuku hadn't told me, there was a good reason for it. But you needed to know the villain knows somehow." As he looked back up at the man he was speaking to, All Might had grown pale and his face looked grim. "Thank you, young Todoroki, both for keeping our secret and telling me. But if you'll excuse me, that are things I need to do now." All Might stood and turned towards the door. Shouto just nodded before turning his attention back to Izuku, hoping the boy would wake up soon. Hero, villain present. Bakugo didn't know how long he'd been in that room. He'd fade in and out of consciousness. How long it had been since this twisted form of Deku had gotten tired of using his own quirk against him. It pissed him off, all of it, as he lay beaten and broken on the ground, too weak to move. Without the protection from his own quirk, the blasts burned his flesh and he found the pain unbearable. How was Deku always able to do this? He always found the strength to move when he needed to, no matter how much pain he was in. Was it from the years of practice he'd had of getting back up when Bakugo had knocked him down? He didn't know, but that was the worst part. He knew every effing word this twisted form of his childhood best friend had sprouted was true. He laid on the floor, eyes barely cracked open as those green eyes gazed down at him. "Look at you, Katsuki Bakugo. So weak and useless without your quirk, aren't you? So pathetic. But that's okay, you have hope." He grinned. You could always go throw yourself off the nearest building, he punctuated as he stomped down on his chest. Bakugo let out one last scream before the pain finally overtook him. All there was darkness. Villain passed. Bakugo sat in the teacher's lounge at UA High School. All Might had asked to speak with him privately. He was nervous and fidgety as he used his quirk to pop off some nervous energy. It had been 2 months since Deku had disappeared with that sheety icy hot kid. He knew it was all Todoroki's fault, especially after the way that he'd behaved in the sports festival. Like Deku belonged to him or some sheet. The situation was driving him mad. Hadn't Deku known he was just trying to protect his ass from getting hurt? Bakugo only spent the energy to yell at the people he cared about. That's the way his mother had raised him after all. Hero work was dangerous, and when Deku had been quirkless, why hadn't he ever realized he was the one that needed protecting? Why was he always trying to look out for Bakugo when he was the one that was obviously weaker? It had made him so angry. It hadn't clicked until Deku started pulling away from him. Till Deku had called him Bakugo instead of Kachin. That boy might not have understood that at all. He'd known Deku's mother well, and she'd always been as kind as her son was. They always expressed caring through kindness. It was something that had been on his mind a lot since Izuku Midoriya had disappeared. He'd talked to his mother more than once, made sure to check on her. She always smiled at him even with tears in her eyes. All it did was make his chest tighten. He'd done a horrible job of looking after her son. He'd done a horrible job of being a hero. So he'd taken it upon himself to organize his classmates in gathering information and searching for any clues whatsoever. Neither Deku nor that sheethead Todoroki had really socialized with the rest of their class. In fact, the only other one who'd ever really talked to Deku had been Tokoyami. It was obvious that the loss of Deku had bothered him, but he'd not been able to identify any warning signs in his friend. No, clearly this was all Icy Hot's doing. Whatever had happened, it was his fault, though he'd kept that feeling to himself. The one time that he'd even hinted at being suspicious of Deku and Icy Hot's relationship, Kirishima had accused him of being jealous. Katsuki Bakugo was not jealous of anyone. He just wanted to protect the damn nerd. Why hadn't Deku seen that? Why hadn't anyone seen that? And he'd been right. Shouto Todoroki and sunk his claws into Deku, and now he was gone. And the way the other had acted in their fight in the sports festival. He was a man who knew exactly what he was doing. He was broken from his thoughts as the door opened, and in walked his childhood hero. It still blew his mind that All Might was a teacher at UA. Their class had barely even laid eyes on him before now, and here he was with a requested personal audience. It almost didn't seem fair that Deku wasn't here with him right now. Young Bakugo, sorry to keep you waiting. All Might spoke as he walked over and took a seat across from him. He swore his shirt was going to explode at any minute. It's all right. Do you have any word on deck? He caught himself. Midoriya, he asked, though the name felt so weird on his tongue. So worried about your childhood friend. It's good to see. All Might looked at him with a sparkle in his eye. Unfortunately, no. We've not been able to find any leads on young Midoriya or young Todoroki's whereabouts. Bakugo's shoulders sank. I actually asked you here today to speak to you about something very important concerning yourself. Bakugo tilted his head to the side. Yes, I've been watching your class and you personally very, very closely. While you are still a little rough around the edges, you've displayed the qualities of a future hero. You're strong, determined, and put others' needs above your own. You're brash and a bit wild, but so was I in my youth. All Might explained, and the way you took up the search for your missing friends and classmates really struck a chord with me. Bakugo pushed down his normally brash responses, a combination of reflection after Deku had left, and being in the presence of the #1 hero who had so much praise for him. I'm honored, sir, really, that you of all people would say that about me. But I don't feel very heroic at all. My actions have been born out of guilt, not heroism. I was never the nicest to Izuku Midoriya. I don't deserve to be called his friend, but I've always wanted to protect him. I know no one believes me about that or the fact I knew something was wrong. I knew something was off with his relationship with Todoroki and I didn't do anything to stop it. In fact, looking back, I think I shoved him harder into it. That's why I've decided to dedicate my free time to find him and bring him back home to his mother. All Might's smile grew softer as he reached down and ruffled Bakugo's hair. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's clear you care about your friend. While I do think young Todoroki is as much a victim as young Midoriya, I think your actions are admirable and very heroic. Selflessness is the essence of being a hero. And that brings me back to what I wanted to talk to you about. Bakugo looked back up at him with confusion on his face. He still wasn't sure why All Might himself had pulled him aside to praise him like this. It seemed like some weird dream. You see, I have a secret, one I've chosen to share with you. And with that, All Might's form shrunk, and Bakugo screamed as All Might covered his mouth. It's all right, he said calmingly. I know it's surprising, seeing your hero reduced to this form. But that's exactly what I needed to talk to you about. You see, my days as the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, are fading. Bakugo's face scrunched up in confusion and anger. What? He shouted. That's impossible, you're All Might. Unfortunately, it's the truth, he said, pulling his shirt up to show Bakugo his scars. 6 years ago I fought in a battle that nearly killed me. It was never publicized and very few people know it took place. But ever since then, my ability to fight has waned significantly. What happened at the sports festival only drove home how little time I have left. Little time for what? Bakugo snapped. He wasn't going to cry. Bakugo didn't cry. But what was his reaction supposed to be when his hero was right here basically telling him he was dying? Why are you telling me this? Because young Bakugo, I need a successor, and I've chosen you, All Might told him, pulling his shirt back down. What? Bakugo stared at him in disbelief. What did this mean? How was he supposed to be All Might's successor? You see, my quirk is special. It can be passed on to someone else. I wasn't born with this quirk. I was actually born quirkless. But my predecessor saw something in me, and now I see something in you. I can tell you if you accept, it won't be easy. But you've already chosen the path of a hero. You've always known the path ahead of you was going to be rough. You're a good kid, young Bakugo. I won't force you to take my quirk, but I do think you would do great things with it. Bakugo could barely process what All Might was saying. He wanted to give him his quirk. He was born quirkless. All his life Bakugo had wanted to be the #1 hero. All he'd ever wanted to do was win. He wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. But he'd always wanted to do it with his own power. Being gifted with All Might's quirk seemed like cheating. But what could he say to the man? All Might was the world's greatest hero and he had chosen him, Katsuki Bakugo, to take his place. He swallowed hard. In the end, there was only one thing he could do. All Might had told him his secrets. All Might had chosen him, had deemed him above all else worthy of this power. In what world could he look the man in the eye, tell him he had chosen wrong? And after all, when did Katsuki Bakugo back down from a challenge? So shakily and with a deep breath, he looked his hero in the eye and spoke. I'll do it. I'll be your successor. As All Might placed a hand on his shoulder and looked at him with so much pride, he swore he wouldn't let him regret his decision. Villain present. Backdraft had been true to his words. Overhaul hadn't even known what was coming. It was comical how easily he'd been able to infiltrate the man's base. But he supposed there was something to be said for experience. He hadn't even offered the man an explanation as his fires grew hot enough to melt steel. Overhaul didn't deserve one. Though Todoroki had to admit, he loved the look of fear in the man's eyes as he turned him to ash. Once he was done, he carefully made his way through the rest of the lab. He wasn't sure where he had been kept. Originally, Izuku had been the one to find her. He'd gotten mixed up with some hero. It was the one and only time his lover had done such a thing. If Izuku hated anyone more than heroes, it was child abusers, and Shouto's own feelings echoed the sentiment. When he'd learned about what the poor girl had been put through, it caused painful memories of what had been done to him by his own father. Of course, he felt for the girl. For everything else they had shared, Izuku hadn't known the pain of being abused as a small child by the very people who were supposed to protect you. One more hour ... and oh, one more minute that she had to suffer was too much for him to stand. He knew why Izuku wanted to be cautious, but on this ... and oh, this was not the place to compromise. So when he finally opened the door and saw the small figure lying on the bed wrapped in bandages, he immediately took his helmet off, walked over to her, and kneeled down next to her. Ideally, Izuku was better at this. He had instantly made the girl feel safe and warm before. He took a deep breath as she looked at him with fearful eyes. It hurt to see her like this, but he knew she'd known nothing but pain. It's okay, Eri. Your nightmare is over, he said, opening up his arms. I'm here to rescue you and take you home to your new family, where we'll make sure no one ever hurts you again. Rescue me, she said, hesitantly look up at him wide-eyed. Shouto nodded. That's right, he replied before wrapping his arms gently around her. It melted his heart when her tiny little arms wrapped themselves around him. It's time to go, he stated, lifting the girl up and walking down the burnt halls of the destroyed laboratory. She looked up in awe. Did you do this? I did. He was sure to keep his voice smooth and calm. For me, she asked. Shouto nodded his head. For you, all for you, so you can be safe. Thank you, she replied before burying her head in his chest. Hero present. Shouto awoke to a groan. He'd been sleeping at the hospital, not daring to go home. Not that his father was there anyway. Endeavor had been busy with the search for Bakugo. It afforded him the rare opportunity to stay by his boyfriend's side. Izuku forced himself awake once he realized what was happening. Shouto, Izuku spoke hazily as he started to wake. But then he tried to force himself up. Kichan, he screamed as he was pushed back down into the bed. It's all right, Izuku, you're in the hospital. Shouto tried to comfort him. You're okay, Izuku said in relief. How's Kachin? The words stung Todoroki. Of course, he was okay. He'd barely been in the fight. Nothing more than a hostage. He couldn't look Izuku in the eye. Shouto, please tell me, how is he? He swallowed hard. They got him, Izuku. My father and the other heroes are currently looking for him. And they have a few leads, but... He pushed the tears back. He felt like such a failure. Kachin. Izuku sunk back into his bed. That villain. I've never seen anyone like him before. He was so strong and quick. I couldn't do anything. None of us could. Todoroki replied he wanted to hold Izuku's hands, but they were still in the cast. Outside the door, they could hear running in the hall, but mostly ignored it until the door to Izuku's room was thrown open. Shouto and Izuku's eyes went wide as an out-of-breath Kirishima stood panting in the doorway. Midoriya, good, you're awake. You're gonna want to hear this. Did they find Kachin? Izuku asked, looking up at him expectantly. Yo man, he said excitedly before his face fell. He was really beaten up and barely breathing, but they found him just outside the doors to the school. He managed to escape. Shouto said with a sigh of relief. Seems that way. No one knows for sure what happened because he was unconscious when they found him. They brought him here though. We can't see him yet because the docs are still examining him. But I thought Todoroki would want to know and come with me. And since you're awake, I thought you might want to as well, Midoriya. If the doctors let you, Kirishima explained. Have you told the rest of the class? Shouto asked. Well, kinda. Aizawa called us all together to tell us what happened. I ran straight here once I heard, and told them I'd let you know what was going on. I think Jiru is telling Yaoyorozu. Kirishima smiled. I think they want to visit you too, Midoriya, if you're up for it. Yeah. Izuku smiled with tears in his eyes, happy they had found Kachin. He'd be alright now. I think I'd like that. Villain passed. Bakugo sat in class as Mr. Aizawa was telling them about the summer camp they'd be going on after finals. He should have been excited, would have been excited if Deku was here. At first his classmates had been as energetic as him in their search, but as time wore on, many had bowed out, citing the need to study. Bakugo was angry at them, but he couldn't truly blame any of his classmates. The trail had gone cold before the sports festival had even ended. The only person other than him who committed any time to the search still was Takoyami. Bakugo was almost surprised at the impact the other boy had had on the Raven, but this was Deku they were talking about. Takoyami had admitted to him once while they were talking about the case that he'd always feared he would be looked at like a villain because his powers were so closely tied to darkness. A raging shadow wasn't exactly something that would bring comfort to others, but seeing Midoriya trying so hard to become a hero with his own very similar quirk had caused him to want to push forward even harder on his own path to become a hero. Now that the other boy was missing, he felt he needed to try even more than before for the both of them. Bakugo felt that statement within his soul. Bakugo had already received one for all from All Might, and it had been a rush for sure. The first time he'd used his own quirk after that, he'd near blown himself up. He felt like he had to learn everything all over again. But he'd been pushing himself, for All Might, for Deku, combined with the search effort. That meant his sleep had been suffering. A thud on his desk jolted him awake. When had he fallen asleep? Just because you're at the top of the class, Bakugo, doesn't mean you can sleep during my class. If I'm not sleeping, no one is sleeping, Aizawa declared before turning back to the board. If you slack off now, you'll just fall behind. Bakugo growled, and some of his classmates flinched, expecting an explosive outburst. But he just sank back in his seat. Aizawa was right. After all, he couldn't fall behind, not now. Hero present. Izuku smiled at Shouto as he slipped out of bed. He finally had his casts off, and the doctors were releasing him. The visit from his class had been nice. It made him blush to think they all cared about him enough to visit in the hospital. Someday he forgot that he had people who really truly did worry about him and his well-being. Are you ready? Shouto asked, holding out an arm. Yeah, I do want to try and visit Kachin though. I know he's not awake, but I was hoping the doctors would finally let us see him, at least the two of us and not the whole class. Izuku beamed. We can try. He slipped his hand into Izuku's, glad to finally be able to do so. He'd not gotten a good report. The doctors told him he was coming close to completely destroying his arms. Shouto vowed not to let that happen. He had to get stronger so Izuku wouldn't feel the need to break himself. They walked through the halls until they stopped just short of Bakugo's room. Outside the door, he could see the doctor and Aunt Mitsuki. It wasn't that surprising that she was here after everything that had happened. She turned around to look at Izuku with tears in her eyes before she pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Shouto's mind went blank for a moment as he watched his boyfriend get pulled into the arms of an older, female, Bakugo. They told me what you did trying to save him. Thank you, especially after everything. She sounded broken almost, and Izuku simply wrapped his arms around her. Don't thank me. I wasn't able to do anything in the end, Izuku said sadly. Kachin saved himself. Mitsuki. Bakugo pulled away from him, looking down as an unreadable expression crossed her face. They haven't told you anything yet, have they? Told us what? How's he doing? Izuku asked as he looked toward the window as Bakugo lied very still, covered head to toe with bandages, and wires and tubes running everywhere. It was a hard sight to stomach. Mitsuki followed his gaze. You're a kind boy, Izuku. You always have been. And he might be mad at me later for telling you this, but I think you may be the best person to help him through what he's going through now. What's wrong? Izuku looked at her, fear in his eyes, and Shouto slipped his hand back into Izuku's. He felt like an outsider almost, but that was okay. Katsuki didn't escape. She rubbed her eyes a bit as she spoke. They found him with a note on him addressed to the school. I haven't been told exactly what it said, but she shook her head, still wrapping her mind around what she was saying. They did this on purpose. He was meant as a warning. Warning. Izuku's heart raced. Aunt Mitsuki was never like this. She never cried. He felt like he was going to be sick. They took at Izuku. She rubbed her eyes again as tears threatened to spill. They took his quirk from him. Izuku felt as if the world was going to swallow him whole as his mind processed what Bakugo's mother had said. They what? Shouto's eyes went wide. He hadn't talked to Izuku yet about things he'd discussed with All Might. He wanted to do that when they were alone later. But now, had Bakugo been hit by the same quirk that had taken All Might's and passed it to Izuku? He had a lot of questions. They're waiting for him to wake up to ask him questions. But until then we have no idea what happened to him, Mitsuki admitted. I'm sorry, Aunt Mitsuki. That was all he could say before wrapping his arms back around the woman as she cried. Villain passed. It was all over the news. What people were dubbing the Hasu City incident. Stain, the hero killer, had joined the League of Villains and they had wrecked the city. But that wasn't the headline. No, the headline was Shouto Todoroki, missing son of Endeavor, spotted working with the League of Villains in Hasu City incident. His face lit with fire. As he burnt buildings throughout the town was plastered everywhere. And right behind him, it was clearly Deku. Even though the frame had been focused on Todoroki, Bakugo would recognize that green hair anywhere. What had that bastard done? How had he convinced Deku to give up his dream of being a hero? Had he forced him? There was no way Deku, the kindest person he had ever met, Deku with the biggest smile, who loved All Might more than anyone, would ever be a villain. Bakugo's whole body was shaking as he looked at the paper. He didn't even realize he was crying until the droplets hit the print below. He would save Deku. And he would kill that icy hot bastard if it was the last thing he ever did. Villain present. Akumu stared down Backdraft, who was holding a very familiar girl in his arms. You couldn't help it, could you? No, Shouto admitted. Are you mad at me? He asked, looking down at the girl asleep in his arms. Extremely, Akumu replied, but his voice didn't show it. You know what you're risking. I know, Shouto replied calmly. Oh, lovers quarrel. So romantic. Toga bounced up and down. Are you going to fight each other now? She asked, getting in Akumu's face. No, both men answered in unison. Not even a little, she asked with a pout. Akumu walked over to Backdraft and placed a hand on Ri's head. No, not even a little. So what's with the brat anyway? Dabai asked, glancing at the girl. The bandages he saw wrapped around her legs made him wince. She's been an experiment of the villain overhaul for a long time. She was key to his plans, and he abused her for her quirk and his own twisted pleasure over and over again. Shouto explained. Dabai turned, blue flames sparking from his hands, and glared at Akumu. And you were going to leave her there. This is what you're upset with him over. Just a little while longer. There is a lot we know about this world, and a lot we don't. The path this world took diverged from ours some time ago. But there was someone I was afraid I wouldn't meet if we rescued her too soon, Akumu admitted. But in the end, I expect this from Shouto, so as angry as I want to be, I can't truly be upset. I am glad she is safe now. I can formulate a plan around this. I knew you'd see reason. Backdraft smiled before placing a kiss on his lover's lips. Oh, Toga grinned. I wish I had a boyfriend. Like anyone would date a crazy beach like you, Shigaraki replied, as Toga turned and threw a dagger at him. Shut up. Akuma's crazy and someone loves him. He let me watch what he did to that boy. It was so amazing, so much blood. Yeah, well, we're both crazy, Shouto admitted, smirking at Izuku. Hero present. They had leads finally. Two of them, and while it was no longer a rescue mission, that didn't mean they could let them go cold. It was with confidence that Kamui Woods burst into the bar that evening. He shot out his branches. In a situation like this, there was no time to think. But as he did so, he came to the startling realization that the bar was empty. Almost. It's a trap, he screamed, hoping to warn his companions before everything around him exploded. Hero, villain present. Are they ever going to stop? Mount Lady complained as she was dive-bombed by another Namu. Best Genus dodged out of the way, as he sent his fabric strands out to restrain 3 of the beasts, long enough for Endeavor to incinerate them. We believe this is the facility they were manufacturing them. All Might replied as he punched one in the face. He couldn't keep this up for much longer, but All for One was close. He could feel it. Any doubts that the man was involved had fled his mind after his conversation with Shouto Todoroki. And then when young Bakugo had reappeared without his quirk, there was no denying. All for One had returned. I'll leave the rest to you. There is something I must do, All Might declared as he sent another one crashing back into a wall. Slacking on the job, All Might. That's not like you at all, Endeavor declared as his fire burnt through what seemed like an endless horde. Hardly, he laughed, but it was getting harder and harder to keep up the smile. But he had to. The world was watching the battle. He leapt up to the rooftop. to get a better view. He had to find All for One. He had to end this now. Clapping behind him caught his attention. As he spun around, glancing at the figure approaching him, "All for one," he cried out, expecting someone else all might. Akumu spoke through his mask. He'd changed his clothes, wearing a suit and tie, preparing to look his best as he made his debut on the world stage. His cowl for the moment was firmly in place. He knew the cameras were rolling. Everyone would be watching. "Sorry to disappoint you, but All for One has already been moved. I can't let you have him yet, but I promise I'm the one you need to worry about. You're the villain that captured Katsuki Bakugo," All Might declared, squaring his stance up to fight. In the flesh, Akumu bowed. "It's remarkable that thick head of yours could put it together. You put him in that hospital bed, fighting for his life. Your League of Villains stole the future of an aspiring young hero with so much heart and potential. I won't let this stand." All Might rushed Akumu as the man effortlessly dodged the attack. "So you still think people are worthless without a quirk, huh?" Balumu replied, dodging yet another of All Might's attacks. "You and Katsuki Bakugo are so much alike. You both epitomize what is wrong with your corrupted world. I'm truly surprised he's not your successor." "No," All Might declared, "anyone can be what they want, regardless of quirks." Akumu jumped back, disconnecting his mask, before looking back up at All Might. "Oh really? Is that what you tell suicidal young boys abandoned on rooftops? Or is that just some garbage for the press?" "Midoriya." "But how?" All Might stopped frozen in place. "That's a good question," Akumu answered, shaking his cowl free. "Why I ended up in this poison-filled world, I don't know. But I do know that I am the cure." "You can't be him," All Might yelled, halting his attack. "The boy you chose as your successor." No, I am not," Akumu acknowledged. "I suppose you can think of me as another version of what he could have become," he stated as the shadows coiled around his arm. "But I have to ask," he grinned, before sending them after All Might. "Did you know who his father was when you chose him?" His father. All Might had so many thoughts and feelings coursing through his head as he stared down the twisted figure of his protege. So far all he'd managed to do was dodge. "Seems you didn't." Akumu chuckled as his shadows chased All Might across the battlefield. "If you had, you'd never have picked him. I mean, giving the son of All for One, one for all. You didn't seem to be the type for irony." "That's impossible." All Might swung on him finally, as a wall of shadow sprung up to block his assault. It seemed that he had tapped back into his resolve, not willing to believe anything Akumu had to say anymore. "Have you ever met his father?" Akumu asked. Their faces were close as All Might tried to force himself through the shadowy barrier. In a flash, Akuma dropped the barrier, throwing his body out of the way, before using the tendrils in his arm to punch All Might, right where All for One had weakened him so many years ago. Blood spewed out of his mouth, as Akumu's tendrils shot out and wrapped All Might in them. He squeezed hard, as All Might screamed, being crushed, ribs cracking, arms breaking as more blood shot from his mouth, and he was reduced to his weakened state. Akumu released his hold as All Might collapsed to the ground, broken and defeated. "Remember this day. Remember it as the beginning of the end for your precious hero society. Remember it as the day you lost," Akumu declared, taking notice of the other heroes arriving on the scene. "And now it's time for me to take my leave." He bowed as his shadows swarmed around him and he disappeared deep into the night. Villain passed. Bakugo sat in class as Mr. Aizawa was telling them about the summer camp they'd be going on after finals. He should have been excited, would have been excited if Deku was here. At first his classmates had been as energetic as him in their search, but as time wore on, many had bowed out, citing the need to study. Bakugo was angry at them, but he couldn't truly blame any of his classmates. The trail had gone cold before the sports festival had even ended. The only person other than him who committed any time to the search still was Takoyami. Bakugo was almost surprised at the impact the other boy had had on the Raven, but this was Deku they were talking about. Takoyami had admitted to him once while they were talking about the case that he'd always feared he would be looked at like a villain because his powers were so closely tied to darkness. A raging shadow wasn't exactly something that would bring comfort to others, but seeing Midoriya trying so hard to become a hero with his own very similar quirk had caused him to want to push forward even harder on his own path to become a hero. Now that the other boy was missing, he felt he needed to try even more than before for the both of them. Bakugo felt that statement within his soul. Bakugo had already received one for all from All Might, and it had been a rush for sure. The first time he'd used his own quirk after that, he'd near blown himself up. He felt like he had to learn everything all over again. But he'd been pushing himself, for All Might, for Deku, combined with the search effort. That meant his sleep had been suffering. A thud on his desk jolted him awake. When had he fallen asleep? Just because you're at the top of the class, Bakugo, doesn't mean you can sleep during my class. If I'm not sleeping, no one is sleeping, Aizawa declared before turning back to the board. If you slack off now, you'll just fall behind. Bakugo growled, and some of his classmates flinched, expecting an explosive outburst, but he just sank back in his seat. Aizawa was right. After all, he couldn't fall behind, not now. Hero present. Izuku smiled at Shouto as he slipped out of bed. He finally had his casts off, and the doctors were releasing him. The visit from his class had been nice. It made him blush to think they all cared about him enough to visit in the hospital. Someday he forgot that he had people who really truly did worry about him and his well-being. "Are you ready?" Shouto asked, holding out an arm. "Yeah, I do want to try and visit Kachin though. I know he's not awake. But I was hoping the doctors would finally let us see him, at least the two of us and not the whole class." Izuku beamed. "We can try." He slipped his hand into Izuku's, glad to finally be able to do so. He'd not gotten a good report. The doctors told him he was coming close to completely destroying his arms. Shouto vowed not to let that happen. He had to get stronger so Izuku wouldn't feel the need to break himself. They walked through the halls until they stopped just short of Bakugo's room. Outside the door, he could see the doctor and Aunt Mitsuki. It wasn't that surprising that she was here after everything that had happened. She turned around to look at Izuku with tears in her eyes before she pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. Shouto's mind went blank for a moment as he watched his boyfriend get pulled into the arms of an older, female, Bakugo. "They told me what you did trying to save him. Thank you, especially after everything." She sounded broken almost, and Izuku simply wrapped his arms around her. "Don't thank me. I wasn't able to do anything in the end," Izuku said sadly. "Kachin saved himself." Mitsuki Bakugo pulled away from him, looking down as an unreadable expression crossed her face. "They haven't told you anything yet, have they?" "Told us what? How's he doing?" Izuku asked as he looked toward the window as Bakugo lied very still, covered head to toe with bandages, and wires and tubes running everywhere. It was a hard sight to stomach. Mitsuki followed his gaze. "You're a kind boy, Izuku. You always have been. And he might be mad at me later for telling you this, but I think you may be the best person to help him through what he's going through now." What's wrong?" Izuku looked at her, fear in his eyes, and Shouto slipped his hand back into Izuku's. He felt like an outsider almost, but that was okay. Katsuki didn't escape. She rubbed her eyes a bit as she spoke. "They found him with a note on him addressed to the school. I haven't been told exactly what it said, but..." She shook her head, still wrapping her mind around what she was saying. "They did this on purpose. He was meant as a warning." "Warning?" Izuku's heart raced. Aunt Mitsuki was never like this. She never cried. He felt like he was going to be sick. "They took it, Izuku." She rubbed her eyes again as tears threatened to spill. "They took his quirk from him." Izuku felt as if the world was going to swallow him whole as his mind processed what Bakugo's mother had said. They what? Shouto's eyes went wide. He hadn't talked to Izuku yet about things he'd discussed with All Might. He wanted to do that when they were alone later. But now, had Bakugo been hit by the same quirk that had taken All Might's and passed it to Izuku? He had a lot of questions. They're waiting for him to wake up to ask him questions. But until then we have no idea what happened to him, Mitsuki admitted. "I'm sorry, Aunt Mitsuki." That was all he could say before wrapping his arms back around the woman as she cried. Villain passed. It was all over the news. What people were dubbing the Hasu City incident. Stain, the hero killer, had joined the League of Villains and they had wrecked the city. But that wasn't the headline. No, the headline was Shouto Todoroki, missing son of Endeavor, spotted working with the League of Villains in Hasu City incident. His face alit with fire, as he burnt buildings throughout the town was plastered everywhere. And right behind him, it was clearly Deku. Even though the frame had been focused on Todoroki, Bakugo would recognize that green hair anywhere. What had that bastard done? How had he convinced Deku to give up his dream of being a hero? Had he forced him? There was no way. Deku, the kindest person he had ever met, Deku with the biggest smile, who loved All Might more than anyone, would ever be a villain. Bakugo's whole body was shaking as he looked at the paper. He didn't even realize he was crying until the droplets hit the print below. He would save Deku. And he would kill that icy hot bastard if it was the last thing he ever did. Villain present. Akumu stared down Backdraft, who was holding a very familiar girl in his arms. "You couldn't help it, could you?" "No," Shouto admitted. "Are you mad at me?" he asked, looking down at the girl asleep in his arms. "Extremely," Akumu replied, but his voice didn't show it. "You know what you're risking." "I know," Shouto replied calmly. "Oh, lovers quarrel. So romantic." Toga bounced up and down. "Are you going to fight each other now?" she asked, getting in Akumu's face. No, both men answered in unison. "Not even a little?" she asked with a pout. Akumu walked over to Backdraft and placed a hand on Uri's head. "No, not even a little." "So what's with the brat anyway?" Dabai asked, glancing at the girl. The bandages he saw wrapped around her legs made him wince. "She's been an experiment of the villain overhaul for a long time. She was key to his plans, and he abused her for her quirk and his own twisted pleasure over and over again," Shouto explained. Dabai turned, blue flames sparking from his hands, and glared at Akumu. "And you are going to leave her there? This is what you're upset with him over? Just a little while longer. There is a lot we know about this world, and a lot we don't. The path this world took diverged from ours some time ago. But there was someone I was afraid I wouldn't meet if we rescued her too soon," Akumu admitted. But in the end, I expect this from Shouto, so as angry as I want to be, I can't truly be upset. I am glad she is safe now. I can formulate a plan around this. I knew you'd see reason. Backdraft smiled before placing a kiss on his lover's lips. Oh, Toga grinned. I wish I had a boyfriend. Like anyone would date a crazy beach like you, Shigaraki replied, as Toga turned and threw a dagger at him. Shut up. Akuma's crazy and someone loves him. He let me watch what he did to that boy. It was so amazing, so much blood. Yeah, well, we're both crazy, Shouto admitted, smirking at Izuku. Hero present. They had leads finally. Two of them, and while it was no longer a rescue mission, that didn't mean they could let them go cold. It was with confidence that Kamui Woods burst into the bar that evening. He shot out his branches. In a situation like this, there was no time to think. But as he did so, he came to the startling realization that the bar was empty. Almost. It's a trap, he screamed, hoping to warn his companions before everything around him exploded. Hero, villain present. Are they ever going to stop? Mount Lady complained as she was dive-bombed by another Namu. Best Genus dodged out of the way, as he sent his fabric strands out to restrain 3 of the beasts, long enough for Endeavor to incinerate them. We believe this is the facility they were manufacturing them. All Might replied as he punched one in the face. He couldn't keep this up for much longer, but All for One was close. He could feel it. Any doubts that the man was involved had fled his mind after his conversation with Shouto Todoroki. And then when young Bakugo had reappeared without his quirk, there was no denying. All for One had returned. I'll leave the rest to you. There is something I must do, All Might declared as he sent another one crashing back into a wall. Slacking on the job, All Might. That's not like you at all, Endeavor declared as his fire burnt through what seemed like an endless horde. Hardly, he laughed, but it was getting harder and harder to keep up the smile. But he had to. The world was watching the battle. He leapt up to the rooftop to get a better view. He had to find All for One. He had to end this now. Clapping behind him caught his attention. As he spun around, glancing at the figure approaching him. All for One, he cried out, expecting someone else. All Might. Akumu spoke through his mask. He'd changed his clothes, wearing a suit and tie, preparing to look his best as he made his debut on the world stage. His cowl for the moment was firmly in place. He knew the cameras were rolling. Everyone would be watching. Sorry to disappoint you, but All for One has already been moved. I can't let you have him yet, but I promise I'm the one you need to worry about. You're the villain that captured Katsuki Bakugo, All Might declared, squaring his stance up to fight. In the flesh, Akumu bowed. It's remarkable that thick head of yours could put it together. You put him in that hospital bed, fighting for his life. Your League of Villains stole the future of an aspiring young hero with so much heart and potential. I won't let this stand. All Might rushed Akumu as the man effortlessly dodged the attack. So you still think people are worthless without a quirk, huh? Alumu replied, dodging yet another of All Might's attacks. You and Katsuki Bakugo are so much alike. You both epitomize what is wrong with your corrupted world. I'm truly surprised he's not your successor. No, All Might declared, anyone can be what they want, regardless of quirks. Akumu jumped back, disconnecting his mask, before looking back up at All Might. Oh really? Is that what you tell suicidal young boys abandoned on rooftops? Or is that just some garbage for the press? Midoriya. But how? All Might stopped frozen in place. That's a good question, Akumu answered, shaking his cowl free. Why I ended up in this poison-filled world, I don't know. But I do know that I am the cure. You can't be him, All Might yelled, halting his attack. The boy you chose as your successor. No, I am not, Akumu acknowledged. I suppose you can think of me as another version of what he could have become, he stated as the shadows coiled around his arm. But I have to ask, he grinned, before sending them after All Might. Did you know who his father was when you chose him? His father. All Might had so many thoughts and feelings coursing through his head as he stared down the twisted figure of his protege. So far all he'd managed to do was dodge. Seems you didn't. Akumu chuckled as his shadows chased All Might across the battlefield. If you had, you'd never have picked him. I mean, giving the son of All for One, one for all. You didn't seem to be the type for irony. That's impossible. All Might swung on him finally, as a wall of shadow sprung up to block his assault. It seemed that he had tapped back into his resolve, not willing to believe anything Akumu had to say anymore. Have you ever met his father? Akumu asked. Their faces were close as All Might tried to force himself through the shadowy barrier. In a flash, Akuma dropped the barrier, throwing his body out of the way, before using the tendrils in his arm to punch All Might, right where All for One had weakened him so many years ago. Blood spewed out of his mouth as Akumu's tendrils shot out and wrapped All Might in them. He squeezed hard as All Might screamed, being crushed, ribs cracking, arms breaking as more blood shot from his mouth, and he was reduced to his weakened state. Akumu released his hold as All Might collapsed to the ground, broken and defeated. Remember this day. Remember it as the beginning of the end for your precious hero society. Remember it as the day you lost, Akumu declared, taking notice of the other heroes arriving on the scene. and now it's time for me to take my leave." He bowed as his shadows swarmed around him and he disappeared deep into the night. Villain passed. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, walking up and wrapping his arms around Shouto, who was staring down at the paper with his picture plastered across the front page. This was what they had wanted. This was what they had planned. The whole reason they'd accompanied the League to Hasu in the first place. "No," Shouto finally replied, burning the paper to a crisp. As the ashes floated into the air, he looked at Izuku, who seemed sad. "I'm sorry," was all the other boy could muster. He'd taken Shouto's life from him. He'd been so stupid. "Don't be," Shouto replied, moving so he was face to face with Izuku. "I don't regret what we did if that's what you're thinking. Leaving that school and my sheet-ass father was the best decision I ever made. I'm just mad at how much the world keeps dismissing you. You did more than anyone that night, but your name isn't even mentioned. It's like they all forgot about you. The world never even knew about me to remember me in the first place," Izuku said with a sigh. "Then we'll have to make sure they learn who you are. And never forget it," Shouto declared with fire in his eyes. Hero present. Shouto and Izuku were sitting in Izuku's living room, a mop of green hair resting on Shulo's shoulder as he wrapped his arm around the other boy. It was late, and Izuku's mother was working, and well, so was Shouto's father. They were watching the news. Shouto could see how nervous Izuku was watching All Might and the others fight the hordes of Numu. How much he wanted to go help his hero. Knowing what he knew now, he couldn't lie. He was feeling a lot of apprehension himself, but he shoved it down for his boyfriend's sake. Knowing how inexplicably linked Izuku's fate was to All Might's had scared him on some level. The light of his life would always have a target on his back, and All Might had put it there. That was a feeling he needed to tackle another time. As the fight progressed, though, Izuku nearly shot out of his seat. He was sitting on the edge of the couch now, staring at the screen. "Is that?" His eyes went wide. "It's him," he cried. "He's the one who attacked us in the forest and took Kachin. He's fighting All Might now." Shouto moved forward, wrapping an arm around Izuku. Though it was terrifying to see All Might struggle, deep down they both felt a bit better about how they'd fared in the forest that night. If this villain was giving him trouble, they had never had the chance. The feelings were short-lived, as Shouto felt his Izuku stiffen under his touch. He was starting to hyperventilate, and fear gripped Shouto as his eyes moved back to the screen from his boyfriend. He wasn't sure what he expected to see, but the villain bearing Izuku's face was not a possibility he was even vaguely aware of. He swore his heart stopped as they both gaped, mouths open at the TV. The silence between the two was only shattered as Izuku's phone started to ring. Villain present. Akumu stood in a safe house in the middle of the woods. He had guessed after they returned Katsuki Bakugo that their time in the bar safe house would be dwindling. He'd convinced the League to move locations not 3 days before the attack came. His plan had worked flawlessly, and they'd even managed to kill one of the pro-heroes. It had been a good day for Akumu. He was almost giddy. "Well, I have to hand it to you." Shigaraki grinned at Akumu. "You definitely didn't disappoint. I told you I wouldn't," he said with a bow, taking Backdraft's hand and spinning him around, before landing a kiss on the other man. "I mean, I could watch this over and over," Shigaraki said as he rewound the recording of Akumu bringing All Might to his knees. "You're right, this was better than killing him outright. You can see how much he suffers. Oh, and when he gets to look sweet Zuzu in the face, you can see how crushed he is," Toga said, squeeing. "Oh yeah, need to rewatch that part too," Shigaraki declared, rolling the recording back even more. "It's my new favorite movie. I can't pick the best part. I propose a toast," Mr. Compress said as he pulled a few marbles out of his coat before popping a couple of glasses and a bottle of wine out of his pocket. "I'll admit, that was more satisfying than it was the first time around," Backdraft admitted, settling into Akumu's side. "Oh, you're so lucky getting to see this twice." Toga bounced back and forth from foot to foot. "When do you think I'll get to play again?" "Soon," Akumu said, ruffling her hair. "Can I have her?" she asked, pulling out a picture of Uraraka. "She's so cute. I could just eat her up. I'm sure we can arrange something." Akumu smiled down at her. Dabai walked out, stretching before flopping down on the couch next to Twice. "You guys are so effing loud. I couldn't sleep," he complained. "How can you sleep when you can watch this?" Shigaraki asked, pointing at the TV. "Ugh, let me know when it's a video of Endeavor," he groaned. Backdraft just shrugged. "Akumu wants to let him try to rebuild after All Might's fall. Says it will be more satisfying to watch him fail at being the #1 hero. And I think agree. Crush the man's hopes and dreams just when they're in his grasp. I hate that I agree with that," Dabai replied as he let his head fall back and closed his eyes. Shouto, however, didn't miss the small smile that played on his lips. Hero present. Izuku looked at the phone buzzing in his hand as his whole body shook. It was Kirishima on the phone. He closed his eyes and hit a button, meaning to hang up, and they flew open as he heard the redhead's voice filter in from the line. "Midoriya, are you there?" He stared at it before he shakily spoke. "Yeah, are you seeing this?" Kirishima yelled in disbelief. Izuku nodded before he realized Kirishima couldn't see him. Yeah, me and Shouto are watching the knee. He stopped as he dropped the phone. Laying on the ground as the cameras circled was All Might's broken and motionless body. Midoriya. He heard Kirishima scream before the line went dead, and he looked to see Shouto had hung it up before he turned off the phone. Izuku. Shouto spoke softly before turning his own phone off as it began to ring. Are you okay? But Izuku was still staring at the TV. Shouto quickly grabbed the remote and turned it off. Izuku. He the green-haired boy was starting to hyperventilate again. Izuku, you have to stay with me, Shouto said calmly before moving so his face was in front of the other boys. I started before he just let out a wail. Words choked in his throat. Shouto's response was to wrap his arms around Izuku and pull him into a hug as he let the boy sob and shake in his arms. An hour later, when they were both slumped to the floor, Izuku barely awake, a knock came at the door. This is the police. We need to speak with Izuku. Midoriya echoed through the apartment, and Shouto only tightened his grip on his boyfriend. Hey, problem child, I'm here too. We really need to talk to you. Aizawa's voice floated through the door. Izuku looked at Shouto before standing up and opening the door. As he unlocked and pulled open the door, he found himself pulled into his teacher's arms, and the tears flowed once more. Villain passed. Hey Bakugo man. Kirishima smiled as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. He'd always been the only one not afraid to approach him, and Bakugo had to admit he respected him for it. I'm really glad you decided to join us today. I know things have been crazy for you lately with everything. He wasn't going to mention Todoroki or Midoriya. It was the unspoken rule amongst their class, especially not in front of Bakugo. Yeah, well, the old hag told me to get out of the house and do something other than train, or she was going to force my ass to go to her fashion conference bullshit. So don't think I'm here for you. Bakugo snapped. Part of him was beginning to hate himself for it. This was how he'd pushed Deku away after all. He couldn't bring himself to say, "Thanks for caring about me, man," to Kirishima, no matter how much he wanted to in his heart. Kirishima didn't seem to mind. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. He laughed as he kicked a stone in their path. Bakugo looked over at Kirishima. He wasn't sure if he was annoyed or not that the redhead seemed to be able to read him better than his childhood friend. Then again, outside of screaming die at him during training matches, he'd never seriously leveled what could have been construed as an actual request for the boy to kill himself at Kirishima. The guilt from that day had poked at him lately, dug up with everything else he'd been analyzing about his and Deku's life over the years. Now only that he could look back on it did he realize that it was obvious that Deku stuck around with him because he had nowhere else to go. He was quirkless, and no one would be friends with a quirkless nobody. So of course Deku had stayed, and not because he saw through Bakugo's words as the boy had originally thought. Of course, Deku had run into the arms of the first person that opened them to him, and the horrible realization hit him that Deku likely thought he'd actually wanted him to kill himself. His throat went dry at the thought. Hey, man, are you okay? Kirishima asked tentatively, noticing the look on his face. Was he okay? I'm just thinking about stuff. Bakugo didn't deserve comfort. Do you do you want to talk about it? Kirishima pushed slightly. He'd never told All Might what he'd said to Deku. He wondered if the man would have still chosen him if he'd known. Bakugo. Kirishima's voice cut through his thoughts. He was doing it again. He had begun to spiral into a depression. He swallowed hard. He couldn't tell Kirishima what was wrong. He would think he was a monster. He wouldn't want to associate with him anymore. He couldn't lose another friend. Bakugo man, are you crying? Kirishima asked. There wasn't a hint of ridicule in his voice. It was full of kindness and compassion, just like Deku's had been. He reached up to feel his cheeks, and sure enough he had been. Bakugo held his hand out looking at the glistening tears as if they were some foreign substance before shaking his head, trying to clear some of the fog that had overtaken him. I don't think I am. He hadn't actually meant to say it, and it only came out as a whisper, but the concern on Kirishima's face only grew. You don't have to talk to me, Bakugo, but you need to talk to someone. Kirishima insisted. I'll tell you. Bakugo's shoulders slumped. But you have to make me a promise first. Anything, man. You're my friend and I want to help. Kirishima declared, puffing out his chest. Promise me you won't leave too. Promise me you won't hate me. Bakugo pleaded. Kirishima was caught off guard by this somber displace before shaking his head. I knew it. This is about Midoriya. It's okay, man. I'm not going anywhere. Bakugo winced at the name but shook his head in acknowledgement. All right, I don't think you'll keep your word when I'm done, but I guess that's as good as I'm gonna get. He sighed. You already know we were childhood friends, but what you don't know is Bakugo started and spilled out everything to Kirishima. Once he got going, he couldn't stop. And for his part, all Kirishima did was listen, making noises of acknowledgement that he was listening as his friend spoke. And now you know everything. Bakugo finished, bringing a hand up to cover his face. It had been exhausting to get out, but part of him felt a little lighter talking about it. He'd never told another soul before, but that in itself made him feel worse. His guilt shouldn't be lessening, and he growled in frustration at his own emotion. Bakugo man, that's... Kirishima was still trying to process what he had been told. Sorry to dump it on you, you don't deserve that. Bakugo acknowledged before turning to walk away, certain the other boy wouldn't want anything to do with him anymore. Kirishima's response was to pull him into a hug. Villain passed. I love you. The word came one morning as they were eating breakfast together. Shouto sat next to him and Izuku had a piece of sausage halfway to his mouth when he heard the words. What he replied frozen in shock. I love you. Shouto repeated as if it was a well-known fact. That's the only answer. The only answer to what? Izuku asked, setting his silverware down nervously. To what I'm feeling. I looked it up online because I thought I was getting sick or developing an allergy to you. Every time you look at me or touch me, my heart starts to race, and my whole body feels like it's on fire, but not from my quirk. You're my everything, Izuku, and you have been since the day you fell into my arms. Shouto had the tone of someone explaining a college paper rather than someone declaring heartfelt love, yet that made it feel more real to Izuku. He knew Shouto well enough by now. Anything else would have felt fake. Izuku tilted his head down to hide his eyes behind his hair. Unconsciously, he reached out and touched the other's face, his hand landing on Shouto's scar. Thank you for telling me. He smiled, and Shouto thought he might melt. I think I love you too. How can I not? You're like my guardian angel. He refused to use the term hero. That term was soiled and dirty, so he had looked up other ways to express how he felt and found an old one from before quirks and heroes were commonplace to express himself. That was it. Shouto was his angel. Shouto returned the smile and brought his own hand up, placing it on top of Izuku's. Yep, this was definitely the best decision he had ever made. The thought filtered through his head as he leaned in to kiss the other boy. Hero present. Look kid, we know it wasn't you obviously. You're not in trouble. Quite the opposite. Aizawa explained. Whatever this villain is aiming at, we fear you may be targeted next. We're not sure what's going on, but you and Bakugo seem to be at the center of it. That means for the time being we need to take you into protective custody under UA. Your mother has been contacted already and has consented for your safety. Izuku nodded before looking to Shouto. He really didn't want to be separated from him right now. Aizawa crossed his arms. He's coming too. With his father busy, especially with what happened earlier, with Todoroki's involvement in the case, and what we know from the attack in the forest, it's best that he is also taken into temporary UA custody. Have they said anything about? Izuku's voice was small as he wrapped his arms around himself. Shouto turned everything off right afterward. All Might is alive, but severely injured. He's been taken to the hospital, and no, unfortunately under the circumstances you are not allowed to visit him. Aizawa's voice sounded more tired and strained than normal and he rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. But we should be going. Someone from the school will be sent to collect your things. Right now we need to get you two moved before the media figures out where Izuku Midoriya lives. Izuku let out a sigh of relief at the world of All Might but tensed back up when Aizawa mentioned the media. Shouto just placed a hand on his back, rubbing small circles. You ready to go, Izuku? He asked him. Yeah, we should go like Mr. Aizawa says. Izuku nodded. Aizawa just turned and started walking down the hall. Izuku and Shouto followed as the police officer fell in behind them. Hero present. Katsuki Bakugo groaned as he awoke from his coma. His whole body ached and he could barely move. It hurt as he brought his hand up in front of his face. His eyes locked onto his palm as he tried to force the sparks that would have once come with ease. He let out a strangled cry as his hand dropped back to his side and he was left panting with the strain of the effort. The physical pain, though, was nothing compared to the hollowness he felt. It was like a piece of his soul had been stolen. You couldn't have just killed me, could you, you bastard? Bakugo's voice was hoarse as he stared at the ceiling of his room. Villain passed. I wanted to introduce you to our new recruits. Kurogiri addressed Izuku and Shouto as they stood hand in hand in the bar. Shigaraki was nowhere to be seen, but before them stood a girl with some kind of odd equipment strapped to her and two buns in her hair. Behind her against the wall was a man with dark blue hair and damaged, dying skin stapled all over his body. It was a bit intimidating, to say the least. Hi, I'm Toga and I have to say I'm a big fan. The girl grinned as she ran over to them. Shouto sighed and was about ready to try and fend her off when he watched her approach Izuku instead. The protective feeling he always felt when it came to the other flared, but he just watched her warily. It was so cool how you handled all those targets in Hasu. So much blood, it was delightful, she declared, spinning around. You saw that? Izuku asked wide-eyed as his shadows flickered around his body. Toga nodded as she moved up close to him, leaning on his chest. I was there trying to catch a glimpse of Stain. I'm a huge fan of his too. I couldn't find him, but I did find you. I knew then I just had to meet you. Will you be my boyfriend? Izuku was a bit flustered as he stepped back. He's taken, Shouto declared, pulling the other boy against his chest. Toga pouted. Friends then? She asked, holding out a hand. Sure, we can be friends. Izuku smiled before taking her hand. So Endeavor's kid is a fruit, huh? Came the voice from across the room. Shouto glared at the man. Hey, it's not an insult. Dabai raised his hands up, though his eyes were still locked on Shouto. It must run in the family. But I can imagine that's one more thing to piss him off. Can't use his perfect creation as breeding stock. What the hell do you want? Shouto growled out at him. To see Endeavor suffer and his legacy destroyed. That's why I'm here. I heard his favorite brat grew a backbone defect to the League of Villains. Had to see it for myself. Dabai replied, folding his arms across his chest. Shouto turned away, looking down at his hands. I don't know what my father has done to you, but I guarantee you there is no one who hates him and his precious legacy more than I do. Dabai snorted a bit, stifling a laugh. What's so funny? Shouto snapped. You don't know anything, kid. Sit down and let your betters handle it. Dabai replied before turning to leave. In a moment, Shouto reached out, shouting out his ice to block Dabai's exit. You are the one with no idea, and you best stay out of my way. Izuku looked at Shouto with wide eyes, before placing a hand on his shoulder. Shouto, please. Not in the bar, Kirigiri declared. I assure you, we are all on the same side here. Our ideals align. Please give yourselves time to understand this. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Dabai replied, before melting the ice with his own fire and walking away. Hero present. Shouto and Izuku stood before Aizawa as he stopped in front of the dorms. Truth of the matter is, after everything that happened, the school had decided to construct dormitories to house and thus better protect the students, he explained as his charges stared up at Alliance Heights. Before long, your fellow classmates will be living here with you. The only difference being you two will not be allowed to leave school property, though you will still train with them to obtain your provisional hero licenses. The council has agreed to allow you alternative methods to obtaining them, to be disclosed later. For now, until they arrive, feel free to use the school facilities to keep up on your personal training. I currently have temporary custody of the two of you. As such, I will give you my personal number. You should be safe on school grounds, but if you notice anything out of place, don't hesitate to call immediately. Aizawa paused, handing them a slip of paper with his number written down on it. Izuku took it and held it to his chest, as Shouto continued to look at the school. He was stuck here, that was true, but it felt freeing. His emotions had been all over the place this evening, and he'd done his best to stay strong for Izuku, knowing how much more painful it had been for him. But knowing he wouldn't have to go back home to face his father made him unbelievably happy. You two are probably exhausted, and rightly so. Now, I know you two are together, but even still I'm going to trust you. I can't imagine that either of you wants to be alone right now, so I've given you room assignments right next to the other. Students to that end are allowed to customize their quarters within reason. I've taken the liberty of opening a doorway between your rooms. Please, for my sanity and your own, do not make this common knowledge between your classmates. Aizawa continued, sighing, bringing a hand to his chin. Oh, and one more thing. As your guardian, I have signed you both up for therapy sessions. We'll work the details out in the morning. But given recent events, I and your parents believe this is necessary. Therapy? Izuku asked. Like physical therapy, but I'm fine. My arms are a bit weak, but... No, Shouto shook his head. I'm pretty sure he's talking about a psychologist. Todoroki has the right of it. You and really your whole class have suffered a lot of trauma in the past few months. You most of all, Midoriya. You're not going to be much of a hero if you have a complete mental breakdown before you're out of high school. It's not talked about a lot, but just about every pro hero has one on call to help them deal with things that happen on the job. Oh, Izuku replied, taking in a deep breath. All right, I can do that. Good. Now come on so I can show you your rooms. Your things will arrive in the morning, but we have your beds prepared. Aizawa turned to enter the build. Welcome to Alliance Heights. Villain passed. A knock came at the door to Izuku and Shouto's room. Izuku had been sitting at a desk poring over his notebooks for quirk analysis, as Shouto had been working on raising and lowering his body temperature. Izuku stood and opened it to find Kirigiri standing on the other side. Izuku, Midoriya, I've been sent to fetch you. Our master has been quite pleased with your service to the League of Villains so far. You've helped to guide Tamura towards a proper path and brought us more than one victory. The shadowy figure brought a hand to his chest. For this, you've been awarded a rare opportunity to meet with our master in person. He has a gift he wishes to bestow upon you. Shouto's head flashed up to the doorway as Kirigiri spoke. He stood walking over to stand behind Izuku. A gift for me? Izuku gasped in surprise. But you've already given me so much. I've only done what you've asked to repay the kindness you've all shown me. I am heartened by your humble response, and I'm sure our master will be as well. Still, nonetheless, he wishes to meet with you. I would not pass up this opportunity, Kirigiri replied. Of course, Izuku replied before looking back to Shouto. Go on, I'll be all right, Shouto replied before placing a kiss on the other boy, causing them both to blush. Neither was quite used to the affection from the other. Izuku nodded. Okay, let's go. Right this way, Kirigiri replied before opening a portal. Izuku was nervous as he stepped through. And when he was gone, Kirigiri dropped the portal and Shouto was left standing in an empty room staring where his boyfriend had just been. Hero present. Shouto and Izuku were sitting curled up on one of the couches in the common area of the dorms. As promised, their things had been delivered that morning. They had spent the better part of the rest of the day organizing their rooms. For a moment they thought about moving the beds together but figured that would take things a bit too far concerning Aizawa's trust. Izuku had turned his phone back on long enough to have a conversation with his mother. She had cried, and so had Izuku. Apparently, she'd been placed into protective services as well. In the end, they were both just glad the other was okay and safe. No conversation about what had led to this arrangement had taken place, and Shouto was glad. He'd made sure to keep Izuku away from the television, and hadn't even turned on his phone to check in with his family. He was sure his sister was beside herself, but he couldn't deal with her right now. He needed to focus on the boy in front of him. He'd managed to keep his mind busy most of the day, but now they'd run out of tasks. And Shouto could feel the tenseness and uneasy return to the other boy's body as he held him close. I know I'm not the best at offering comfort, but if there's something I can do, please tell me. Izuku moved so he could look Shouto in the eye and shook his head. You've been wonderful. I don't know where I'd be right now without you. I feel the whole world's gone mad, and you're the only constant I have. Between All Might, Kacchan, and that villain, I have so many thoughts running through my head I can hardly make sense of it. Shouto leaned in and placed a kiss on Izuku's forehead. I'm glad then, he stated, pulling the other in closer. Would you like to talk about it? I may not be the therapist Aizawa wants you to see, but I can at least listen. Izuku's first response was not to burden his boyfriend. He knew what he had been through, and had always thought himself to be support for him. It felt weird, but also heartwarming that Shouto was willing to fill that role for him too. Still, it was hard for him to ask for help, or accept what was offered. Maybe if he stuck to a subject he knew had to worry Shouto too, he wouldn't feel like a burden. He took a deep breath and started again. I'm really worried about Kacchan. He started. I know you know that he bullied me when we were younger, but you don't know why exactly. Izuku looked down, not willing to look Shouto in the eye as he spoke. You know that I didn't develop my quirk until right before the entrance exams. So most of my life, everyone believed I'd been born quirkless. When we were small, Kacchan and I would play all the time, fantasizing about being heroes together. Him number one always winning and me number two right by his side. An unstoppable duo. Tears started to form in Izuku's eyes as he spoke, curling in on himself more. But once the doctors declared me quirkless, it was like a switch in him flipped. He acted like I'd betrayed him. I was dirt beneath his feet. Always insulting me about being quirkless, and how I couldn't be a hero and how dumb I was to think I could. That's why he gave me the nickname Deku, to begin with. To always remind me how stupid I was to think I could be a quirkless hero. Except for one time, my faith in myself that I could be a hero never wavered. But in Kacchan's mind, a quirkless hero is impossible. It's been what he's clung to his whole life. And now. Izuku started crying in earnest. Now with with his quirk gone, I don't know what he's going to do. His mom wants me to help him, but I was never able to change his mind before. I don't know how I can now. Shouto listened, though he filled a bit of the conversation away for later. This was not the time for Shouto to bring up the fact he knew how Izuku got his quirk, or rather who from. Still, he thought hard about what he could say to comfort the other boy, as he rubbed circles on his back. But he then thought about the dorms they were currently in, and of their classmates. You're not alone, and neither is he. His mother may have looked to you because she knows you, and knows how your light shines and inspires others. But I have learned from you the value in those around me. It's a lesson I treasure. I doubt there is anyone in our class that would be unwilling to help in whatever way they can. Izuku let out a deep breath. I suppose you're right. But still, it's not going to be easy. I know Kacchan, and he's not going to want to be pitied. He's not one for sympathy. Nothing worth doing as eases it. Shouto replied before a smile crossed his face. Except for maybe falling in love with you. Izuku blushed before placing a quick peck on Shouto's lips. I love you, and thank you, he said, resting his forehead against Shouto's. Villian present. Shouto was out of his costume, as he sat in a room with Eri, watching her play. He'd gotten one of the other members to go out and shop for things for the small girl, fearing he and Izuku would stand out too much to safely acquire the things they needed. It was an odd feeling. In the world they left, there was no fear of being seen in public. They had bent it to their will, yet it was broken. The price they paid for their perfect world had been too high. Here they had a second chance. Here they could do everything right. No one would have to die that they didn't will. Shouto looked up as the door opened and Izuku walked in. He too was out of his costume, having gone for something less intimidating. A pair of slacks and a white button-up shirt. Zuzu, the girl cried out before running over and hugging his leg. The smile that spilled across the other man's face made Shouto's heart warm. It was moments like this that proved to him that they'd done the right thing, always the right thing. So, are you ready for your lessons? Izuku asked as he knelt down to her level. It is for Apple, Eri replied, and Izuku nodded as he pulled one out. And apples are for cute little growing girls like you, Izuku said with a sweetness in his voice some people might have thought was lost forever. Is B for blueberry? Eri asked in between bites of her apple. Izuku just laughed. Not today. I can bring you some blueberries tomorrow. Today, Eri, B stands for book, he replied, pulling out a coloring book and a pack of crowns. And C stands for crayon. She giggled and eagerly took the offered items, sitting on the floor and opening it up. D stands for daddy. E stands for Eri. Good, you've been practicing. Izuku's smile grew as he sat down next to her. Now, Eri, while you color, I want you to do some exercises for me. Okay, she smiled, but otherwise engrossed in her work. Shouto, for his part, was just watching them, a smile on his own face. Izuku pulled out a potted flower and set it next to her. Today, F is for flower. When you finish a page, I want you to try and make it so the flower is back how it was right before it bloomed. Eri took a moment to look at the pretty flower. It had pretty purple blossoms with yellow in the center. Pretty, very, and you don't have to if you don't want to. I won't let anyone, least of all myself, force you to do something you don't want to ever again. But learning to control your power will help me keep you safe. And don't worry, if something happens, I'll get you more flowers. Part of their beauty is how short they live, Izuku explained. Eri looked at the flower as Izuku spoke, only moving her eyes back to him once he was done. Okay, I will do my best. Both Izuku and Shouto breathed a sigh of relief at the girl's acceptance. Hero present. We need to talk to you about what happened while you were in the hands of the League of Villains. An officer stood in front of Bakugo's bed. They were preparing to release him from the hospital. And now the doctor had seen him fit for interrogation, it seemed. I got the sheet beat out of me and got my quirk stolen. The F else you need to know. Bakugo snapped. He wasn't in the mood for this. He didn't want to talk to anyone, least of all some jackass cop he'd never met. We need to know more about the man who assaulted you. The officer continued. If he was bothered by Bakugo's outburst, he didn't show it. I know it's painful for you to speak about. You don't know sheep, Bakugo interrupted, but the man continued on anyway. But you're one of two people we know of to have close contact with him. He's considered a serious threat. Quite frankly, the fact you're alive seems to be a blessing. This is a effing blessing. Bakugo continued to rage as he held out his hands, still trying to force the sparks that wouldn't come. You're alive. All Might. The only other one to have contact with him is currently in critical condition in this very hospital. Now, if your tantrums are done. I know this is difficult, but we need any information you can give us about the true identity of the villain. The officer continued. All Might ... What? Bakugo repeated in shock. That's impossible. A sentiment many share with you. But another hard truth we must accept. Learning about our foe. One who could defeat the undefeatable. You must understand we need anything you can give us. Anything you remember at all. The police officer's voice had a bit more compassion as he spoke, and Bakugo hung his head. Thoughts of Deku flooded his head and he squeezed his eyes shut. Finally, the resistance left his body. I don't. Fear was a new sensation for Katsuki Bakugo, but he realized this demon with Deku's face was something he feared in every fiber of his being. He ... He looked and spoke exactly like Bakugo couldn't bring himself to say the name. That monster had and hadn't been Deku at the same time. He'd known things only Deku would know. Bakugo took a deep breath. Midoriya ... He looked exactly like Izuku Midoriya. It was easier if he didn't say Deku or any of the myriad of nicknames he had for the other boy. In this cause it had made it easier that he never uses the other's real name. We were able to surmise that from the broadcast of his fight with All Might, though we have been able to determine that it was not actually Izuku Midoriya. We are currently looking into the idea he might be a relative. The officer offered. Did he give you a name? Bakugo paused before shaking his head. No, I've known him since we were small kids. The only family he has is his mom. And he was presenting himself as if he was Midoriya. He once again hesitated as he spoke the name. He knew things only he would know. Things that happened between us before. The officer's eyes went wide for a moment, writing down the information. So you do think this villain really is Izuku Midoriya? No, Bakugo snapped, but he wasn't sure where it was coming from. He had no proof, quite the opposite actually. That idiot would never do something like this. He just felt certain that the level of sadistication that he had seen in this version of Deku was beyond the boy he knew. What did he know that someone other than Izuku Midoriya wouldn't know? The officer questioned, and Bakugo flinched. We've not ... ever been close. Not since we were small anyway. We've always gone to the same school, but Bakugo sighed, bring a hand to his head. He was beginning to get a headache, and he really didn't want to deal with this, but if whoever this Deku wannabe was had nearly killed All Might, then what choice did he have? So this Midoriya, did he bully you in school? The officer asked. What? Bakugo snapped. No. He'd never. He dropped his hand back down beside him, quite the opposite. I bullied him, that's what he used as justification. The incident flashed in his mind again, as explosions rang in his ears. Oh, so you believe this was for revenge? The police officer asked. That would only make sense if it was actually him. But it couldn't be. Bakugo snapped again. He just wanted this man to go. to stop asking his questions he didn't have answers to. Besides, he can't take quirks from other people. Well, I think I've gathered enough for now. Sorry to have disturbed you so much, but this will be valuable for our investigation. Thank you for your time. The officer bowed and Bakugo looked at him. He didn't trust what conclusions the man had come to, but he was leaving and he wasn't about to do something to keep him here. So he watched as he left and sank back down in his bed, trying to shove back the image of Deku's face standing over him with such manic glee. Villain passed. It was late that evening before Shouto saw Izuku again. He'd begun to worry when he'd taken so long to return from meeting the man Kurogiri had ushered him away to. He jumped up and ran to the other, but Izuku just walked past him, as if in a haze. Shouto noticed dark circles under his eyes, and he seemed to be limping a bit. What on earth had happened? Izuku didn't even spare him a glance as he fell into the bed and curled up into a ball. And Shouto's heart started pounding as he rushed to the other's side. Izuku, what's wrong? Nothing, came an emotionless reply. Izuku, I know something's wrong. Shouto pushed, placing a hand on the other boy that immediately got smacked away. Please don't touch me. I'm tired. Let me sleep. Izuku spoke coldly and didn't even turn to look at Shouto. Tears started to form in Shouto's eyes. What happened? What did they do to you? He whispered. I told you, nothing. Izuku forced again, though his voice became agitated. Izuku, Shouto whimpered but pulled his hand back. The tears had started to flow. He wasn't getting answers here. He'd just have to go demand them from Kurogiri. He stood glancing back at the boy who looked so small in his bed before heading out, wiping the tears from his eyes. When he walked out into the bar proper, he saw Kurogiri in his normal place, but thankfully with this late hour, everyone was either out working or in bed themselves. He walked over to the bar with more strength than he knew he had. If he'd been demanding answers for himself, he'd have faltered long ago. But this was for Izuku. These people were supposed to be helping him, not leave him in whatever the hell state he was now. Young Master Todoroki, what can I do for you? Kurogiri asked, glancing down at the boy. Izuku, he choked out. What did you do to him? He won't tell me. Kurogiri sat down the glass he was cleaning, focusing his attention on Shouto. Young Master Midoriya was given a gift from our master. A second quirk. Not all people are compatible with more than one. You yourself being of some exception. He explained. He is a bit exhausted, mentally and physically from the experience, and has yet to recover. It was much the same when he received Black Abyss the first time. Another quirk, Shouto repeated as he tried to get himself under control. Yes, do not fret too much. He will be back to his old self in a few days. But he will need to devote time to training to be able to harness his new powers. I'm sure he would be happy for your help in this matter. Kurogiri continued to speak calmly to him, and it was working. Shouto's nerves were beginning to settle. All right, thank you for telling me. Shouto sighed. It's quite all right. It's clear you care for each other. I applaud you for trying to figure out what was wrong. It was remiss of me not to warn you of this possibility, but I myself did not know our master's intentions until Midoriya returned. Kurogiri explained. Shouto nodded. Thank you again. I'll try and be there for him, even if he doesn't appreciate it right now, he explained before heading back to his room, relieved to find Izuku already sleeping. Villain passed. Bakugo blew up one of the rocks in front of him with swift and precise ease. Things still didn't really feel fair since he'd received one for all from All Might. He was progressing, and fast. The gap between him and his classmates was widening by the day. For this he didn't have much time with the teachers. He didn't need it. Only secret training sessions and talks with All Might for guidance. He hadn't raised too much suspicion, at least. Bakugo had always claimed he was the best. Always had the power to back it up. That his training was paying off and he was becoming stronger wasn't a surprise to anyone. Bakugo had also been working through different things. After the first time he unloaded on Kirishima and the other had stayed, he felt them solidify into an actual friendship, something he never thought he'd have. It was nice to have someone who knew the truth about him and still decided they liked him. He'd even taken up trying to help him on his search for information about Deku. After the Hasu City incident, he'd been able to reluctantly convince his new friend that Todoroki was the one who'd put Deku in danger. He'd had to admit, he'd pictured that smirking bastard's face on a few of the rocks he'd obliterated. Bakugo officially wasn't allowed to do anything. He didn't have a license yet, and even a provisional one wouldn't allow him the freedom he needed. Still, he'd promised Deku's mother he'd find and save her son. She'd found some measure of comfort in his version of events. That someone believed her son hadn't truly forsaken everyone, but it was a small comfort indeed. Finding and helping Deku was the whole reason he'd accepted this power from All Might as well. He had to get stronger and quickly before something truly awful happened. All Might knew his motivations, had praised him for them even, but kept stressing that he had to be patient, to let the pro-heroes take care of it. But the pro-heroes hadn't gotten anywhere. Ag! He screamed, firing off another massive blast that caused debris to fly everywhere. He needed to figure out something, anything. All this waiting was going to drive him mad. Damn it! He cursed before punching the ground. All this power and he still felt utterly helpless. "You all right up there, Bakugo?" Aizawa asked, looking up at his student. "I'm fine," he declared before charging up another blast, though his voice let loose the frustration he felt as Aizawa's face furrowed into one of concern, but he didn't press the issue. He'd give those idiots until he got his provisional hero license, and then he'd take matters into his own hands, one way or another. You didn't become a hero, didn't become #1 by waiting around for others to do your job for you. And protecting Izuku Midoriya had always been his job, even if he'd effed it up until now. Hero present. "I don't even know what the F I'm doing here," Bakugo screamed as Aizawa lead him into the UA dorms. "Quirk or no, you are still a UA Hero Course student. One of my students," Aizawa declared. "You have been taken into the custody of UA, and as such will continue to take your courses like normal." "Is this a effing joke?" Bakugo railed, getting in his teacher's face. "Why the F would I waste my time here? Why would you still waste your time trying to teach me anything? I've failed you as a teacher if you think the loss of your quirk will disqualify you for hero work," Aizawa stated plainly as he stared down the boy, whose mouth was now agape. Izuku had heard the screams all the way from his and Shouto's shared quarters and had taken off, with Shouto hot behind him. He burst into the common room and laid sight on the other boy before dashing at him. "Kachin," he cried. "You're all right." "Duh." Bakugo's eyes went wide. "Deku," he finally said hoarsely as he flinched away when the other boy moved to hug him. "Kachin." Izuku's voice was laced with concern as Bakugo backed away. Bakugo placed Aizawa between himself and Deku, unable to look the other boy in the face. The terror that griped him rattled him as she shook. He hadn't expected to see the other so soon, hadn't been able to prepare himself. I can't do this." Fear was still new to him and he hated it. He hated himself, how weak he felt. He couldn't defend himself against Deku if he tried. He gripped his head. He knew that it wasn't his Deku, and he'd talked it over more. Akumu had appeared and Deku had tried to save him. They couldn't be the same person, but that face, those eyes, he couldn't remove the fear they'd seared on his soul. Explosions rang in his ears as he felt the burns on his skin once more like they were fresh and new. "Todoroki, please take Midoriya back to your rooms while I deal with Bakugo." He could barely hear his teacher's words as he felt hands on his back and whimpered. This wasn't like him. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid, especially not of that damn nerd. But as he forced his eyes open, he could see those emerald eyes looking at him with worry, so despondent, and he couldn't take it. He let out a strangled cry. Aizawa continued to try and talk to him, rubbing circles on his back, but he couldn't hear anything but the ringing. He wasn't sure how long he was like that before he finally passed out. He'd heard other footsteps approach, but he was still back in that room, back with Akumu. Aizawa was left wondering if they'd made the right decision to bring him back so soon. He'd wanted to help the boy get over what had happened, show him that his life wasn't over just because he'd lost his quirk. He hadn't anticipated the reaction Bakugo had had to Midoriya. Maybe he should have. He'd known the villain had taken his student's face. It seemed he had one more student to sign up for therapy. He just hoped she could handle her caseload. Villain passed. Ever since that day, Izuku had been different. While he'd warmed back up to Shouto, he had a guardedness around him. A darkness hung in his eyes that hadn't been there before. The sparkle that Shouto had come to love was gone, and he hated it. Izuku still hadn't told him exactly what happened when he'd gone to see the head of the League of Villains, but there had been a fundamental shift in him. The quirk he had been given increased his sight and hearing. Combined with his shadow quirk and his already analytical mind, it was clear that the League didn't think Izuku Midoriya's time as a spy was over. Shouto sat up as Izuku re-entered their room, placing his book down. "How'd it go?" he asked. While Kurogiri was right and he had been training with Izuku, once a week the boy would return to this mysterious master for one-on-one sessions. Izuku just looked up at Shouto, wide-eyed. My mother was there," he said, bringing a hand to his head before laughing. "I finally know the truth. Why he left, where he's been." "Izuku." Shouto moved quickly to stand beside the other boy. "Your mother, what? How, is she all right?" "She's fine." Izuku rubbed his eyes. All for one tracked her down. He said he needed her to verify something. He wrapped his arms around himself. "Shouto. He's my dad." "What?" Shouto stared at him, not knowing what to say. "Yeah." Apparently his memory got screwed up in his fight with All Might. That's why he disappeared. Tears ran down his eyes. "When he met me the first time he started to remember, but here lately he'd started to question things more and tracked my mom down. She cried and cried and cried for both of us." Shouto knew that his mother was the one thing Izuku had regretted leaving behind. "So this is a good thing, isn't it?" "Yeah, I think. Mom, I don't think really understood why I left. I don't think she ever will. But she loves me. But I can't that he's my father." Izuku brought a hand to his chest. "That's definitely a shock," Shouto replied, rubbing the other boy's back. "He was always gone on business trips when I was a kid, and completely disappeared when I was 9. I barely remembered what he looked like before. He was hurt badly when he tried to confront All Might about that time. His body was nearly destroyed in the fight. And the memory loss I mentioned before. Mom said she never knew what he actually did. She thought he worked for an international hero agency. She had no idea he'd been working to take down the corruption embedded in hero society. It's all a bit of a shock to her. Izuku rubbed his arms as he sat on the floor. Where is she now? Shouto asked, surprised he'd even left her. Resting. My father offered to put her up in a safe house for a little while so she can process what's going on, and she agreed. Izuku explained. But we spent most of the day together. It's weird, knowing he's my dad. But he seemed really happy about it. Shouto took a deep breath, still kind of processing the information himself. I can imagine, finding the lost son and wife you'd forgotten about. Yeah, said he was glad I'd found my way into the family business, so to speak, even without him to guide me here, to begin with. Proud I'd been intelligent enough to see the cracks in our society. He said knowing the truth he'd like to make sure I can succeed him someday. You see, he's still extremely weak from the fight with All Might and doesn't think he'll ever properly recover. He'd been looking for the proper person to take over, and he thought about Tamura. But knowing what he knows now, he thinks it's only right it's me. Izuku spoke as if he was in a haze. I'm still struggling to believe it all. Both our families are pretty weird, huh? Shouto offered him a small smile. Yeah, a lot of pressure though. Helping the League take down All Might is one thing. Doing it myself seems so much more daunting. Izuku admitted. Well, you won't be doing alone. I'm here with you. Shouto slipped his hand into Izuku's and squeezed. Thank you. Izuku smiled and returned it. It was a hell of a day, but he had to remember Shouto was here. Villain present. All right, no rest for the wicked, as they say. Akumu stood in the safe house looking around at the different members of the League. Everything has been set in motion, but we can't afford to lose momentum now. Hero Society is starting to collapse after All Might's defeat at the hands of yours truly. I've been provided with intel that UA has constructed dormitories to house the students to help safeguard them. And while I would like to strike there, Netsu will likely already be putting countermeasures in place. Right now, we can't afford to strike on school grounds when a decisive victory is not guaranteed. Why don't you just kill the little rat? Toga asked in confusion. She didn't think Akumu could be stopped by anyone. Akumu shook his head. If there is one person in your world that can ruin my plans, it's him. He's the only one who was ever able to go toe-to-toe with me mentally in my world. It was like a giant game of chess with very expensive pieces. I had only recently managed to bring an end to him in my world when we were whisked away. Where he is concerned, I must tread lightly and with caution. My only trump card at the moment is that he knows so little about me. It's one of the reasons I let my identity be revealed. It's likely he'll assume I share traits with the Izuku Midoriya he knows, which will cause flaws in his plan. I thought you did that to make All Might suffer. Twice commented. Idiot. That was but a pleasant side effect, Akumu admitted. But we need to get back on topic. He pointed out. For now, we're going to let Endeavor attempt to salvage Hero Society. But that doesn't mean we can't eliminate the pins. For this phase, my plan is to track down and kill lower-ranking heroes. Anyone under the top 100 are fair game. If we make the ones at the top think they have to protect the ones at the bottom ... well then they'll spread themselves even more thin. Akumu explained. We'll each be divided into strike teams, assigned a city and a goal to kill as many young and low-ranking heroes as we can. It may cause some of them to give up entirely. He took out several folders and handed them to each member. These are profiles on the targets you're most likely to come across in each of your assigned territories, a rundown on their quirks and who they normally work with. This sounds a lot like what Stain was doing. Spinner clutched his folder to his chest. It is similar, I'll admit, but the fear that Stain was able to cause working alone will be nothing compared to the organized assault we're planning. Remember, don't linger, kill, move on to the next target. Spend no more than 3 nights in a city, less if there is any sign of trouble. Akumu stressed. Ya. Dabai waved his folder in the air. Your concern is sickening. We can hand ourselves. If we couldn't, you wouldn't be giving us these assignments. Akumu nodded. True. Spend the day studying your targets, and tomorrow we'll head out. Oh, so much fun. Toga smiled as she flipped through her folder. Villain passed. Bakugo clenched his fist. It had been harder than he expected to pass the provisional license exam. His overpowered quirk hadn't been enough. But to be fair, in the field it wasn't always the person with the strongest quirk who won. That was a lesson he'd learned from All Might. He'd had to think on his feet and rely on Kirishima and Takoyami. But he couldn't lose sight of his goal. He had to rescue Deku, and he was All Might's successor, so he had to work within the confines of the law or he would risk never being able to become a pro-hero and throw away all the trust that All Might had placed in him. Now he just needed to sign on with a hero agency that he could convince to look into the problem. He'd scouted a few that he thought might be manipulated into it. Those looking to rise through the ranks, and solving such a high-profile case would give them the glory they felt they deserved. Bakugo was poring over all of this info when his phone rang. He looked up at it buzzing on his desk with a number he didn't know. He hesitated. Not many people had his number and bit his lip fighting what he should do. Finally, he decided to answer, thinking it might have been Deku who had managed to escape and contact someone. Of course, that nerd would have his number memorized. Quickly he answered it before the call was ended. Katsuki Bakugo. Who's this? He answered curtly. Hello, young Bakugo. The words came over the phone and a chill went down Bakugo's spine. He knew that voice. This is Endeavor. I decided to relay a personal invitation to you to come study under my hero agency. I would have sent a letter, but there are a few things I felt we needed to discuss before you accept. Bakugo's hand was shaking. This had to be a trap. He'd been bad-mouthing this man's son to everyone who would listen for the past several months. What do you want to discuss with me? He finally managed to say. I'll drop the pleasantries and get to the point. I know you have ill feelings for my son. I can't blame you. I'll admit I understand where you're coming from after his rebellious behavior at the sports festival and everything that happened after. I wanted to make it clear that I hold no hostility towards you for your opinion. In fact, I happen to agree with you. Shouto has always had a bit of a wild streak in him. I've been trying to bring him to heel for years, but I have a feeling his actions are born from a desire to spite me. Endeavor explained, and Bakugo couldn't believe it. Todoroki's own father believed him. I wish to save my son from himself and bring him back to his senses. And it's no secret you've been wanting to help Midoriya's son, who seems to have been mixed up in Shouto's rebellious behavior. So I will make this clear. I am extending this offer for 2 reasons. 1, because I do believe you show incredible promise as a future pro hero, and I think I could help you develop your explosions. Despite everything else, I would not be extending an invitation if you did not show promise. Secondly is more the heart of the matter. I want you to help me save my son. If I bring my hand down on him, then he'll only struggle more. He always has. In return, I will help you recover your childhood friend. So what do you say, Katsuki Bakugo? Endeavor ended his words with a bit of a smug laugh, not disappointed when Bakugo replied. I'll do it. Bakugo spoke without hesitation, shoving the research he'd been doing into the trash. He wouldn't need it anymore. Go. I'll send you the formal invitation in the morning. Pleasure working with you. Endeavor replied before hanging up the phone. Bakugo stared at it for a moment, thinking that this outcome was better than anything he could have hoped for. Still deep down, he felt as if he'd made a deal with the devil. Villain passed. Izuku burst into the room and threw himself into Shouto's arms and started crying. Shouto wasn't sure what was going on, just that his father had requested to speak to Izuku urgently. Now whatever had happened had left him with a sobby mess of a boyfriend. Izuku ... What's wrong? He asked, concern clear in his voice. Shiz ... Izuku sobbed before letting out another strangled cry. She's dead, Shouto. Dead ... Who's dead? Shouto asked, circling his arms around the other boy. Izuku just cried a bit more before he sat up a bit, rubbing his eyes. Mom, he uttered, breathing heavily between sobs. Your mother's dead. Shouto's eyes went wide. What happened? I thought your father was putting her up in a safe house. He did. Izuku shook his head. But apparently some heroes found out that a high-value target, he spat the words out, was being moved, and they attacked. They treated her like she was a high-ranking villain and she didn't have a chance. He cried. Who did it? Shouto tightened his grip on Izuku. How could heroes mistake an innocent woman for a villain? Endeavor, Izuku whispered. Shouto fought the urge to burst into flames himself as his anger rose. Of course, it was him. Well, we were already planning to kill him. Maybe we should speed it up a bit, before someone else gets hurt. Father was putting a plan together. I told him you'd probably want to help. Izuku just leaned into Shouto. He still couldn't believe his mother was dead. His father had promised revenge for both of them. Of course, anything to see that man get what he deserves. Shouto replied before placing a kiss on the top of Izuku's head. Villain passed. Bakugo was in the gym beating the sheet out of a punching bag. No sooner had he officially accepted Endeavor's offer than had the news reports of Midoriya's death hit. Of course, Endeavor had been involved in the mission where it had happened. The official report was that she had made contact with the League trying to find information on her son and been caught up in the crossfire of a fight between the heroes and the villains. It was all the proof he needed to work faster. Enko would never have her son back. He'd never be able to fulfill that promise. Righteous anger filled him as he punched the bag hard enough to send it flying into the wall. He didn't really believe the official report, but he couldn't voice that opinion. And in the end, it didn't matter. His mom's best friend was dead and her son was still in the hands of the League of Villains. He still needed Endeavor to do what he needed to do. He couldn't cut ties, even if he wasn't sure that Endeavor was entirely innocent in Enko's death. That made him even angrier as he stalked out of the gym. It wouldn't be a good look if he brought the whole place down. He needed to calm down. He needed to focus this anger on something productive. Never mind that he wanted to just blow everything up and sort the debris after. He kicked the door open to the gym, only to find a surprised Kirishima on the other side of it. Hey man, the other threw his hands up in the air. Where's the emergency? Bakugo just grunted. He wasn't in the mood to talk. Not that that fact would stop Kirishima. You alright? I heard what happened. Truth be told, this is why Kirishima had hunted down the explosive blonde, to begin with. I'm fine, Bakugo replied with an edge to his voice that Kirishima recognized as him being very not fine. Kirishima's shoulders slumped, but he fell in step beside his friend. Do you want me to go to the funeral with you? Bakugo looked at him like he was insane. The F would you do that? Well, Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. I'm your friend and she was clearly important to you. And while I didn't really talk to him much, Midoriya was my classmate too. He expressed, looking down at the ground. I really regret that, you know. Maybe if I and some of our other classmates had tried to reach out to him, this wouldn't have happened. But he and Todoroki always seemed so unapproachable. It's not your fault. Bakugo sighed, letting some of the stress leave his shoulders. And if you want to come to the funeral with me, you can. But you're not doing it for me, you're doing it for him, got that? Yo man, I got it, Kirishima said with a grin. Present hero. Izuku sat on his bed staring out the window. He was curled up with his arm over his knees. He'd never seen Kacchan like that. Kacchan was one of the strongest people he knew. Kacchan was amazing. But then ... the look in his eyes as he tried to approach him. He'd expected to get yelled at and maybe smacked on the top of his head for daring to think anything could keep Katsuki Bakugo down. In the moment he didn't care. He was just happy to see him alright. And back at UA, he'd been terrified they'd kick him out after what Mitsuki had told him. But the unbridled fear, he never thought he'd see that on his face, especially not directed at him. Shouto walked back into the room holding 2 bowls of food. It was simply some rice. There wasn't much in the kitchen area for him to work with, and he wasn't about to leave Izuku longer than he had to. Silently, he sat one of the bowls down on the table next to Izuku's bed and stared at the other. What did that villain do to him? Izuku finally spoke. His voice was weak as he sunk into himself more. Shouto shook his head. I don't know for sure. He settled down on the bed next to Izuku. But it was clear how much he hated him during the battle at the forest. The anger was so strong, I was terrified even though he kept saying he'd never hurt me. He's pretending to be me. Izuku shook his head. But I could never hate Kacchan. Sure, I don't understand him sometimes. And he's never been the nicest to me, but I've always looked up to him. I'll be honest. Shouto looked at Izuku. I think you've forgiven him for more than he deserves. The word for what he did to you when you were younger is abuse. I should know. Just because he wasn't an adult doesn't mean it was okay. The way you describe it, you were burnt worse than I was as a kid. Shouto felt himself getting worked up and took a deep breath to push the feelings down. However, you're a kind person, Izuku. It's that kindness that I fell in love with. And not even Bakugo deserves what happened to him. But if you had less kindness in your heart, I could clearly see a world where you would hate him. Maybe. Izuku sighed, moving his head so he could look at Shouto rather than out the window. You say I'm kind, but I want to find whoever this person that stole my face is and hurt them. For what they did to Kacchan and All Might. I've never hated anyone so much. And it scares me. I'm afraid I'm going to make a mistake like Tenya did. I know I can't use my powers for personal reasons like revenge. I know All Might wouldn't want that ... but ... Don't change the fact you want to make him pay for what he did. Shouto supplied. Yeah, Izuku closed his eyes. But if All Might couldn't beat him, then what chance do I have? Shouto's hesitated. But he needed to tell Izuku he knew the truth. The longer he waited, the worse it would be. And there never seemed to be a right time. More than I think you're letting on. You may be the only one who can now. Even as he spoke, the thought terrified him. What do you? Izuku looked at him in surprise, as his heart raced. When you were unconscious in the hospital, I had a lot of time to think. Shouto started to tell his story. There were a lot of pieces to a puzzle I couldn't quite fit together. But then I realized the answer. It was so ludicrous. But what that villain said about you being All Might's successor, that wasn't just a passing comment. You somehow have All Might's quirk. Izuku gasped. Wait, you've got the row. I asked All Might about it when he came to visit. Shouto interrupted him. You don't have to lie to me anymore. He told me I was right. Izuku hung his head, hiding his eyes behind his hair. I'm sorry, Shouto. Don't be. Shouto lifted his head up and placed a quick kiss on his lips. I know you'd have told me if you could have. I'm smart enough to understand the position you're in. Quite frankly, it terrifies me. I didn't want to lie to you. But I didn't want to disappoint All Might either ... But I'm glad you know now. Izuku sighed a bit in relief. I still don't truly understand why he chose a quirkless nobody like me. But I'm grateful. You are not now, or ever, a nobody. You're willing to sacrifice everything to save someone. You literally broke your own bones just so I'd feel better. Shouto insisted. All Might couldn't have made a better choice. I just wish it didn't paint such a target on your back. Izuku smiled before placing a hand on the side of Shouto's cheek and giving him another kiss. Thank you. But you know, we did talk about this once, and I asked him why he didn't choose someone like you. He laughed a bit. Really? Shouto blinked. Though he noticed that Izuku continually dismissed or avoided his concern for the danger he was in. He really needed to knock some self-preservation into his boyfriend. Yep, he said you'd have made a good choice, and his quirk would have made you insanely powerful. but you already had your own path to becoming a hero. Izuku explained. Well, I suppose I'm honored he has some kind of faith in me. Shouto smiled, glad that he was coaxing one out of his boyfriend, though part of me is sad he didn't. I can imagine it would have pissed my father off a lot if All Might had tried to claim me as his successor. I'd almost have paid to see that. Izuku looked at him wide-eyed a moment before he started laughing. That would have been great to see. I did look up to him as a kid, you know. He's the whole reason I wanted to become a hero, Shouto admitted. Really? Izuku tilted his head. I'm surprised your father let you know he existed. Yeah, I used to watch the news reports with my mom while my father was out of the house. It was our little secret since even his name was banned at home. I hated my father, but All Might, he struck me as a real hero, and that's who I decided I wanted to be like when I grew up. Shouto leaned his head onto Izuku's shoulder. Guess we had more in common than we thought. Izuku grinned, tilting his head so he could place a kiss on his boyfriend's nose. Suppose so, guess my secret's out. Can you imagine the scandal? Shouto grinned. I can, Izuku declared before flopping over on his bed in a fit of giggles. Thanks, Shouto. Anytime, love, Shouto replied, flopping down next to him and pulling him into another kiss. Present villain. Dabai stood on top of a water tower looking over the city he'd been assigned to. Knelt beside him was Backdraft. He knew what Akumu was trying to do. Knew that Backdraft wanted a better relationship with him than he'd gotten in his previous life. It was all kinds of sickening, but he had to admit, it was nice to have someone who understood him so well. He couldn't compare this man to the person his brother was. He just needed to decide what he actually wanted to do about it. Family was a four-letter word to him. Family meant pain and anguish. For now, he could accept him as a partner, a means to an end. Anything else was going to be very hard for him to earn. Trust was not something Dabai did. Well, I'm not entirely sure what he expected sending the two of us together. Dabai scoffed, looking down at the town. Unless he wanted this town reduced to fiery ashes, lighting up the blue flames in his hands. I mean, I'm sure a bit of fire will draw out the heroes. Backdraft smirked, before pulling his helmet down and scanning the area. They'd at least managed to get him hooked back up to the database, and Akumu had been taking time to fill it with as much information on the heroes and their quirks as he could. He let his own fireside free, burning as he stood next to Dabai. He also didn't say anything about collateral damage. Well, then I guess it's time to start this party, Dabai replied before leaping to the ground, using his flames to cushion his fall before Backdraft landed beside him. Tonight this city would burn. Present villain. I'm surprised you're not out in the field. You do seem a bit bloodthirsty. Shigaraki spoke as he tossed a card down. After my grand entrance, it will make it harder for me not to stick out in a crowd, Akumu replied as he drew a card, and then immediately cast down another. If I'm spotted, then they'll immediately send in the higher-ranking heroes, and the objective of the mission would be put into question. No, it's best if I sit and direct from the shadows for now. Seems a pretty comfortable place for you. Shigaraki smirked as he drew a card. I win, he declared, tossing his hand down. That you do, and yes, I have quite grown accustomed to them. They were the first quirk I received after all, Akumu explained, picking up the cards to shuffle the deck. You know, I've been meaning to ask you. Shigaraki leaned forward before taking a drink. What happened to me in your timeline? Akumu stopped shuffling for a moment at the question. Do you really want to know? Call it morbid curiosity. I'm assuming I died. With the way you guys go on about fixing your mistakes and whatnot. Shigaraki spoke casually, waving his hand around a bit. Akumu started shuffling again, mulling over how he wanted to answer the question. He wasn't quite ready to reveal what had transpired between him and All for One, but he couldn't explain how Shigaraki died without it. It's complicated, he sighed. Someone you trusted, I trusted, turned out to be playing us like chess pieces. I didn't find out until it was too late to do anything about it last time. You know I'm not stupid, right? Shigaraki tilted his head as he gazed at Akumu. Kurogiri and I have been talking, and I knew something was off. Akumu started to stand, and Shigaraki motioned him to sit back down. You misunderstand what I'm trying to say. Look, it was fairly odd to have our master trust you and give you so much power so quickly. You forget the man practically raised me. Plus you've got his quirk, right? That's how you did what you did to that kid. We put 2 and 2 together. Then what are you getting at? Akumu's panic was rising. He knew it had been a risk, but he needed control of the league for his plans to work. What I'm getting at is I don't really give a shit. You're the one who brought All Might to his knees. And if what you say is true, that old man was gonna stab me in the back anyway. Kurogiri does whatever the F I say. So whatever you did to our master doesn't matter, Shigaraki declared before slamming his glass down. Now that sheet is out of the way, I hate getting sappy. Let's play some more damn cards, or are you gonna shuffle all night? Shigaraki snapped. Akumu sat down and nodded. That wasn't at all how he had planned things to go, and on some level, it should worry him. He always had everything planned out. But in the end, things had gone his way, so he filed away the info for later and shuffled the cards. They had enough time for one more hand before the late-night news came on, and he was looking forward to all the reports. Villains past. Bakugo stood in his suit stone-faced next to his mother who couldn't stop crying. On the other side of her was his father trying to comfort the woman. And to the other side of him stood Kirishima. The service was kept small for security reasons, so none of the rest of their class had been allowed to attend. Though it was a media circus outside, it seemed the world finally cared about Inko Midoriya and her son after she was dead. Endeavor was in attendance as well, along with his two, not wayward children. He'd been silent the entire time, and Bakugo was pretty sure he was just here to save face. The media hadn't been too kind to him. The first high-profile case he'd been involved in since his son had disappeared had ended in the death of a civilian, who just happened to be the mother of the kid that disappeared with his. He wasn't going to think about that man right now. Bakugo's eyes landed at the casket at the front of the room. A man, who Bakugo was sure had never met Inko Midoriya, was up there spouting platitudes about her death. None of it meant anything. None of it touched on the gravity of the situation. That a loving mother was dead, while her son was in danger God knows where. She died trying to save him, and the very people who should have helped her lead to her death. Bakugo felt like this was a show, a circus put on for the masses. No wonder Mr. Aizawa hated the media so much. It made him angry that his mother's tears had been put on the national news like they were part of some effing agenda. It made him even angrier that apparently his mother was the closest thing to family Inko Midoriya had, and some of that anger was directed at himself. He wished more than anything that Midoriya was here to grieve his mother. No, scratch that. He wished more than anything that Izuku Midoriya was at home smiling with his mother as he told her how he'd been doing at UA. He wished more than anything to explain to that stupid nerd why he'd treated him the way he had all these years. Gods, the boy was practically his family. How had he not seen what he was doing to him sooner? He brought a hand to his face to cover his eyes. All of this was wrong, all of it. He felt Kirishima's hand on his back as he let the tears fall down his face. He had to get some fresh air. He couldn't take this. He left the group standing for the funeral and headed up the stairs, towards the roof of the building. He really shouldn't be here, but any other path outside would have left him to deal with the flurry of reporters, and Bakugo couldn't take the suffocating feeling of being around everyone else right at that moment. As he leaned against the railing, he heard footsteps behind him, and thinking Kirishima had followed him, he turned around, only to be met with green eyes staring at him. "Funny, I didn't think you could cry. Is Izuku?" he stammered out before moving towards the boy. "How? You don't get to call me that." The other boy crossed his arms. "And did you really think I'd miss my own mother's funeral?" Bakugo took a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair. He'd been hoping for this, but now that the moment was here, he was having trouble putting his thoughts into words. "Are you all right?" was the first thing that came to mind. That was not the right thing to say as Izuku burst into a manic laugh. Am I okay?" He clutched his stomach over dramatically. "Do I look effing okay to you? And the F do you care? Look, I'm sorry, I really am. But you need to come back with me. Even Endeavor agrees his son manipulated you into this. I'm sure everything will be fine." Bakugo tried to reason with him. You think Shouto manipulated me?" Izuku let out another laugh. "I didn't know you knew how to tell jokes. Midoriya, please," Bakugo pleaded, making sure to avoid calling him the nickname he'd once given him. The urge to knock Izuku out with a blast was strong, but blasting him in the face is part of how they got here, to begin with. "Do you even know how me and Shouto met?" Izuku's eyes narrowed. Bakugo nodded. "The first day of school. I know, I was a prick. I didn't realize how I came across. I was just trying to protect you." "Protect me?" Izuku screamed. "I met Shouto after throwing myself off the building like you suggested, and he caught me. And you have the nerve to say you were trying to protect me. You made me try and kill myself." Bakugo started at Izuku in shock. I didn't." He closed his eyes, fighting back tears. "I never meant for you to do that. I just It was too dangerous for you to try and become a hero without a quirk. Why couldn't you see that?" Izuku turned his back to Bakugo, walking to the ledge facing him. "Oh, I see now. I'll never be a hero, just like you and All Might said. You should both be absolutely thrilled I took your advice." Bakugo's mind was racing. This wasn't how this conversation was supposed to go. This wasn't anything like the Izuku he had known. This boy was angry and bitter. He needed to think fast. He could feel Izuku slipping through his fingers. "Please don't do this. This isn't you. Whatever they've done to you, whatever that Todoroki kid has filled your head with, just see reason. Don't throw your life away like this, just because I was a dumbass and treated you like my mom treats me. You have no idea what I'm like," Izuku yelled back. "You haven't paid attention to me since we were 4 years old. Those people you think of as villains took me in and treated me with kindness. They offered me support and comfort when the rest of the world told me I was useless. I asked Shouto to join me because I knew how much of in a hole his father was, not the other way around. He's happy. I was happy, until your new favorite pro hero killed my mother. So tell me again who's standing on the wrong side." Bakugo stared at him. His heart tightened. He had no words to counter. Hearing that Izuku thought Endeavor was responsible for his mother's death too, stole what words he had left. Izuku shook his head. That's what I thought, he spoke, backing into a shadow. You're lucky. I only came here to say goodbye to my mother. Next time we come face to face, I will kill you. And with that, he vanished into the shadows. Izuku, you know. Bakugo screamed, trying to grab him, but it was too late. The other boy was already gone. He dropped to the floor crying. How had he failed this badly? Present hero. It was late, and Izuku was curled up with Shouto in his bed. Just because they hadn't shoved them together didn't mean they weren't going to take advantage of being able to sleep next to each other and actually get some sleep. The other's presence had managed to keep both of their nightmares at bay. This is why when a knock came at his door, Izuku was surprised. He sat up and looked at Shouto, who looked like he was about to fall asleep. I'll get it, he said softly, kissing the top of Shouto's head, who just curled back up into the sheets. Another rap came at the door before Izuku could make it across the room, and he cautiously opened the door, expecting if anything to see Aizawa standing there. What he was greeted with instead was Bakugo staring at the ground, shaking slightly. He glanced up and confirmed it was Deku before he dropped his eyes again. I'm not afraid of you, Bakugo stated, though his voice was rough. Izuku shook his head. I didn't think you were. You're not afraid of anything. Damn right. Bakugo's fist clenched tight. There were a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He hated how he felt, but he had to push through or he'd never be able to face Deku or his other classmates again. That bastard. He swallowed. I know he wasn't you. Like you could ever do something like that. I can't even begin to imagine what you went through. Izuku began, knowing Kacchan wouldn't accept any kind of pity. But it doesn't change the fact you're one of the strongest people I know. Toch. Bakugo crossed his arms. You don't have to lie. The old hag told me she told you what happened. That doesn't change anything. If you think me of all people are going to judge you, Kacchan, you haven't been paying attention our whole lives. Izuku cried out. But you should. Bakugo punched the door frame next to Izuku. I'm worthless now, just like me, Izuku asked, sounding a bit heartbroken. Ugh. Bakugo pushed away from the wall in anger. Why are you always so stupid? I mean, you're super smart. You can figure everything out in an instant. Yet you can't figure out how worthless you are without a quirk. Kacchan. Izuku wanted to reach out and hug him, but he knew that wouldn't go well. With or without his quirk, Bakugo was still very explosive. He glanced back to see Shouto sitting up like he was ready to move if he needed to. And Izuku was thankful his boyfriend was letting him handle this. You're not worthless. You still have the potential to be a great hero if— Shut up, you stupid Deku. He screamed before sliding to the floor, tears running down his face. You and Aizawa are insane. I can't be a hero now. You are all wasting your time. Izuku knew Kacchan was hurting, and it wasn't like he hadn't brushed off the other's anger before, so he just bent down to his level. Fight me. The words were out of his mouth before he'd even registered what he said. Bakugo looked at him like he'd grown a second head. I'm not offering to be your punching bag, Kacchan. I just want to prove to you that everything you've worked for your entire life isn't gone. I know better than anyone what it's like not to have a quirk. I never gave up. And you can't either. Izuku insisted. You're out of your damn mind, Bakugo growled. But you're right, I can still kick your ass, quirk or no. He stood up, walking down the hall. Kacchan, Izuku questioned him as he walked away. This was your effing idea, you coming or not? Bakugo snapped. Right now. Izuku shook his head. This wasn't exactly what he'd meant, but he was starting to see a bit more of that old Bakugo back, and he wasn't going to lose it. Wait up, he called, looking back in the room at Shouto sheepishly. Shouto just sighed and stood. He had to make sure they didn't kill each other after all. Villain passed. The Asmasa Tsukachi stood in a room, staring down at the coroner's report. There was no way around it. Inko Midoriya had been dead at least a day before the attack that presumably took her life. It repeated everything 3 times. It wasn't hard to figure out why the villains would do this. It was obvious they had wanted to set up Endeavor. Mrs. Midoriya had simply been caught in the crossfire. His heart ached for a mother that just wanted her son home and safe. No, what bothered him was the order that came down to seal the case files. The public would never know that Endeavor hadn't actually accidentally killed an innocent woman trying to help her son. Taking a deep breath, he copied the file to a jump drive, before closing the file and shutting down the computer. He pulled the jump drive and shoved it in his pocket. This report was likely to disappear soon, and there was someone who needed to see it. Toshinori, I hope you can help me make heads or tails of this. He sighed before leaving the building. Villain passed. Are you all right? I'm sorry I couldn't go with you, Shouto asked, as Izuku stepped back into their room and sunk onto the bed. Izuku sighed, lots of emotions running through him right now, but most of all he wanted to sleep and pretend today was just a bad dream. It was okay at first. I was angry because Endeavor and Bakugo were there. They didn't deserve to be at her funeral when I had to hide and my father couldn't even attend. But then Bakugo ran off in the middle of it crying. Like that a hole had any right to cry over her death when he signed on to study under your father even after everything. Izuku hit the bed as he started to cry, and Shouto gently wrapped his arms around him. I followed him. I want to make him hurt. Izuku shook his head. But that bastard seemed to think you'd tricked me into all this, that I was just some stupid idiot who'd fallen into the villain's trap. And I lost it. I told him the truth, and I still don't think he believed it. He tried to tell me he was sorry, like that would make everything all better. Sorry, I tormented you and ruined your life. Come back with me so I can do it again. I'm going to kill him. Shouto's voice was cold, barely suppressing the rage he felt. I already told him next time I saw him he was dead. The only reason I didn't is because this day was for my mother. I didn't need him stealing the spotlight, Izuku declared. I'm sorry it went that way. I wish I could have been with you. I wish your father and Shigaraki and everyone else could have been there. You deserve to have people by your side who care about you at a time like this. When things calm down, we'll visit her grave together, okay? Shouto rubbed Izuku's arms. Yeah, I think she'd like that. She never did get to properly meet you. Izuku smiled at him slightly. He was still emotionally drained, but it helped to know he had people who really cared. Actually, there is something I've been wanting to bring up. Not sure if this is the right time, but I'd like you to meet my mother. Shouto looked down as if uncertain. I hate to ask them for anything because they've done so much already. But my mother has suffered at my father's hands more than anyone. He's the reason she's stuck in that hospital. He trailed off, rubbing his arms. Want to set her free? Izuku supplied, and Shouto nodded his head. I'll talk to my father, but I think he'd be glad to help. She's exactly the type of people he's been trying to help all along. Izuku smiled before stealing a kiss. And I'd love to meet her. Shouto breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. I'd eventually like to help my brother and sister too. But I don't know how well they'd understand, especially Fayumi. She's always encouraged me to just do what our father says. He took Izuku's hand and gave it a squeeze. But my mother is a good start. Villain passed. Bakugo sat with his head down and his hands covering the back of his neck. He was seated in the teacher's lounge waiting on All Might. He'd told the man he had something urgent to discuss with him. He didn't know who else to turn to. He didn't trust Endeavor and most of his classmates, besides Kirishima, who had got a summary of events and then was sworn to secrecy, wouldn't believe him. Then there was the nagging feeling about what Izuku had said about All Might. He'd credited the man for also telling him he couldn't be a hero. And as far as Bakugo knew, the man had never crossed paths with his childhood friend outside the few times they'd seen him in class. And he'd never talked to Izuku directly, especially not to indicate that he hadn't been able to become a hero. Though come to think about it, Izuku hadn't been as excited about All Might being their teacher as Bakugo would have expected. At the time, he'd attributed it to that half-and-half Todoroki bastard, but now he looked up as All Might stepped through the door. A somber expression was on the man's face as his skeletal form slipped into the room and sank into the chair across from Bakugo. I am sorry to hear about Mrs. Midoriya's death, he offered in condolences. Bakugo looked up at him and took a deep breath. Thank you. What did you need to talk to me about? All Might asked, looking at the boy with concern. Something happened at the funeral. Bakugo started to explain as he dropped his hands, sitting up straighter. Izuku Midoriya was there. All Might looked at him in surprise. How? I know the security was tight. That quirk of his apparently lets him disappear into shadows. Bakugo rubbed his face. I went up to the roof for some fresh air, and he confronted me. I tried to talk to him, but tears came back to his eyes as the moment replayed in his head. Oh, young Bakugo. All Might wanted to hug the boy who looked so dejected. He was angry with me. I can't blame him. I had no idea he actually tried to kill himself. Bakugo couldn't stop now that he'd started as the words poured out. He told me that the day I burned his book and told him to jump off a roof to hope for a quirk in his next life, he'd actually tried it, and Todoroki had saved him. That's how they met. He told me that he joined the villains because they didn't make him feel worthless, and he'd taken Todoroki with him because of his father, that they'd both been happy until Endeavor killed his mother. I really did to reason with him. I tried apologizing for how I'd acted towards him. I begged him not to throw his life away like this. I should have called for help, but I desperately wanted to get through to him. I thought I could. I thought he'd just be too scared to come back. I never thought he actually wanted to be there. Bakugo wiped his eyes. All Might reached forward and placed a comforting hand on Bakugo's shoulder. You did what you thought was right. I have no doubt you spoke with your heart. No one has wanted to save young Midoriya more than you. Don't give up hope. He's likely just angry and confused because of Endeavor's involvement with his mother's death. Maybe. When he brought that up, I didn't know what to say. I don't know what to believe about that incident. Bakugo sighed in frustration. All Might looked away and sighed. I promise not to speak of this, but if it helps, no, Endeavor did not cause Mrs. Midoriya's death. She was dead long before he arrived. What? Bakugo looked at All Might in shock. A friend of mine and myself are investigating what's going on, but someone doesn't want anyone to know the truth. You must guard this secret as closely as you do that of One for All, at least until we can discern the heart of the matter. But I thought you should know for your own peace of mind. All Might offered. Izuku, he breathed out. He needs ... He needs to know the truth ... That. Yes, it's likely that the people he's aligned himself with are responsible for his mother's death. All Might nodded, sitting back in his chair. I think I know who's behind this, but it's too early to say. And if it's true, young Midoriya is in a more dangerous position than he realizes. Bakugo didn't need to hear that. Then what do? He won't listen to me. He threatened to kill me if he saw me again. I don't think he'd do it, but all you can do is keep your head up, train to be the best hero you can be, and for now let us handle it. I promise you we won't let them win. We will save young Midoriya and young Todoroki. All Might replied with determination. Bakugo didn't like that answer, but clearly he wasn't as equipped to handle the situation as he thought. But he could prove to Izuku that his new friends had killed his mother and not Endeavor. At least he didn't feel as torn working for the man as he did before. There was something else Izuku said that bothered me though. Bakugo looked at All Might, thinking for a moment about how exactly he wanted to bring this up. He didn't want to sound like he was accusing All Might of something, especially after all the man had done for him. What's that? All Might asked, turning his head to the side a bit in curiosity. He credited both you and me for telling him he couldn't be a hero. Bakugo started. But as far as I know, you'd never talked to him. You were always his favorite hero as a child, so I don't know why he'd get that impression. The boy seemed to have trouble controlling his quirk, but All Might stopped mid-sentence. The gears in his head started turning as he gasped. That's why he looked familiar. What? Bakugo asked, leaning forward in his seat. It was ... over a year ago. I had just arrived to accept my teaching position at UA. All Might leaned back in his chair. Before your own encounter with the sludge villain, he attacked another boy in the same area. After the attack, I was running out of time to sustain my muscle form, so I tried to hurry from the scene. But the boy panicked and grabbed me as I leapt in the air. I had to land on a roof with him and transformed. So I told him a bit of the truth, the harsh reality of being a hero. All Might's eyes had fallen towards the floor. I had to leave. I couldn't risk anyone else seeing me like that. But as I went to leave, he asked me if he could still be a hero without a quirk. Bakugo's eyes went wide as his heart raced, not liking where the story was going. I told him no, it was too dangerous. He was better off trying to be something like a police officer. Or something else like that if he wanted to help people. It was about then I realized that I had dropped the container containing the villain, and well, you know the rest. All Might finished. Hey, Bakugo grabbed his hair. That was the same day he'd burnt his book. That was the same day that was it. That was the push Izuku had needed to fling himself off the roof at Bakugo's own suggestion. He threw himself off that roof afterward. Because I effing told him to. Gods, I'd been blaming Todoroki all this time. But he's the only reason Izuku is still alive. He cried, slamming the table. All Might looked at Bakugo in shock. Gods, how effing stupid was I? Bakugo shot up, pacing the room. No wonder he hates everyone now. Why did he tell me he was quirkless if he had a quirk? All Might whispered. Bakugo wasn't sure how that's what All Might had taken away from the conversation. But as much as he might have wanted to, he couldn't be mad at All Might. He didn't know how broken Izuku had been that day. That Bakugo had already planted the seed of suicide in his mind. He was only saying the same thing Bakugo had believed along. It was too dangerous for Izuku to be a hero without a quirk. He didn't. He finally supplied. His quirk didn't come in until right before the entrance exams. That's why he had trouble controlling it. All Might's eyes went wide. Are you sure? And he wasn't just hiding it. Yeah. Bakugo looked at him in confusion. If he'd had a quirk, things would have been very different between them. All Might took a deep breath. I'm afraid this changes things. I had been acting cautiously. I didn't want to believe it. But nothing else makes as much sense. Bakugo felt his panic rise once more. What does this mean then? What's wrong with Izuku's quirk? I don't believe your friend developed his quirk normally. I believe it was given to him. I'm sorry, Bakugo, but I believe Izuku Midoriya is in much greater danger than we first believe. It's time I told you about the man who gave me my scar. It's time I told you about All for One. All Might sank back down in his chair. Hero present. Ground beta. Izuku asked, looking up at the buildings. Shouto had found a spot nearby, leaning against the wall but otherwise remained quiet. Yeah. Bakugo crossed his arms. It's the first place we really fought. And you managed to beat me that day with that borrowed quirk of yours. Izuku winced a bit. He really shouldn't have told Bakugo about that. It took everything I could think of, everything I had to win that, and even still if we'd truly been fighting you'd have won easy. Bakugo stood staring up at the building himself a bit as his arms dropped to his sides. Izuku had expected some kind of comeback. It seemed Kacchan always had some insult ready to fling at him, but not tonight. If we do this, I don't want you to hold back. I want you to use your quirk. You can't really mean what you said if you go easy on me. Bakugo barked. The words that immediately sprung to Izuku's mind were pleas that he didn't want to hurt the other boy ... But he caught himself. He'd never convinced Kacchan that he could still do this if he tried to protect him, and for once in his life, he began to understand where Kacchan's motivations had come from. He wanted to protect him now that he didn't have his quirk. He didn't want the other to get hurt. Izuku patted his cheeks. He needed to drop that mentality in quick. Alright, but only 5%, that's for me, just as much as for you. Any more and I risk hurting myself. Izuku clenched his fist as he powered up a bit. Effing pathetic, you can only use 5%. No wonder everyone kicks your ass. Bakugo went to throw himself at Izuku to start the fight but stopped falling to the ground as he looked Izuku in the eyes. Eyes narrowed in determination, eyes ready to fight. Kachin, Izuku cried out, running to Bakugo's side, who forcefully shoved him away. How? Bakugo hit the ground with his fist. How am I supposed to fight you if I can't even effing look at you? Kachin, Izuku replied weakly from the spot on the ground Bakugo and knocked him too. A moment later a hand was shoved in front of Bakugo's face. Then fight me. The words came from Shouto. The icy hot. Bakugo growled and stood without taking the offered hand. You clearly have a problem facing Izuku, it's understandable. I can't say I could face my father down if it came to it, but you should have no such problems with me, right? Shouto offered. Izuku looked up at Shouto with a range of emotions on his face. You don't have to do this, you'll get in trouble too. I know, but I want to. You've always been the one to help everyone else when they need it. I thought I could take a turn trying. Shouto replied. Ugh. Bakugo growled. Fine, as long as I get to kick someone's ass. I've wanted a rematch since the sports festival anyway. At least maybe this time you'll use your effing fire. You can count on it, Shouto said with a smile as Izuku backed away. Without hesitation, Shouto slammed his foot on the ground and sent ice flying at Bakugo. Even without his quirk he still had his reaction time and flung himself out of the way. Bakugo didn't have the option of long range anymore, so he speed forward, throwing his hands up as a wave of fire shot out at him. At least that bastard was keeping his promise, but it made it really effing hard to get in close. He wanted to be pissed, but he knew Todoroki wasn't going easy on him like Deku effing would. And as the thrill of the fight got going, he found himself forgetting about everything but Todoroki and the desire to win. A couple of times he tried to use his quirk out of instinct, and it caused him to swear. Really, he was losing this fight. He couldn't get in close. All he could do was dodge, but the other hadn't managed to land a single hit on him and it felt effing good. He wasn't sure how long they had been going at it, as he fought to get closer and closer to that bastard, but just as he thought he might be able to land a kick, he felt himself restrain. The F, he cried out, before registering that he was in Mr. Aizawa's capture tape. I don't even want to know. Aizawa's voice was full of irritation as he stared down Bakugo and Todoroki in his tape, as Izuku looked on sheepishly. I'm sorry, sir. It was my idea. I thought it might help Kachin. Izuku spoke up. I should expel all three of you. But as you are currently legal wards of the school, I'll have to resort to finding a proper punishment. Aizawa's voice held a bit of edge to it. I'm sorry, sir, but you did say we could use the school facilities to keep up with our training until our classmates arrive. Shouto pointed out. Not at one in the god's damn mooring. Aizawa's eyes twitched. You never made that distinction, Shouto replied. Izuku didn't know if his boyfriend was brilliant or had a death wish. Aizawa sighed and sat them down. Fine. I don't really want to explain to Netsu why my charges are out here in ground beta in the middle of the night, but if either one of you three steps a toe out of line, so help me. He groaned, rubbing his face. And your fellow classmates are arriving tomorrow, so consider the offer rescinded. Now go get your asses in bed. They didn't question the order as the three of them turned tail and headed back to the dorms. That was amazing, Shouto. Izuku smiled up at his boyfriend. Y'all, well, I figured we'd get caught. And you wouldn't remember he said that. Shouto shrugged. Bakugo just grunted. The rest of the walk was in silence. With the adrenaline gone, it was clear all three were exhausted. As they went to split ways, however, Bakugo grunted out at thank you. What? Izuku asked, turning to look at him. I ain't seen it again, nerd, he replied before stalking off. Izuku watched him go as a smile spread on his face. Back in his room, he found a box sitting on his bed labeled from the support department. He almost shoved it aside to sleep, but the curiosity got the better of him. He lifted the lid only to find a grenade launcher and several different types of ammunition sitting in the box. He stared in shock as he picked up the note. I was told you might be interested in this baby. It was supposed to be a surprise, but you weren't in your room when I came by and I couldn't wait to get it to you. I hope you like it. Come down to the support lab anytime you like and we can talk about fine-tuning it and maybe setting you up with some more of my glorious babies. It was signed Hatsum. He had to reread the note 3 times before it finally sank in. Setting it aside, he picked up the launcher. It felt bulky and weird in his hands, but that wasn't something practice couldn't overcome. He wanted to cry and scream, throw it away and declare he didn't need such a thing. But in the end, he set it back down in the box before carefully moving it to his desk and sinking into his bed. One thought was on his mind. I don't really deserve people who care about me this much. Hero present. Nerves started to settle into Izuku's stomach as he and Shouto sat down to breakfast. They hadn't seen any signs of Bakugo, and Izuku wouldn't blame him if he stayed holed up in his room all day. The rest of the class had no idea he'd lost his quirk after all. There are going to be questions the explosive blonde was likely not up to answering. Izuku wasn't sure he was up to facing his classmates either. They'd not taken one look at anything related to the outside world since the incident. Shouto reached over and placed a hand on top of his. We can go hide till classes don't start back up for 2 days. Izuku just smiled. I'm sure I've worried them all long enough. And besides, they might be afraid to bang on Kachan's door. But I'm sure they'll be hovered around mine, he offered, turning his palm up and squeezing the other boy's hand. They looked up when they heard the door open, and Izuku froze. The rest of his class wasn't supposed to be here for another hour. Then tension released when he realized it was Aizawa walking through the door alone. Where's Bakugo? I need to speak to the 3 of you, and I'd prefer to do it together. Aizawa sounded exhausted. I'm assuming still in his room. Is this about last night? Izuku asked. Yes and no. I do need to talk to you about last night, but not what happened between the 3 of you. As of right now, that incident never happened, Aizawa stated before heading towards the elevator. Stay here while I retrieve him. Oh. Izuku stuttered a bit, then nodded. Okay, I wonder what this is about, Shouto asked after their teacher was gone, staring after the direction he went. Villain present. Toga was working with Twice, and so far their plan had worked out splendidly. They'd only managed to kill 2 heroes so far. A duo who had responded to the reports of a little girl lost and alone. Twice had copied the girl and set her loose in the back alley of the city. When one of the heroes found her, they had attacked, killing him, and Toga had taken his form and used it to kill his female partner. Oh, she had loved the look on her face when she screamed in terror as the life was choked out of her. You must really like him. She grinned right before the woman had died. She could really get behind this. Toga was still a bit miffed Akumu was taken. He was just so deliciously perfect. Maybe if she did well, he'd at least let her try him on. Common, we need to plan our next attack. Toga bent over to yell at Twice. That plan went well. We should do something like that again. Twice commented before following up with, that's the worst plan I've ever seen. We can't do anything like that. Toga just giggled. Oh, I have an idea. Violain present. Backdraft and Dabai found themselves back to back as they stared down 5 heroes. Fires raged all around them. Everything was going perfectly. I can't stand villains like you, just engaging in wanton destruction for the sake of it. It's the lowest of low. A man, with the head of a boar dressed in a yellow jumpsuit, yelled at them as the rest of his team stared them down. So you'd be okay with me burning down all these buildings and killing you if it had a purpose behind it? Well, then I've got good news for you. Backdraft stated with a bit of a shrug. Of course not. There is never a good reason for property damage and loss of life. A woman near him answered. She had long blue hair and a skin-tight bodysuit to match, but no obvious signs of her quirk. Well, I suppose your opinions don't really matter seeing as you'll be dead here shortly, Dabai replied with a smirk. I don't think any more are coming, Backdraft replied, dodging a fist that had been extended from one of the other heroes to his right. The man had foolishly thought Backdraft had let his guard down since he was barely paying them any attention. I think you're right, Dabai replied, lighting up his flames again. Tonight you rest in hell, he cried out before slamming his hand to the ground, as the entire area around them exploded. Villain passed. Izuku stood in front of his father once more. He was glad he had been summoned early this time. It gave him a chance to bring up Shouto's request about his mother. Though he felt nervous standing there waiting for the man to address him, he didn't dare speak first. My son, All for One spoke softly. We've been through so much lately with the loss of your mother. It hurts greatly, especially knowing we had just been reunited. I hate them even more than I thought I could. Izuku rubbed his eyes on his sleeve, wiping away the tears that were forming. I know, and I wish I could have kept you from this pain. I wish I could have protected you and your mother better. I always thought my work would put you in danger, but not like this. Something that passed as regret filled his voice. But rest assured, I have put in motion the plans to exact our revenge, and I think it fitting that they are executed by you and Shouto Todoroki. There are none more deserving of taking that man's life than the 2 of you for what he's stolen from you both. Of course, father, Izuku replied. It was shocking a bit how easily the idea of killing Endeavor, being responsible for ending someone else's life, rested on his shoulders. But then again, he was long past thinking of Endeavor as a human ... and know that thing was a monster. Speaking of Endeavor, Shouto asked me a favor. Izuku pulled nervously at the hem of his shirt. He never actually asked his father for anything before. What is that? All for One pressed. He ... he would like to free his mother from the hospital. She suffered at Endeavor's hands as much as anyone. He wants to see her free and happy. Izuku's words rushed out, fearful he wouldn't be able to say them if he stopped to take a breath. You want to free Rei Todoroki? I believe that is a wonderful idea, All for One stated, and Izuku smiled at him. Thank you. Izuku wanted to jump for joy. It is I, Izuku, who should be thanking you. You've grown to be a young man I can be proud of. When it comes time, I will be confident in your ability to take over the league. That day may come sooner than either of us think. There are many paths that lead to our goal, but some are starting to merge. All for One informed Izuku, you can go rest now and prepare for the mission ahead of you. I will summon you and Todoroki when all the pieces are in place. Of course, father, thank you. And I am sorry you couldn't attend mom's funeral with me. Izuku bowed as he spoke. I do too. But remember, Izuku, we're working towards a future where no boy will have to sneak around to attend his mother's funeral. All for One replied. I know, and I can't wait for it to arrive. Izuku nodded before stepping through the portal that had appeared for him. All the while, All for One smiled behind his mask. Everything was going perfectly according to plan. Heroes present. All right, we're here. What's so urgent that I couldn't sleep for another hour? Bakugo barked as he sank into a seat near Izuku and Shouto. He was standing there in a pair of black sleep pants and a red tank top, hair still disheveled. Aizawa just rubbed his forehead. Your fellow classmates are arriving later today, and I know you've all been avoiding the news. I've taken the courtesy of letting you know what's going on before they show up. Izuku tensed as Shouto placed an arm around him. He knew he couldn't hide him from the outside world forever, but he'd enjoyed this little bit of domestic peace he'd had with his boyfriend the last couple of days and didn't want it to end. All right, sir, Izuku said with a deep breath as Bakugo looked at the wall, arms crossed. Last night there were several coordinate assaults all across Japan. In total 10 low-ranking pro heroes were killed. Aizawa started. It was like ripping off a band-aid. The League of Villains has taken total responsibility. The same organization linked to Bakugo's kidnapping and All Might's defeat. Izuku gasped. That was not what he had expected to hear. Right now curfews have been instituted nationwide, but things are very tense in the outside world, and your peers are likely to be very anxious as they arrive. As it is, several pro heroes have been called on to escort your classmates to school. Aizawa continued. But as yet we don't know the ultimate goal of the League. Now I'm telling this to you as your guardian, not your teacher. But you three ... you have to be very, very careful. It's clear that whatever the villains are after, you three are somehow connected to it. As your teacher, I will tell you, you should be safe at school. But as your guardian, I will say you should have been safe at the training camp. He sighed, shifting his goggles up to rub his eyes. Midoriya, you especially lack self-preservation skills. You can't run off at every sign of an emergency, even after you obtain your hero license. These villains are smart, and they obviously know a lot about you. They'll likely be looking for a chance to separate you from your peers. You can't let that happen. Todoroki and Bakugo, you can't let that happen. I swear to all that is holy, if either one of you let him run off on his own without trying to stop him or alerting me or another facility member what's going, so help me, I will expel you or worse. Why do I have to be responsible for the nerd's reckless behavior? Bakugo yelled, glaring at Aizawa. Todoroki's his effing boyfriend, stuck to his hip. Aizawa just glared back at him. Because for some reason, the kid actually looks up to you and listens to you when it matters. Izuku blushed a bit from embarrassment as Bakugo looked his way. Bakugo looked away. I swear, Deku, if you get me in trouble, I'll murder you. I'm sorry, Kachin, was all Izuku could muster. That better not be a preemptive sorry. Bakugo snapped back. I'll be happy to help keep him out of trouble. I'd been meaning to talk to him about his self-destructive habits anyway. Todoroki replied, ignoring the previous exchange. Shouto. Izuku sunk down into his seat as his whole face turned red. I don't have self-destructive tendencies. Shouto looked over at him with an oh really expression. How many bones did you break in the sports festival again? Just so I'd feel better. Point taken, Izuku muttered in defeat. I think I'm done here. Aizawa crossed his arms. I know this is all a shock, but know that everyone at this school is working as hard as we can to keep you safe. Yeah, Izuku looked down solemnly, remembering how this situation started. 10 heroes were now dead. What were their names? Aizawa looked over at him and sighed. I don't know yet. Details are still coming in. But you know the media, misinformation everywhere. When I find out, I'll let you know. Thank you. Izuku leaned Shouto as he spoke, the other boy wrapping his arm back around him and rubbed his shoulder. All right, I have to go make sure I'm ready for the rest of your problem class, Aizawa stated before walking away. He wasn't sure it was fair to make the other two responsible for Midoriya's behavior or not, but he wasn't above such underhanded means to keep his students safe. And hopefully, Midoriya was the type to think about Bakugo and Todoroki before he did anything too reckless. Aizawa prayed to whoever would listen that he was right about that. Villains passed. Bakugo sat in his room as a knock came at his door. He sighed and opened it, expecting to see spiky red hair on the other side. Hiroshima hadn't let him spend too much time alone, to the point it had gotten annoying. Deep down, he couldn't blame the other for being worried. Even Bakugo could admit he was dealing with some deep shit. However, he was surprised to find a head of black feathers and beak looking at him as he opened the door. Takoyami, Bakugo spoke out of surprise, his voice free of its usual agitation. I was hoping I could impress on you for the moment. The raven-haired boy spoke hopefully. Bakugo scratched the back of his head. If it had been any of the other effing extras, he'd have slammed the door in their face. But Takoyami was the only one who'd stuck with him in his search for Izuku all this time, so he gave him a bit more freedom. "Alright, what you need, bird boy? I have had some dark thoughts on my mind of late, regarding our mutual friend," Takoyami replied as Bakugo led him into the room and closed the door. Dark thoughts. Bakugo wanted to panic. He knew Takoyami always sounded dramatic, but that seemed a bit too close too. Takoyami, oblivious to the panic he caused, nodded. "I've been questioning my place at UA," he admitted. "I told you before that I felt a kinship with Midoriya because of the similarities in our quirks. He had helped me overcome my own reservations about being a hero. But now to know he's thrown his hands in with the villains, that doesn't mean anything about you," Bakugo declared before sighing. "Izuku got mixed up in some bad shit, and I'm beginning to realize it was partially my fault. But that doesn't mean you have to give up on being a hero." Takoyami shook his head. "You may feel that way, but, while they do not voice it, I know the looks some of our classmates give me. They know I was friends with him before he left. And outside our class, the students are more vocal. I will kill whoever the F is talking shit about you," Bakugo declared. "I don't blame them for being afraid of me. The darkness is a primal fear for many. I was thinking it may be best for the harmony of the school if I resign," Takoyami replied, hanging his head. "I am sorry to burden you with this discussion, but it has been weighing heavily on my mind, and I wasn't sure who else I could talk to." "Listen here, bird brain," Bakugo replied as his anger rose. "You are not quitting UA. You made it into this course like everyone else. I've already had one friend trying to throw his life away for stupid shit. I'm not going to have another. You get these thoughts out of your head, and we are going to report every motherfucker who even looks at you funny to the teachers. Do you hear me?" Takoyami had tears shimmering in his eyes. "Thank you, Bakugo. My thoughts had gotten the better of me alone in my head." Bakugo reached out and placed a hand on Takoyami's shoulder. "Anytime you start thinking stupid shit, you come to me, okay?" "I will, thank you, my friend." Takoyami nodded. "I just need to remind myself that there are others who believe in me." Villain passed. Bakugo was back alone in his room. He had to admit he was terrified. The more All Might had told him about All For One, the worse everything became. The only good thing he could take away from the conversation as a positive is that All Might had truly thought All For One was dead before he'd passed on his quirk. Now he was stuck having to train to defeat a madman who had pushed All Might to his limits and was likely manipulating Izuku. It had been a lot to take in. All Might had been apologetic for getting him caught up in this mess and for what had happened to Izuku. He'd left with a determination to be better. It was something his younger self would never have believed. "I should be training," Bakugo sighed, running a hand through his hair. But all his strength and All Might's quirk hadn't helped with Izuku. He stood up, pacing. "Ugh, the nerd was always so much smarter than me. He'd know what to do," he growled, running a hand down his face. Bakugo needed to do more than get stronger. He needed to get smarter. It wasn't that he lacked observation skills. He just took longer to come to conclusions than Izuku had. "You were always so good at everything. I was afraid you really would surpass me. But now, instead of chasing behind me, you're staring me down from the other side." Bakugo stopped looking at a picture he had hung up in his room. It was the only one he'd had where the two were happy together. The fact that it had been at his 4th birthday party really sank home how horrible he'd been. As he went through pictures of successive birthdays, the only time the nerd had appeared in his pictures, it became clearer and clearer how much distance he'd put between the two of them. It was almost like a timeline of the light inside Izuku's eyes dying. In the last picture, taken right before they entered middle school, Izuku was standing in the back away from everyone else huddled around the cake as Bakugo blew the candles out. Bakugo had wanted to cry, but he'd done enough of that already and it hadn't gotten him anywhere. "If I'm going to be the #1 hero, I have to stop thinking about just winning." He slumped to the floor, pulling the picture down with him. "I'm going to have to figure out how to save people like you. You were always so much better at it than me, the looking out for others. I refuse to fail you again. I refuse to fail anyone else." He spoke, gazing at the picture of the two of them arm in arm, both holding up All Might figures. "Next time we met, you may want to kill me, but I'll make you see you're not a villain, Izuku." Hero present. Bakugo had disappeared right after Aizawa left, carrying a large case, saying he had someone he had to go talk to. Izuku didn't push it, feeling like he was in some kind of tenuous spot with the other boy. After what had happened last night and this morning, he wasn't sure what his relationship with the other was supposed to be like. Kacchan had always been extremely difficult for him to read. He'd thought for a moment of retreating himself like Shouto had first offered, but shook the thoughts from his mind. These were his friends. He didn't need to hide away from them. So he'd settled down on one of the couches and curled up with his boyfriend, waiting for the others to arrive. The next thing he knew, he was being shaken awake gently by said boyfriend. "They're here," Shouto whispered in his ear as he heard Mina's voice. "This place is amazing." "Oh yeah, this place is so huge. I can't believe it's all for us," Kaminari's voice followed. Izuku opened his eyes to watch his classmates spill in the room. "This place is a mansion. Uraraka's voice sounded a bit flustered. Hey, it's Midoriya and Todoroki. Kirishima's voice called out as his eyes landed on the pair. Hi. Izuku stuttered out with a small smile and a wave. Shouto stayed treacherously quiet. Suddenly the class was surrounding them, no longer interested in exploring their new living space. Oh my god, Mina cried. Do you know how worried we were when none of you responded? Now, it won't do well to overwhelm them. Ida tried to calm the girl and the rest of the class, but Izuku could still see the concern in his eyes. I'm sorry, Izuku replied sheepishly. After what happened, Shouto wouldn't let me turn on my phone, let alone look at the news. We've just been kind of hanging out here. Man, I'm just glad you're all right. Kirishima sighed in relief, and Izuku felt a tad guilty about the way the boy had been hung up on. That was a very kind thing to do, Todoroki. Uraraka smiled at him. I just thought he had enough to deal with, without having to deal with the media and everything else, Shouto replied. Yeah, well, you should see it. That guy's been all over the news, and there's been a lot of rumors. Kaminari launched into an explanation only to be smacked by Jiru. Ouch, he cried. Yeah, well, you're an idiot. The last thing Midoriya needs to hear are unsubstantiated rumors. Jiru scolded. It's all right. I knew I wasn't going to be able to hide forever. Izuku sighed. Yaoyorozu sank down on the couch next to Izuku and rubbed his back. It's all right. There is a lot of junk out there, but it's not going to do you any good to look at it. Most of it is good. There are a lot of people defending you, but there's some not so good stuff too. My dad always says you can't pay attention to it or you'll go mad. Just know those that care about you know the truth and support you. A chorus of confirmations came from around the room, and Shouto mouthed a thank you to the girl who just smiled at him. Thanks, you guys. Izuku rubbed his eyes as tears once again threatened to spill. Hey, it's what friends are for, right? Siro smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Have you talked to Bakugo? Kirishima asked a bit timidly, rubbing the back of his head. Aizawa wouldn't tell us much other than the fact he was here too. Do you know how he's doing? Izuku opened his mouth, not sure what to say as he tried to think of what Kacchan would want him to say. He's fine. Just, you know Bakugo, he's not really a people person. I'm sure he'll come down when he's ready. Shouto spoke and Izuku looked at him in surprise. And you are a people person? Kaminari asked with a laugh. He's a Deku person, Kirishima replied, grinning. Todoroki tried to fight a blush as he turned away. I've been better at trying to interact with the rest of you. And you've done remarkably well. Ada replied with enthusiasm, trying to help his friend. You're a great friend, Todoroki. Uraraka smiled. You just happen to be an amazing boyfriend. Yaoyorozu interjected. Guys, Izuku squeaked. He wanted to disappear with Shouto. Oh, you guys are so adorable. I wish I had what you have. Mina squealed. Same. Monami Aoyama clasped his hands together, gazing up at the ceiling. Well, I think I'm going to take my boyfriend and disappear for a bit while you all get settled in. I'll see you at dinner. Shouto stood, offering his hand to Izuku. He'd really reached his limit of being the focus of so many eyes. That sounds like a good idea. You all need to get your rooms set up. Have fun, Izuku declared, taking the offered hand. The crowd parted to let them go. I call dibs on planning their wedding. Mina laughed just loud enough for the rest of her classmates to hear. Villain passed. Shouto was leaned back in bed reading a book. It seemed to be a hobby he'd picked up. His father would never have allowed him to do something so distracting, but he found it freeing. Living a life through the characters in the books. He found he loved fantasy novels. The completely different realities he found himself in were dazzling. Dragons and magic, quests and divine destinies. His only real problem was that most of the romance in these things was between a man and a woman. Like his current book, he thought the charming prince had much more chemistry with the dashing rogue than he did with the witch girl the story kept trying to pair the rogue with. It was rather frustrating, to say the least. Across the room sat Izuku on a beanbag chair, with Shigaraki right beside him. Ah, you cheated. The older boy, who was just wearing a blue hoodie, absent of the hands that usually adorned him, declared. I didn't cheat. I got to the smash ball first, Izuku declared, looking at his friend. Arms crossed. That's a cheap move and you know it, Shigaraki argued. Says the man who keeps using Bayonetta. Izuku's eyes narrowed. I can't help I'm good with her, Shigaraki smirked. Fine, I'll set it to a random character for me. No smash balls and I'll still kick your ass, Izuku declared with determination. You wish, kid. Shigaraki laughed as Izuku set up the next match. He stared at the screen, counted down. No, Izuku cried, sinking into his chair. Why'd it have to be Ganondorf? Shouto blinked at the exchange. He'd never played any of these games. He wasn't sure what they were talking about, but it made him happy to see Izuku so relaxed. Even if he was a bit jealous that Shigaraki was the one getting him to act like this. Still, he wasn't going to deprive his boyfriend of the joy he had. Not when things had been so hard on him lately. Never mind, he was really interested in how the story was going. They were getting ready to set off to treat with a barbarian king to help defeat the evil demon they'd been crusading against. Shouto hadn't even met the character properly yet, and he already knew he wasn't going to like him. They had a mission to worry about in the future, but right now they could just be kids. Hero present. Bakugo knocked on the door to the support lab. He wasn't sure if anyone would be here, but given that he'd received his delivery in the middle of the night, he thought it was worth a shot. Either way, it was a good excuse to get away while all those extras were showing up and likely looking to interrogate him. He'd been pissed when his mom told him that she'd divulged his little quirkless secret to Deku. That was it was over. Deku now had the tools to make his life miserable. Of course, he'd take advantage of it. Who wouldn't want to turn the tables on their tormentor? Whatever the F that Deku-like monster had been, certainly had taken joy in it. But of course, that sheedy nerd wasn't like that. Of course, he was thought Bakugo could still be a hero. He didn't know why he'd been so surprised, and it had helped distance the Deku he knew and the man who had attacked him in his mind even more. He'd be fine for now, as long as he didn't have to look Deku in the eyes. The eyes were the same either way. Yeah, he really needed to talk to that therapist Aizawa had suggested. It made him feel weak, but not weaker than not being able to stare Deku down. He'd tell him tomorrow. He'd stood there for a couple of minutes with no answer, and shrugged. Bakugo stared down at the case. He couldn't go test it out right now, not after what happened last night. He'd just have to go find something else to do, till he was sure the rest of the class had found something to busy themselves with. As he turned to go, however, he heard the door behind him swing open. Oh, he heard a squeal. It's you. I recognize that case. How do you like my babies? An over-enthusiastic ball of pink threw itself at him, standing in front of him with what could only be described as absolute glee. Bakugo instinctively took a step back. Any lingering thoughts of returning the gift gone, he was pretty sure this was not someone he wanted to piss off. I haven't got to try it out yet, but you talked about fine-tuning it and I had an idea. I wanted to see if it was possible. In a moment he found a hand around his wrist pulling him into the support room. He was shoved into a seat and the girl started looking him over. The urge to blow her away from him rose before he realized once again he couldn't do that anyway. Right now he wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. Can I help you? He snapped. Oh, she giggled. I just couldn't get a good idea of your measurements from the info I was given. If we're going to be modifying your equipment, it's best to know what I'm working with. You have a lot more muscles than I had envisioned, the girl stated nonchalantly as she placed her hands on his chest. Hey, Bakugo shouted, pushing her away. It's okay, I'll work around it. Not everyone has nice, slender, and sleek forms. The girl answered, turning away from him towards what looked like a pile of junk. I still don't even know what's going on here. Bakugo was about to lose his damn mind. Oh, we're redesigning your hero costume, silly. And your support items. Now that you don't have your quirk, replied, going through the pile, setting things into different groups. Who told you that? Bakugo snapped, screaming at her. The girl continued, unfazed at Bakugo's anger. Your teacher, silly. It's like you don't even know why you're here. He came down and told Power Loader what was going on and asked what we could do to help you replicate its effects. I begged him to let me handle it. I've always loved explosions. What? Bakugo was angry that his secret had been given away so easily. But at the same time, it wasn't going to be a secret much longer anyway. Well, unless this girl really could replicate his quirk ... but he wasn't sure about that. What I delivered last night was the first thing I could think of. I already had the project half done, but I figured you'd need a full overhaul. So I'd been working on designs. Now, what was it that you wanted to suggest, and I can see if I can work it in. The girl turned to look at him again intently, like a child who had gotten a Christmas present early. Bakugo was confused, angry, and frustrated. He had no idea how he had gotten here, shocked to learn this girl knew about his situation, that she was willing, excited to help him. It was an opportunity for her. And that's when he finally realized why she looked familiar. You're the one that took advantage of Ida in the school festival, aren't you? Never heard of him, the girl declared. Now about those designs. He blinked, a what the F look on his face. He found himself at a loss for words for a few moments before he sighed. His head hurt too much to fight this anymore. Well, I'm used to using my gauntlets. I think I'd be clumsy with a handheld weapon. Is there any way to modify them to produce their explosions on their own? Oh, sweetie. She grinned before pulling out a blueprint. Do I have something for you? Villains present. Shouto sat on top of Izuku, who was stretched out on the bed. He was lazily running his hands down the other man's chest, brushing over the scars he found on his way. Someone in a good mood. Izuku had a devilish grin on his face. Shouto shifted so he could lean down and nuzzle his neck. I mean, burning down buildings and killing several pro heroes with my brother definitely helped. He spoke before placing a kiss near Izuku's collarbone. Izuku just let out a sigh of contentment as he lay there, letting the other do what he wanted. He felt Shouto's rough hand slide down his body once more to his waist. His body instinctively rose to meet the touch. "Can I make you feel good, love?" Shouto whispered in his ear, before nuzzling the side of his face again, green hair tickling his cheek. Izuku's response started with a bit of a hum in his throat before his lips parted. "You always do." Shouto's lips turned into a seductive grin as he moved to gaze into Izuku's half-lit eyes before moving to capture his lips in a searing kiss. Villain passed. This was it. All for One's plan to kill endeavor was complete. Shouto and Izuku stood in the bar, with the new outfits they'd been provided. Izuku's entire outfit was black, from the knee-high steel-reinforced boots to the black slacks covered in pockets, to the black turtleneck and utility vest, and finally a black mask and hood. All of it fire retardant. It was to aid him in blending in with the shadows. In his pockets and pouches were various items to aid him on their mission. A pair of daggers and several flash grenades hung on a belt around his waist. Shouto's outfit was made of the same fire-retardant material that Izuku's was, though in this case to protect it more from his own abilities than those of his father's. The suit was a deep red, with black boots and gloves, and a silver belt. Unlike Izuku, he carried no extra items with him. His hair had started to grow out, and he'd refused to cut it, another thing his father had always forced him to do. For now, it was pulled back into a very short ponytail. He wanted to be able to look his father in the eye as he stole his life from him. "Let's go over everything one more time." Kurogiri spoke as he gazed at the two teens. "We've taken several precautions, but you are still going up against the number 2 hero. This will be dangerous." Izuku nodded and took a deep breath. "Endeavor is going to be home alone this evening. His night off from the agency, and Fuyumi Todoroki is gone at a conference. My father always heads to bed about 11 p.m. We'll wait until midnight and break in the back door, and if all goes well, we'll kill him in his sleep. If he wakes up, we are prepared to engage him in combat. We won't get another chance," Shouto supplied. "But," Kurogiri replied expectantly. Both Shouto and Izuku stayed quiet for a moment before Izuku answered him. "There are no buts. We're going to kill him, Master Midoriya." Kurogiri's voice held a scolding tone. "Your safety is the top priority. If the situation gets out of hand, you are to leave immediately. There will be another opportunity if we're patient. Have faith in us." Shouto crossed his arms. "If we didn't have faith in you, you wouldn't be going. But don't let your anger cloud your judgment like Tamura is known to do. That's the quickest path to failure. You are both important to the League's future, Master Midoriya most of all. Remember, your father just found you again. Don't make me have to tell him we've lost you because you couldn't see past your own need for vengeance." Kurogiri's voice was somber as he gazed down at the pair. Izuku sighed. "You're right. If it gets too risky, we'll get out of there." Villain passed. "You've progressed quite a bit, young Bakugo. I have to say I'm proud of you." All Might smiled down at his charge, as the boy took a drink from a water bottle. He was dripping with sweat, towel wrapped around his neck, sporting a thoroughly soaked gray tank top and a pair of bright orange shorts. Bakugo still wasn't quite used to positive praise. His mother had always praised him with insults. He felt slightly flustered, not sure what to say when he couldn't respond with screaming and insults of his own. He finally muttered a thanks, but it was barely audible. "You've done well making one for all your own. With the already explosive power of your quirk, it's remarkable how precise you've managed to make your attacks. Pinpoint precision when it's needed. That takes a lot of focus." All Might continued, either not noticing or not caring that the praise was making the boy uncomfortable. This time Bakugo just kept drinking from his water bottle, avoiding eye contact with All Might. Finally, he spoke up, attempting to change the subject. "I've been meaning to ask you a question." He started as All Might looked at him. He still couldn't believe this some days, that he was so close with his childhood idol. The ache that Izuku wasn't here to enjoy it with him was ever present. "It's kinda personal, so you don't have to answer. But I know you're growing weaker with One for All. What was your quirk before that? Can you still use it? I was wondering if I would lose mine if and when I eventually had to pass it on." "Oh," All Might replied. He was caught a bit off guard and scratched his head. "No, you don't have to worry about that. Though I can see where you'd get that impression. But you see, I was quirkless before my master passed it on to me." You were quirkless?" Bakugo's eyes went wide. It was like his brain had exploded. The number 1 hero had been quirkless. It seemed unfathomable to the boy. "Yeah, it was much more common back when I was a kid than it is now. But my predecessor Nana Shimura saw potential in me and passed the quirk to me anyway," All Might explained. For his part, Bakugo was rendered speechless. All Might had been quirkless. All Might had been quirkless just like Izuku. All Might had become the number 1 hero. And All Might had still told Izuku he couldn't be a hero. There are no words for the emotions the boy was currently feeling, but somehow, everything felt wrong. "Hero present." Hatsune grinned as she unrolled the blueprint on the table in front of Bakugo. "Okay, so, you're naturally very agile from what I've seen, even with all that muscle. So I plan to make your suit as unrestrictive as possible. Keep your current thematic design. lightweight but durable materials, rather than the rubberized material that currently helps generate your sweat, cause now that's wasted energy. But that's just the beginning. She giggled as she pointed to the lower section of the paper. This right here is my most beautiful baby. I redesigned your gauntlets to be fed by tubing through the sleeve of your new hero costume, from a reservoir of a liquid I managed to synthesize from analyzing your sweat residue. Do I want to know how or why you have my sweat residue? Bakugo asked, folding his arms, though so far he liked what he'd heard. Nope, it's boring, Hatsum replied before going back to the blueprint. Now, the backpack I've equipped can hold quite a bit. It could have been more, but Power Loader has reminded me that safety is a must with flammable materials, so I've had to go to lengths to make it impact resistant and keep it from randomly exploding on its own. The gauntlets themselves also can be pre-filled to help with capacity, but we'll need to perform several tests to see exactly how long the supply would hold out. My rough estimate from reviewing the battles we have on file for you is about 15 minutes. Well, I have to say I'm impressed. Bakugo couldn't really make heads or tails out of what the blueprints were saying. For the first time since he lost his quirk, he could truly say he really had some hope. Of course you are, Hatsum said matter-of-factly before moving on. Now the next problem I had was that you tend to use your quirk for aerial maneuvers. This would cause even more strain on the reserves. My solution, however, is to lessen how much fuel is needed to propel you by working in my anti-gravity boots into your costume. That way you'd only need to expel a slight amount of fuel for propulsion, rather than for lift and propulsion. You've really thought of everything, haven't you? How did you do this all so quickly? Bakugo was honestly too amazed by the girl's attention to detail for any of his normal anger or snark. He felt truly thankful. He hated owing anyone anything, but her demeanor made him feel like he had done her a favor. Lots of coffee. She grinned. You haven't slept, have you? Bakugo raised an eyebrow at her. Sleep is for mortals, Hatsum replied. So what do you think? Anything you want to change? Can I get started? It's perfect, Bakugo replied, still staring down at his new design. Hero present. Izuku and Shouto were curled up together watching a movie when a knock came at Izuku's door. I'll get it this time. Shouto stood before leaning down and placing a kiss on Izuku's forehead. He padded over to the door to be met with the faces of Uraraka and Ida. Oh, Todoroki, good you're here too. We were hoping we could talk to the two of you. It's been forever, it feels like. Todoroki started to panic. Aizawa had made them promise not to tell their classmates their rooms had been linked. And he didn't want that privilege taken away, but he didn't want to turn away their friends. It's all right if this is a bad time, Ida offered. No, it's just. Todoroki shook his head. It's all right, Shouto, you know we can trust them. Izuku slipped up behind Shouto, smiling at his friends. Trust us. What's going on? Uraraka asked as Shouto moved so she and Ida could enter. Ida's eyes, however, had landed on the door. Yeah. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Aizawa arranged it so neither of us had to be alone, but keeping up appearances. He asked not to tell the class for obvious reasons. I can see where that might cause some problems, Ida replied. But you're both respectable young men. I'm sure you know better than to abuse your teacher's well-placed trust. Yeah, neither of us really wants to be alone after everything. So it's been nice. Izuku smiled before sitting back down on his bed. Shouto sat next to him. And Uraraka stole the desk chair as Ida leaned against the wall. That's part of why we wanted to stop by. I know you were overwhelmed with the rest of the class. I wanted to give you a bit of space, but we were so worried. I hadn't seen you since the forest and well, so much has happened. Uraraka was gripping the hem of her skirt tight. Ida nodded in agreement. I wanted to check on you too, not just because of my role as the class representative, but because you've been a good friend to me, both of you. I'd be lying if I said everything was fine. Izuku admitted, drawing his knees up to his chest and wrapping his arms around them. But it will be. I'm doing good thanks to Shouto and you guys. And seeing Kacchan was a relief. I'm worried about my mom, but I think most of all I'm ready for things to go back to some kind of normal here at UA. I'm looking forward to classes and getting our provisional license. I'm still really worried about All Might. Aizawa said he was stable but hadn't woken up yet. And I'm worried about the villain who did all this and what he wants, Izuku admitted. But I'm glad I have you guys. We'll always be here for you, Deku. Uraraka smiled. Don't you ever forget that. I won't. He smiled back at her. How are you doing with everything, Todoroki? Ida asked the boy who'd been staring at his boyfriend. Shouto looked up at him, surprised to be addressed. I'm fine. Mostly just worried about Izuku. I don't have to go home or deal with my father because he's too busy dealing with the aftermath. If it wasn't for the pain it's causing Izuku, I'd say this was perfect. Oh yes. Ida rubbed the back of his head. Sometimes he forgot that not everyone had a supportive family like he did. Oh, Uraraka said, grinning. The others were talking about having a best room contest. I was going to ask you guys if you were up for joining, but I'm guessing with the little secret you're not. That's probably not a good idea. Izuku smiled, moving a hand to rub the back of his head as his legs fell back down. Well, I'll tell them you were too tired. Or if you want to see everyone else's rooms, we can just see if they'll accept you as guest judges. I doubt anyone would be too pushy after everything that's happened, Uraraka suggested. I'll go with whatever he does. Shouto shrugged. I'd like to have fun with everyone, Izuku admitted. You don't think they'd be too mad if we didn't let them see our rooms? I think everyone will just be happy to see you, Ida reassured them. Okay. Izuku nodded as they all moved to head back downstairs. As they did, they passed Bakugo in the hall. Hey, Izuku smiled. You seem to be in a good mood. I was, till those effing extras thought they could invade my room. Bakugo snapped. They're just worried about you, Bakugo, Ada replied. I don't need their effing worry. He spat back before walking into his room and shutting the door. That was Bakugo in a good mood. Uraraka raised an eyebrow at Deku as they walked down the hall. Yeah, Kacchan was smiling, and his eyes looked happy. Izuku said as he the button for the elevator. Well, that's a good sign at least, Shouto replied as the door dinged. Maybe Kirishima can find out, Uraraka said, stepping onto the elevator. I'm surprised he wasn't following Bakugo down the hall. That's all he seemed to have worried about all day. Ada added as the rest of them shuffled in and the doors closed. For now, peace was restored to UA High. Villain present. Hitoshi Shinso was in his room at home packing. They were moving the students of UA into their dormitories in waves. Tomorrow was to be his class's turn. He was still a bit bitter about not being a hero course student. They of course had been the first to move into the dorms. Of course, they'd be UA's top priority. They always had been. General studies has been left to last, like always, grasping at the scraps left at the bottom of the barrel. I see how important we are, he muttered to himself as he shoved his uniforms into a bag. Oh, but Shinso, you are oh so very important. A deep velvety voice echoed in his room. In an instant, Shinso whipped around. Who are you? He asked, activating his quirk. Or at least trying to. What he saw made him gasp. That's not going to work. Akumu smiled, his eyes glowing as his hair stood on end. Quickly he grabbed a knife off his desk and dropped into a fighting stance. What did you do? Don't you like Aizawa's quirk? Makes this conversation possible. Akumu spoke as one of his shadow tendrils shot out and wrapped around Shinso's hand. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself now. I've just come to talk. I have nothing to say to you, Shinu growled. And here I had an offer prepared especially for you. Akumu walked up to him and ruffled his hair as Shinu tried to avoid him. But he couldn't move far because of the shadow coiled around his hand. I don't want anything from you, Shinu repeated. At least hear me out, I came all this way. A fake pout formed on his lips. Get bent. Shinu tried to jerk himself free but couldn't. I don't associate with villains. Me, a villain. I think you misunderstand things. Akumu sounded sickeningly sweet. I'm here to save your world. You see, it's become infected with corruption. I know you see it. I know the whispers about you. Everyone around you thinks you're destined for a dark path. What's your effing game? Shinu ground out. Oh, it's not a game, I assure you, Akumu answered. Why do you look like Midoriya? The boy was at least going to try to extract what information he could. That's because I am him. A better version of him anyway. Akumu spoke smoothly but brought out another tendril to wrap around Shinu's other wrist to keep the boy from flailing. That's not possible, you maniac. Shinu still fought, jerking hard against his restraints. Stop before you hurt yourself. Akumu's voice was still calm as he grabbed Shinu's chin and forced him to look at him. I do like you, Shinu. I'm here because I think the world owes you more than it's given you. I want to build a world where no one is discriminated against because of their quirk or lack thereof. A world where heroes aren't just murderers and abusers with a government-sponsored license. A world where people like us flourish. I'm doing you a favor. I'm nothing like you. Shinu spat in Akumu's face. For his part, the man just wiped it away. You are resilient. I'll give you that much. You need time, I see. I wonder ... who would care if you disappeared like Katsuki Bakugo did? Would it be on the news? Do you think they'd care about some random general studies student from UA? Maybe if I prove to you the world doesn't care about you, you'll see why it needs to be rebuilt. What the hell are you? Shinu was cut off as the shadows engulfed him, and his room was left empty. Villain passed. It had been almost too easy to enter the house. The lock in the back door had been broken for some time. A fight between Shouto and his father had been the cause, and Endeavor hadn't bothered to repair it. After all, who would dare break into the number 2 hero's home? The whole thing seemed surreal to Shouto as they snuck around his own home in the middle of the night. He half expected his sister to be standing at the sink, chiding him for angering his father once more, and begging him to just go along with what he wanted. It was easier that way. Now that Shouto had a taste of freedom, he would never go back to that life. And hopefully, Fayumi wouldn't have to survive by appeasing her oppressor. In the end, he couldn't blame her. She hadn't been conditioned to handle their father's tantrums the way he had. My father's bedroom is this way, Shouto whispered, directing Izuku, who just nodded in understanding at him. Shouto could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Soon he and the rest of the world would be rid of his father. The thought was exhilarating. He held out his hand, however, as they were about to pass another door. Just ... give me a moment, please. I realize that I likely will never be able to come back here again. And there is something I'd like to get from my room. He spoke softly. Izuku bit his lip then nodded. All right, just be quick. His voice sounded odd from behind the mask. But he could sympathize with Shouto. There were things he'd left behind that he'd wished he had now. Slowly Shouto opened the door to his old room. He wasn't sure what he expected to find. Maybe it destroyed in a fit of rage his father was well known for. It being exactly how he left it was not on the list of possibilities. Nothing was out of place. It wasn't like he'd owned a lot of things. His father despised anything that could be a distraction. In fact, the item he wanted he'd kept buried away under a floorboard. He'd been praying it had escaped his father's wrath. It seemed now he had nothing to worry about. Swiftly he moved to the spot, pushing the mat on his floor out of the way and pulling up the board. He pulled out a small, well-worn leather-bound book, quickly opening it. A picture of him and his mother when he was a child. Before his quirks had come in, sat just inside the cover. Shouto's own elegant handwriting was scrawled across the pages inside the book itself. A journal my brother Natsuo gave me. A way for me to ... vent my frustrations. It's one of the few personal items I've ever owned. Shouto admitted before pocketing the book. Izuku smiled at him before he realized the other couldn't see it behind his mask and moved to give the other a hug. As he wrapped his arms around the boy, they both froze as they heard a door open. Footsteps sounded loudly down the hall as the pair separated, moving into attack positions. So much for facing Endeavor while he was asleep. However, you've made a grave mistake. Endeavor's voice boomed as his flames cast light into the otherwise dark room. Shouto cursed under his breath. His sentimentality had ruined their plan. They had no choice. They'd have to face him head-on. He looked and Izuku was already gone, cloaked in his shadows. Good. They'd need the surprise if this was going to work. As Endeavor rounded the corner and squared up in the doorway, Shouto smirked. Hello, father. Shouto, Endeavor bellowed out. Finally come to your senses. I did that a long time ago. He replied before he pulled deep down and froze the entire room, dropping the temperature. It wouldn't be enough, but it would hopefully slow his father down long enough. You really think you can fight me? Endeavor yelled as his flames burst forth, melting Shouto's ice and catching the room on fire. Shouto braced himself, making sure his left side took the brunt of the fire. Now, he cried out, as Izuku's tendrils shot out, wrapping around Endeavor's legs, arms, and neck. Endeavor pulled, straining again the restraints. This is what you have? Shameful. Letting someone else fight your battles for you, he growled, fanning his flames, though they seemed to be straining. Shouto, do it now. I don't know how much longer I can hold him. Izuku cried out, putting all of his focus into maintaining his shadows. This is what he'd been training for. Right, Shouto declared with determination. He'd have to focus with the heat of the fire. He could do this though. He stopped on the ground, causing an ice spike to shoot up, impaling his father through the stomach. The man screamed as blood flowed through his mouth. The ice was melted almost as soon as he'd created it, but the damage was done, with the gaping hole in the man's stomach. A moment later he watched as Izuku's daggers slashed across his father's neck. Endeavor fell to the floor. Shouto shoot out his ice again, calming the fire. As he sunk to the ground. Is he really? He stared, almost in shock. He's not breathing, but we should make sure. After seeing what Recovery Girl could do and other medical quirks, Izuku rubbed his forehead. Yeah, Shouto replied through heavy pants. Honestly, he was surprised that had gone so well. The man really had become complacent in his own house. We'll take his body back with us and Shigaraki can disintegrate it. Izuku finally determined. We need to go. I imagine the alarms have already alerted emergency services, Shouto replied. All right, I can do this. Izuku took a deep breath as his shadows rose up around him, Shouto and Endeavor's body. A moment later, all that was left were the charred remains of Shouto's childhood room. Hero present. Izuku was elated to be back in class. Having everyone together in the room felt more comforting than he could ever have imagined. He watched Kacchan walk in right before Aizawa. He'd been avoiding the rest of the class. It was understandable. Kacchan was never one to take any kind of concern well. Izuku had learned that lesson well at a young age. He refused to let other people look down on him. All eyes followed him into the room, questions on their lips a moment away from being asked before Aizawa spoke up. All right, I'm going to get straight to the point. There's the matter of the provisional hero licenses you were supposed to test for after the training camp. Just because it was interrupted doesn't mean you are still expected to take the upcoming exam. Therefore, your class time between now and then will be used to perfect your quirk and develop your own signature move. This is also the time for any alterations to your costume and equipment you would like to make. Given you've had some practical experience, you can better determine what works and what doesn't, Aizawa explained. The class exploded into chatter as Izuku sat back in his seat. A special move. He hadn't really thought about it, and with the damage to his arms, he now had to rely on his legs. He was surprised when Bakugo turned around to look at him. Hey, nerd. He kept his voice low. Head with me to the support department after class. I want your opinion on something. And you can see about updating that shitty costume of yours. Izuku stared at him in surprise before he spat out a flustered reply. Oh, yeah, sure, Kanchan. He grinned as Bakugo just rolled his eyes and turned around. And then it was like it never happened. He was pretty sure no one else had seen the exchange. And for a little bit he was wondering if it had really taken place. Villain passed. There was no body, so the official report was that Endeavor was missing. But Shouto didn't care. He knew the truth. His father, his tormentor, was dead. He'd watched Shigaraki turn his body to dust, though he'd been assured before that his father was already dead and cold. Someone had managed to get the surveillance footage of the incident. Of course, Endeavor had a camera pointed directly at Shouto's door, the better to control his perfect masterpiece with. The entire fight had been caught, and while efforts to take the video down had been made, it still spread like wildfire. The reaction had been better than expected. Shouto smiled as he read the headline. It had been mostly about Izuku taking revenge on the hero that had been involved in his mother's death. Finally, the world was taking notice of his boyfriend. "What's you smiling about?" Izuku asked as he wrapped his arms around Shouto, the other scrolling through a news story on his phone. "It's starting to happen. People are starting to see my father for the villain he was. Now that he's dead, people have been coming forward, unafraid to speak out anymore. So many people talking about how he deserved what he got. What a monster he must have been if his own son helped kill him. I never thought this would be possible," Shouto explained before turning his head to steal a kiss. "Thank you. I would never have been able to do this without you." Izuku just nuzzled Shouto's neck. "You're welcome. I'm glad he's gone. He can't torment any else." Villain passed. Dabai leaned against a brick wall of some inconspicuous alleyway. In his hand, he watched the video over and over again. Every time it looped, his anger grew. "I told that effing brat to stay out of my way. How dare he take this from me?" He wanted to scream. "Effing masterpiece didn't deserve it. Can you do anything other than ruin my life and take things from me?" He snarled before his fist closed around the phone and his fire flared, burning it to ash. "It's time I put that little sheet in his place." He turned and stalked down the alleyway, a fiery determination resting in his soul. Villain passed. Bakugo watched the news feed over and over. He could barely believe it. Endeavor was dead, killed by his own son and Izuku. Somehow, in some way, the two of them had managed to take on the number 2 hero and win. This was bad though. Izuku had killed someone. The image of him leaping up and slicing Endeavor's throat played over and over in Bakugo's mind. There was no coming back from this, and he'd done it thinking Endeavor had been responsible for his mother's death. He sank to his knees, hitting the ground as tears ran out his eyes. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Bakugo wasn't sure how Izuku was ever going to come back from this. He'd gone too far. He'd taken another life. The life of a man who'd been innocent, even if Izuku hadn't known that at the time. The whole world knew what Izuku had done. It wasn't something that would ever go away. You could never wash the blood off your hands no matter how hard you tried. The innocent boy with the smiling face that Bakugo wanted to save didn't exist anymore. He'd taken too long. If only he'd reached him on the rooftop. If only he'd known how Inko had truly died that day. He was in another spiral. He barely noticed the knock at his door, nor when someone entered his room. It wasn't until he got pulled into a lap, and he looked up to see a mop of red hair looking down at him with concerned eyes, that he realized he wasn't alone. Kirishima. His eyes narrowed as he scrambled out of the other boy's lap. "The hell are you doing in my room?" Kirishima just looked at him with those eyes that he knew were full of pity, eyes that were looking down at him. "I was worried about you after I saw the video." He rubbed the back of his head. "I could hear you crying and you wouldn't answer the door, so I let myself in." Haven't you heard of privacy?" Bakugo stood. He was still shaking. Kirishima sighed and he moved, putting a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. "Look, man, you've been through a lot lately. You're acting like you have to carry this burden all alone when I've always told you we're here to help." The words, "I don't need your help," left his mouth as he turned to glare at Kirishima. The boy looked hurt before he turned to leave. Gods damn it, he was doing it again. The same thing that drove Izuku away. An image of Kirishima leaving to join Izuku and Todoroki flashed in his mind. Realistically, he knew Kirishima would never do that, but then again, he never thought Izuku would either. Wait, Bakugo's breathing was a bit heavy as he tried to get himself under control. "I'm sorry, don't go." It was a bit more pleading than he'd like, but it got the other boy to stop and turn around. "Bakugo, I know you're hurting, but no one can help you if you don't let us," Kirishima replied, taking a step back towards the other boy. "I know, I can't help but feel weak. I can't stand it. What kind of hero can I be if I can't win no matter what, can't save the people I care about?" Bakugo clenched his fist as he spoke. Kirishima's face softened a bit. "Bakugo," he spoke softly, "it's not weak to ask for help. It actually takes a lot of strength to admit when you need it. No one likes to feel like they can't do something. The manliest thing in the world you can do is accept help from friends when you need it. Even if that's true, I don't know how you can help." Bakugo turned away, looking down. He killed someone ... he ... Hey, don't give up, man. We can still get him back. He's hurt and confused, and the guy he killed was involved in his mother's death. It's not like he's suddenly a heartless murderer like the rest of those villains. I know Kaminari and Ashido want to help too. They're worried but figured you blast them to bits if they came with me. Kirishima laughed. Why would they want to help me? All I've ever done is insult them. Bakugo made a face like Kirishima had lost his mind. Because they know you just really want to help your friend. You've not been in a great place for a long time. Give him a chance. I know Kaminari isn't the smartest person in our class. He's literally the dumbest. Bakugo interrupted. But he's got a good heart. They both honestly regret not helping more when you first were trying to hunt for Midoriya. Kirishima explained. I really don't understand why any of you put up with me. Bakugo shook his head. But thank you. Don't mention it. Kirishima replied with a toothy grin. Hero present. All Might lay in his hospital bed. He had mostly recovered, well, as much as he was going to be able to anyway. That last fight had really done it. He'd never be able to use One for All again, the last embers of its power permanently snuffed out. He'd also been informed due to injuries to his spinal column that it was unlikely he was going to walk without assistance again. His best hope was for a cane, but that was going to take a lot of physical therapy. All that paled in comparison to the pain in his chest. The villain, Akumu, had gotten into his head more than he wanted to admit. He didn't want to believe anything. He knew it had to be one of All for One's tricks, that some quirk had stolen his protégé's face. But the amount of knowledge that he'd had, and the way he talked, as far as he knew, only he and Midoriya had ever known what transpired on that rooftop. It was frustrating, and he knew he was playing into whatever All for One wanted him to do, but he couldn't help it. He picked up his phone and called a very familiar number. Hello, Tsukachi. Yeah, I'm awake. I really overdid it this time. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to continue. Thank you, that means a lot. This is something I want actually. I need a favor, but please don't tell anyone. It's about young Midoriya, something the villain said. I can't get it out of my mind. And I just ... if you could check something out for me. Yeah, can you do a background check on his father? Name is Hisashi Midoriya. Thanks, Tsukachi, I owe you a lot. Just let me know what you find out. I'll try, thank you again. Goodbye, old friend. All Might ended the conversation as he settled back into his bed. He was confident all his friend was going to find was what his student had told him. That Hisashi Midoriya had been a businessman who traveled to America often and had died when Izuku was young. There was no way what that villain had said was true. And even if it was, it didn't mean anything. Izuku was Izuku no matter who his parents were. But if that was the case, why did Akumu's words bother him so much? He just hoped that Tsukachi could find the information quickly. Then he could put this whole craziness behind him. He had so much more to worry about than some villain's lies. How was he going to protect Izuku now? What would he do? All Might settled on the only thing he knew he could. He had to commit himself to training his student now more than ever. The stakes were higher than he ever thought possible, and Izuku Midoriya was going to have to learn and learn quickly. Hero present. So what did you want to show me, Kachin? Izuku tested the waters as he walked. Well, mostly beside the other boy. Slightly behind, just in case. He still wasn't sure where they stood. Bakugo ignored him at first, and Izuku sighed in defeat, staying quiet as they walked through the halls. It felt like an eternity to the green-haired boy when the blonde finally spoke. Since you're one of the only ones who knows so far, I wanted to ask your opinion on my new hero costume. That crazy girl with pink hair you worked with in the sports festival kinda threw herself into the design like it was her life's mission. Oh, Izuku sounded a bit surprised. I'd be happy to, Kachin. He smiled, and just so we're clear, I'm only asking your opinion on the technical sheet, 'cause you're good at that. You might be able to make better heads or tails out of this girl's chicken scratches than I can. It sounds good, but sheet a bit crazy. I just don't want to explode or some sheet when I try it. I don't want to hear sheet about the aesthetics from someone whose costume is a mutant green rabbit suit. Bakugo shoved his hands in his pockets. His voice held that bit of edge to it. It always did when he was speaking to Izuku. I do not look like a mutant green rabbit. Izuku crossed his arms. Yes, you do. I blame it on the hag letting you watch Donnie Darko that one time you stayed over. Too young and impressionable. Bakugo replied. Please, you watched it too, and you're basically the same age I am. Izuku protested. Yeah, well, I'm not the one with a creepy green mutant rabbit suit for a hero costume. Bakugo retorted. It's not creepy, Izuku yelled as his face flushed. Bakugo's response was just a laugh. Not funny, Kachin. Izuku pouted. It's effing hilarious, nerd. And the fake All Might grin just makes it worse. The only saving grace is you rarely wear the rabbit head. Bakugo was still laughing. For all his frustration at Kachin poking fun at his hero costume, Izuku was happy. Kachin was teasing him, not bullying him, not trying to pick a fight with him. This felt more like some of the interactions he had with the Baka Squad, as they liked to call themselves. This is what he had ached for so long. To just be Kachin's friend. He didn't want to hope ... but maybe things really had changed. Was Kachin even aware of what he was doing? Izuku's mind was drawn out of its thoughts as they stopped outside the support room. Bakugo just pushed his way in like he belonged there, and if what he had said was true, he'd spend a lot of time here. Yo, Explosion Princess, Bakugo called out. I brought the nerd with me to go over the designs. Oh, Hatsum immediately dropped what she was doing. Fantastic. I'd almost finished the less interesting parts of the costume. Hello Hatsumi. Izuku smiled at her. Nice to meet you, Hatsum exclaimed. I've met you We worked together in the sports festival, Izuku said exasperated. I have never seen you before in my life, Hatsum declared before laying the blueprints out. King Explosions here wouldn't okay the final design until you looked at it. Izuku looked to Bakugo, but the boy wouldn't look at him. Even still he was so prideful. Alright, let me take a look. Alright, initially the design looks promising. That the canisters are filled with an artificial version of Kachan's sweat is actually kind of amazing. But that all has to be synthesized in the lab. It would be good if it could be modified to be able to accept other kinds of fuel in a pinch, just in case he's on an extended mission and can't get to more readily available stores. Of course, I'm not sure what that may or may not compromise in the design. But using a substance close to his sweat is a good idea because that's what Kachan is used to. If they do come up with a different possible fuel, he'd need to practice to be able to account for the differences, because that's not something you want to learn on the fly. But Kachan has never been opposed to hard work. Structurally speaking, the tank is sound, but it might be a good idea to make the gauntlets out of a lighter weight material. Before they aided in making his sweat, but now they just need to be a sort of reservoir and ignition source. It wasn't until Izuku realized that Bakugo was staring at him and Hatsum was intently writing down notes that he'd actually said all of that out loud. Ah, sorry. Izuku blushed with embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head. The F you sorry for, nerd. This is exactly why I asked you here. Bakugo looked at him. Yeah, this is really good stuff. You ever thought about joining the support course? Hatsum asked. And oh sorry. Izuku smiled at her sheepishly. Oh well, your loss. The girl just shrugged. The idea about fuel was brilliant. We wouldn't have to worry so much about pushing the limit on the stores if you could switch to something else, like say gasoline in a pinch. It's not as effective, but it's available everywhere. I think I've got enough for Mr. Explosions. He said you needed to update your suit too. Do you need something that blows up as well? Hatsum's eyes sparkled. No, nothing that fancy. Izuku waved his arms. Mostly I need something to help protect my joints. My quirk causes a lot of strain on them. Hatsum looked him over for a moment. I think I have an idea. She grinned before she grabbed Izuku. AHHH. He cried as the girl felt him up. Bakugo just had to fight the urge to laugh, especially since it wasn't him on the receiving end this time. Villain present. Shinu slumped into the bed he'd been provided. It had been 2 days, and he hadn't figured out how to escape. After he was initially dropped in the room, he'd only seen Akumu once. I thought you'd like the paper, he smirked, dropping it on the desk in the room he'd been given. Overall, for an evil villain lair, the accommodations weren't bad. He was in some kind of basement. There were no windows, but he had a bed, a desk, a bookshelf full of books, and a bathroom. There was a metal single door at the top of a set of stairs. In front of the stairs stood some kind of creep stoic doll thing. Anamo, he believed, had been the term he'd read about. They were essentially puppets and couldn't speak, so his quirk wouldn't work on it, and he wasn't near physically strong enough to overtake it. He'd actually tried, and the thing had just stood stiff and unflinching as he'd attacked. In the end, the effort had been useless. He had access to a television, and while he knew it was what the villain wanted, he turned on the news, hoping to spite Akumu. But no, there had been mentions about UA being back in session, but nothing about any missing student. It made him angry that this villain was right. He knew he was right. UA didn't care about anything but their hero students. It stung. But if this villain thought that meant he was going to join them, he obviously didn't know Shinsu very well at all. Becoming a villain would just be proving everyone right who'd ever doubted him. No, Shinsu was going to become a hero no matter what, even if it was just from pure spite. Villain present. 53. What became known as the Great Massacre had left 53 pro-heroes dead in various places across Japan. The chaos had lasted 16 nights, and most of the deaths had been attributed to a pair of fire-type quirk users. The League of Villains had taken full responsibility for the event, as their leader sent a message to every media outlet in Japan. A man dressed in a finely tailored black suit, with a vest and jade green tie, sat in front of the camera. Every inch of him was covered from his black leather gloves to the mask on his face, and the cowl on his head. Everything but his piercing emerald green eyes. His voice was calm and even as he spoke. Dear heroes of Japan, he started with a pause. By now you have received our declaration of war. We, the League of Villains, have started at the top, crushing your #1 hero, All Might. And now we've done some cleaning at the bottom. The time for heroes in this world is over. Our goals are ever simple. to rewrite the laws of society, to allow those forced into the shadows, because they were born different, to step out into the light and thrive even if they didn't fit in the perfect mold that society wants them to. We seek to lift up those who were told they were destined down a dark path even as a child by those who should have been their greatest supporters. Lift up those who were told they were useless and a burden on society because they were born without a gift everyone else around them possessed. We are here to shine a light on the vile corruption woven into the very fabric of this society, one that allows those with might and power to lord over all the others. A world where hero only stands for government-sanctioned violence that's accompanied by fame and a paycheck. A society that casts the weak aside when they are the very ones who should be protected most. Despite our name, we are not your villains. We are your salvation, and we have only just begun. Sincerely, Akumu, leader of the League of Villains. And with that, the video cut out. Every major media station refused to air it. But by the next day, the video was everywhere. Villain passed. You piece of shit. Dabai lunged at Todoroki. The man had come to the bar, asking to talk. But the moment the boy had shown his face, Dabai had ignited his fire and went on the attack. Unfortunately, Kurogiri and Izuku were gone at the moment, and Shigaraki was unhelpful, finding amusement in the situation as he laughed watching Todoroki dodge his assailant, panic-stricken look on his face. "What do you want?" Todoroki cried out as he hid under a table that suddenly burst into flames. "To kill you," Dabai screamed as he shattered the burning table. Todoroki was truly beginning to think this was how he was gonna die. "You little brat, I told you to stay out of my way. You ruined everything. You always ruin everything. You had no right to kill him. He was mine. Years of planning gone because of you. I don't know what my father did to you, but can't you just be happy he's dead?" Todoroki rolled as he shot out his eyes trying to encase the other. "It's story time." Dabai scowled at Todoroki, finally grabbing him by the shirt and shoving him in the wall, his flaming right fist dangerously close to Todoroki's face. "Then maybe you'll understand what you took from you, little perfect piece of shit." "I didn't take anything from you, I swear." Todoroki tried to defend himself, but he was certain unless someone turned up soon he was going to die. "Wrong," Dabai snapped. "It's time to introduce myself. The name is Tauya Todoroki, and I'm your big brother." "You're insane." Todoroki struggled against his assailant. "Tauya is dead." "Yeah, burned alive." "How do you think I got all these burns?" Dabai grinned a bit, getting some kind of satisfaction from the terror on his brother's face. "I was Daddy's first attempt at a perfect child. I was born with a powerful fire quirk, cremation, but my body, built from Mother Dearest size, that didn't stop dear old Dad from making me train every day, no matter how much it hurt. And the worst part is I wanted to please him. I wanted his affection." Dabai laughed, throwing Todoroki into another table, causing the boy to wince in pain. Dabai strode forward as Todoroki scrambled to move. "But the moment you came on the scene with your perfect quirk, just what Daddy wanted, I got cast aside like some worthless trash. All that pain, all the suffering to please him, and what do I get? Not even a glance my way as he drug you off to train. Nothing. It was like I no longer existed. That's when I first started to hate you. I thought if I could just get rid of you, he'd care about me again. Eventually, I faked my own death and plotted the best way to destroy him, to make him suffer. I spent years, I sacrificed and trained, and broke my own body, all to reach one perfect moment to reveal myself as the worthless son that he had cast away, the one who would bring an end to endeavor. But you." Dabai shot his flames at Todoroki, making sure to block the boy from being able to make it to the door. "You couldn't even let me have that. You had to swoop in and take it from me. Everything, absolutely everything I have ever worked for, you've stolen from me. And now it's time I take your life." Dabai reached the boy again and kicked him in the ribs. Dabai was about to come down with his burning hand, and Todoroki closed his eyes and covered his face, leaning his fire half into the blow that never came. "Shouto." He heard Izuku's voice cry out, and he opened his eyes to see Dabai bound in shadows. "Took you long enough," Shigaraki smirked from his chair. Todoroki took the moment to scramble away even as everything hurt. "Izuku," his voice trembled, "I thought I was gonna die." "Not today, young Master Todoroki," Kurogiri stated, opening a portal. "Send him through, Izuku. I think Master will be happy to deal with him." Yes, sir," Izuku replied, using his shadows to force Dabai through the portal. When it was over, he took Shouto into his arms, as they both fell to the ground. "Thank you, Master Shigaraki, for informing us of the disturbance." Kurogiri turned to him. "Yeah, well, I didn't think Izuku would like it if I let his boyfriend get killed." Shigaraki just waved his hand. "But you owe me a drink." Hero present. Izuku didn't know how he was supposed to feel. Things were getting bad on the outside. So many pro-heroes were dead. At least twice as many had retired from public service, afraid for their lives. The video that Akumu had released was everywhere. And the worst part was there were people that agreed with them. Public support for heroes was at an all-time low. There were protests outside the school, protests outside Endeavor's hero agency. Many people in the public saw him unfit to carry the title of number 1. A far cry from All Might, the symbol of peace. Yet on campus, things were strangely calm. And while he couldn't say normal things had been content he'd heard from All Might, and tension he didn't even know he'd been holding vanished when he heard his mentor's voice. The man had told him that while he was permanently out of commission as a hero, he would soon be able to return to UA and intended to focus on training Izuku into becoming the hero All Might knew he was destined to be. Part of him feared that All Might would have second thoughts after facing down the villain that looked so much like him. It seemed that just like Kachin, there was no lingering blame left on the boy's shoulders. And then there was Kachin. Izuku still wasn't ready to put any kind of name to what they were now. He didn't feel like they were really friends. Not in the way Kachin was with Kirishima or even Kaminari. It almost felt like starting over. Part of him wanted to sit Kachin down and talk to him about how he felt, but another part of him was afraid the boy hadn't noticed the shift in dynamic, the way he was treating Izuku, and didn't want to risk pushing him back into old habits. The work on their hero costumes had gone extremely well. Kachin had seemed really happy with the suggestions that Izuku had made. And once he got used to Hatsum again, she seemed nice. She was just as dedicated to her support work as Izuku was dedicated to becoming a hero. And it made him happy to work with the girl, even if she was a bit much sometimes. He had secretly asked her to make his headpiece less creepy, as much as he hated to admit it. Kachin had a better eye for that kind of thing, if only because of his mother. Not that he'd ever admit he'd taken his advice on the subject. Right now, however, his focus was on the notebook in front of him. He was laying on his stomach on his bed, chewing on a pencil, as Shouto was going through some exercises sitting on the floor, raising and lowering his own body temperature, with the goal to switch between his two sides more easily, and eventually use both at once. I need to be careful with my arms now, so I need to rely on my legs, he was muttering, and Shouto didn't pay him any mind. He knew his boyfriend's mental process and knew that he'd be addressed if Izuku actually wanted his opinion on something. Hatsum added the braces to my costume. And Kachin suggested something about shock absorption, since I seem to do more damage after I strike, rather than just powering up. But still, need to be careful. How can I be focused on a special move when I need to be working on becoming stronger with my quirk fundamentally? Izuku sighed as his head flopped into his notebook. I can't get my provisional license if I don't come up with something. Izuku think. He chided himself. You're overthinking things, Izuku. Shouto pipped up. Sorry. Izuku sighed. No need to be sorry. I know you weren't really speaking to me, but you're making this out to be more than it is, Shouto explained. Not breaking his own exercises, I blame Aizawa. He always makes everything sound more dire and complicated than it is. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Izuku admitted sheepishly. I can't help you decide on your own special move, only you can do that. But to use your own words against you, it's your power, not All Might's. You're thinking too much like him and not enough like Izuku. Shouto smiled at Izuku as he spoke. Izuku's eyes went wide as he stared at his boyfriend. You're right, he muttered as the realization hit him. He'd been trying to style everything up until this point after his mentor. But he wasn't All Might. He was Izuku. So, think like Izuku. He grinned, looking down at his notebook with renewed fervor. Hero present. Hey man, what do you want to talk about? Kirishima grinned toothily at Bakugo. He was surprised, yet happy when the boy had pulled him aside and asked to talk to him after dinner. Until now, Bakugo had been avoiding him since he'd gotten back to UA. Bakugo started, then stopped. It still wasn't easy to talk about, but Izuku had pestered him about at least telling Kirishima the truth. He hated it, but he was right. Kirishima deserved to hear it from him. And not however it was eventually going to come out to everyone else. It's all right man, take your time. Kirishima's voice was encouraging, and once again Bakugo realized he really didn't deserve the people he had in his life. No, if I don't say this I never will. Bakugo finally spoke. There isn't a good way to say this, but something happened when I was kidnapped. Kirishima's face fell as Bakugo spoke. I thought something had, the way you've been distant since you got back. They took my quirk, Kirishima. Bakugo closed his eyes, afraid to see his friend's reaction. Surely Kirishima would be the sensible one, unlike Deku and Aizawa. What? Kirishima asked in shock as he went witty. How? It was the villain's work. He could steal other people's quirks and use them against you. Bakugo explained, still not able to look Kirishima in the eye. You mean like that jerk Monoma from 1B? Kirishima asked. Kind of, except. Bakugo took a deep breath. It's permanent. But that means. Kirishima continued to stare at Bakugo. Yeah, I'm quirkless now. Bakugo hated how the words sounded on his ears. He was ready for Kirishima to tell him he didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Shit, was all Kirishima could say. That's an understatement. Bakugo scoffed. Well, I'm glad they didn't kick you out. I bet Aizawa wouldn't let them. Kirishima grinned. What ... you too? Bakugo looked at his friend witty. Kirishima tilted his head. What do you mean? It would have been horrible if they'd kicked you out. I mean really the only one whose passion rivals yours for becoming a hero in our class is Deku, and that's saying something given the rest of our class. It would have been a big mistake to not let you carry on. And if they had, I bet everyone in our class would have protested. Besides, I'm sure someone will figure something out. By the gods, I'm surrounded by idiots. Bakugo groaned, covering his face. Hey, Kirishima crossed his arms. Bakugo just sighed and flopped back on his bed. Do you want to talk about it? Kirishima finally asked after what felt like a moment of awkward silence. Talk about what shady hair. I just revealed to you my deep dark secret. Bakugo leaned up to stare him down a bit. About what happened? He asked tentatively. You said something about being able to use it against you ... That had to be rough. You were pretty messed up when they found you. Kirishima couldn't help but let some of the worry leak into his voice. I'm sure as effing not gonna talk to you about how I got my ass kicked with my own quirk. The blonde snapped and Kirishima flinched a bit. Bakugo sighed and ran a hand through his hair and took a deep breath. Thanks for the concern, but Aizawa is making me go talk to some shady therapist or something. The redhead nodded. All right, as long as you're talking to someone. Hero present. Aizawa looked out from behind his desk to his class. Despite recent events, the Hero Commission has decided to go ahead with the provisional license exams. However, the odds of passing by sheer number is only about 50%. And you have to realize that as first-year students, the likelihood that you'll pass is even lower given that you'll be going against mostly second- and third-year students. So much for a pep talk, Kaminari whined. It's the reality of the situation you find yourselves in. Aizawa replied. And given the current state of the world, if you decide not to participate, I wouldn't judge you. If you feel hesitant or overwhelmed, it's best to back out now and not waste your or the proctor's time. For those taking the test, you need to be here by 7 tomorrow morning. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo see me after class, Aizawa stated as eyes around the room fell on the three of them. The rest of you are dismissed for the day. See you later, man. Kirishima gave Bakugo a toothy grin as he walked by, as Bakugo just sank in his chair and crossed his arms. Don't forget, Deku. You and Todoroki were supposed to meet me in Ida tonight to help us study. Uraraka waved as she walked by her friend. We'll be there. Izuku smiled, though he was a bit nervous. He wasn't sure yet how the three of them were going to test for their provisional license, or if ... the commission had changed their mind and were going to make them try next year when things had hopefully calmed down. Once the rest of the class had dispersed, Aizawa sighed and opened his desk drawer before walking towards Bakugo and Midori. Silently, he sat something down on Bakugo's desk. What Bakugo screamed in confusion filled Izuku's eyes before Aizawa sat something down on his desk as well. Our license. Izuku looked at his teacher with wide eyes as the man made his way to the back of the room to hand Todoroki. What kind of joke is this, old man? Bakugo snapped. No joke. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose as he spoke. It was the Hero Commission's decision to award them to you. In light of what has happened lately, they thought it would be best to award them to you, to help you defend yourselves if the situation arose. But ... we didn't earn them. It all felt so cheap. Their classmates were going to have to earn them properly. And here they were just been handed to them. I've suffered enough embarrassment. I refuse. Bakugo tossed his back down on his desk. Todoroki, for his part, was silently staring at it. Make no mistake, you've all three earned them. It may not have been the traditional way, but you have more hands-on experience dealing with villains thanks to circumstances beyond your control than most third years. The Hero Commission reviewed each of you separately and came to the conclusion that you fit the criteria. This isn't a handout, and if it had been, I'd have destroyed them before they made it into your hands. Aizawa explained. It still doesn't seem fair to the others. Izuku spoke softly. The others have seen a lot of action too, but none more than the three of you. Don't worry, tomorrow is just a formality. I expect every single one of them to pass, in no small part because of the inspiration they've gained from all three of your actions. Trust me when I say you will be there in spirit tomorrow with every single one of them. Aizawa wasn't one much for pep talks, but he knew how they had to be feeling. TCH, Bakugo grunted but picked his license back up. You said we really earned this. You did. Aizawa nodded, and Bakugo shoved it in his pocket. Thank you, sir. Todoroki nodded at his teacher and put his in his own wallet. Izuku just continued to stare at his. All right, you three get out of here. I have things to do. Aizawa strode back to his desk and sat down. Villain passed. How are you? Izuku asked, pressing his forehead to Shouto's. Still sore, but mostly all right. Shock is probably the biggest thing I'm dealing with, the other boy admitted. I suppose that's understandable after your dead brother comes back from the grave to try and kill you for killing your father ... that he also wanted dead. Izuku tried to laugh. You're not kidding, Shouto replied, flopping on the bed. Well, I have to go soon. Father wants me to accompany Tamura to a meeting for a new recruit. Some guy who's a leader of a small-time mafia group, the Shai Hasekai. Kai Chisaki is the name. Tamura is posing as the leader for now. But he says I'm the best at keeping his temper under control and wants to make sure the meeting goes well," Izuku explained, before moving to change into the suit his father had provided him for the occasion. "Be careful." Shouto propped himself up to look at his boyfriend. "I will," Izuku replied, flashing him a smile as he buttoned up his shirt. "Hero present. You're sure?" All Might looked at his friend from the wheelchair he was currently occupying. He brought his hands to his face in distress. Sukachi nodded grimly. There were a few records. The marriage license was valid, but most everything else fell apart under scrutiny. "I can say without a shadow of a doubt no man with the name Hisashi Midoriya ever existed." All Might's shoulders slumped. "Young Midoriya wouldn't have lied to me, and I don't think his mother would have. But we need to speak with her." "I tried." Sukachi shook his head, his expression worsening. "I reached out to her when the paper trail was falling apart. That's the other thing I needed to tell you. Inko Midoriya has disappeared." "What?" All Might gazed up at his friend in shock. "Does Izuku know?" "No, with everything that we've discovered, I wanted to tell you first. I wasn't sure how to approach the boy," Sukachi replied. All Might just sunk back down in his chair, bringing a hand to his face. "What that villain said can't be true. There has to be an explanation for all of this. But what if it is? What will you do?" Sukachi pressed. "From what I've gathered interviewing everyone that's come in contact with him, he's given mostly factual information, his own identity notwithstanding. Izuku has the spirit of a true hero. I have no doubts about that." All Might crossed his arms. "But I fear for him if this is true. Midoriya has always spoken highly of his father. It will devastate him if this is true, and make everything all the more dangerous. All for One isn't a family man. If he had Izuku, it was for a reason. It might have been to exploit whatever potential quirk the boy would have. When I met him he was quirkless, but that doesn't mean All for One didn't take it and run. But then why stick around afterward?" All Might was racking his brain for answers. "We should probably start with asking the boy more about his father, and let him know what happened to his mother," Sukachi stated as he started to pace back and forth. "He's had such a hard time lately. I feel like I've done nothing but fail him." All Might admitted. "You picked a good kid. He's got a lot of people to support him. Just be there for him through this. He's got a long road ahead of him," Sukachi replied, placing a comforting hand on All Might's shoulder. Villain present. Various members of the league sat around the living room of their current safe house, as Akumu sat in a chair, leaning on one of his arms. Backdraft stood behind him. Stage 2 went flawlessly. "I have to thank you all." Akumu's voice was lazy as his green eyes scanned the room. "Hero society is crumbling as we speak. The weaker fodder are running for the hills. This world really had become too complacent with All Might's presence. Everyone thought being a hero was an easy job." Akumu continued. "Endeavor is trying and failing to pull the hero world together. People are crying out for a new symbol of peace. It's time we gave them one." "What?" Toga blinked as she titled her head in confusion. "I thought you wanted to destroy the symbol of peace. That's what this was about, wasn't it?" "I wanted to destroy All Might in hero society." Akumu corrected. "The people need a shepherd to guide them into this new era." "I figured that was you, boss," Twice commented. "I knew it wasn't you. I stand for nightmares." Akumu grinned. "I however have a candidate in mind, though I'll need our guest's assistance." "It's his brainwashing quirk, isn't it?" Toga answered with glee. "No," Akumu shook his head. "While it is extremely powerful, that's not why I need him. Shinsu sided with us once before," Backdraft explained. "Backdraft is right. The boy can be persuaded. In his heart, he knows the truth. He's been fighting against his own destiny for so long. Right now he's afraid to become a villain. But that will change once he realizes we were never really the bad guys. And once he's come to his senses once again, we'll use him to convince our own little future symbol of peace." Akumu leaned back in his chair as he spoke as if this was already a done deal. "You're awfully confident." Dabai moved away from the wall to stare Akuma in the eye. "What if this boy isn't as willing to sacrifice his ideals as you think he is?" "That's because across these two worlds, no matter the differences between them, no one has been able to escape who they are at their core," Akumu answered. "You and he did." Dabai fired back, motioning to Akumu and Backdraft. "I don't think we're as different as you think." Akumu leaned forward and closed his eyes. "At my core, I love Shouto. I care about those important to me, and I will keep them safe and in my grasp no matter what. This heroic version of me seems to have the same values. He's just been misguided by the worst parts of society. Don't get wrong, I fully intend to help him see the truth. But where that fits into my plans I have yet to decide." He's been right so far." Shigaraki shrugged. Dabai just grunted in response but returned to his place on the wall. Villain passed. Hiroshima, Ashido, and Kaminari all stood around Bakugu's room as red eyes stared at him. "So," Kaminari started looking at Bakugu. "So what?" Bakugu snapped. "We need a name." Kaminari smacked his fist into the palm of his other hand with determination. "A name." Hiroshima looked at him in confusion. "Yeah," Kaminari replied excitedly. "Like a hero group name. Makes everything feel more official. I literally hate you." Bakugo groaned. Why did I let you talk me into this, Kirishima? Because you secretly actually really like us. Shouto giggled. It's the exact opposite of that, Bakugo replied with irritation in his voice. Mean, Kaminari has a good idea. If nothing else, something to refer to ourselves as a codename so the others don't get suspicious. If they knew what we were doing, Ida especially would probably try to stop us and at worst tell Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima argued, scratching the back of his head. Fine, but nothing stupid. Bakugo relented. I nominate Bakasquad, Shouto declared, throwing her hand in the air. That is extremely stupid. Bakugo snapped. Okay. Shouto held her hands up in defense. Has to be something cool. Kaminari was trying to think, rubbing his chin in thought. How about the Avengers? Kaminari declared. That's an American hero group. Shouto pouted. Oh, Kaminari sighed in defeat. All the cool names are taken. I still think Bakasquad is a good idea. Shouto huffed. No, Bakugo groaned. You are not naming this stupid group after me. I mean, she's not wrong. Doesn't sound mischievous. Just a group of friends hanging out. Kirishima offered. I said no, and we are not friends. Bakugo protested. I like it too, Kaminari replied. I think you're getting outvoted, Bakubro. Never call me that again. Bakugo felt the spark starting to flare. We should make shirts. Shouto giggled. Are ignoring me. Bakugo finally yelled. Nah, man. Kaminari smiled at him sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Just you're always mad at everything. So we can't tell when you like something or not. Idiots. Bakugo flopped back on his bed. Fine, you can use the stupid effing name but no shirts. Shouto grinned before leaning in to whisper to Kaminari. I'm totally getting shirts, message me your size. Alright ya. Kaminari grinned before pulling out his phone. Why did I let you talk me into this? Bakugo stared down Kirishima from his spot on his bed. It's not so bad, Bakugo. I really do want to help. Kirishima gave him a toothy grin. Part of Bakugo was starting to regret all the life choices that got him to this point, but deep down, he had to admit it felt good to goof off if just for a little bit. He hadn't had anything that resembled fun in so long. Villain present. Inko sat in a room, scared out of her mind. 1 minute she'd been standing in the kitchen where she'd been staying, and the next she'd been in the attic of some house out in the middle of the woods. Don't be afraid. A voice that sounded so much like her son stated. I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. What did you do? Who are you? Inko backed away as her eyes fell on the figure of the villain who had taken down All Might. The villain that looked like her son. I'm your son, from another world. I lost you once before, and I thought about leaving you alone, but I missed you too much. Akumu said softly. Please let me go. Inko pleaded. I can't do that, Akumu said softly. But you'll hopefully understand soon. I'm not a bad person. I just need to make sure you're safe. You can't be my son. My precious Izuku would never turn into the monster you are, no matter what world he was from. Inko cried as she backed into a wall. Akumu flinched a bit at her words before shaking his head. I'm not a monster, but even if I was, it was only because society made me that way, he replied. I won't push you right now. I'll give you whatever you want, but you have to stay here. But there is someone I want to introduce you to. Right now I can't spend enough time with her, and Ri never got to meet her grandmother. Akumu explained before he motioned for back towards the door, and the small girl in a red dress stepped forward. Mother, meet Ri, my adopted daughter. Akumu introduced them. Oh my lord, Inko cried as the girl waved at her. Nice to meet you, Iri replied as she clung to Akumu's pant leg. Oh, sweetie. Inko bent down as the girl shyly walked over. You kidnapped a child. No, Akumu shook her head. She was the captive experiment of a mad scientist who went by the name Overhaul. He'd abused her daily for years. We freed her and adopted her. As I said, I'm not a monster. I'd do anything to protect her, and you. I know you don't like me right now, but this little girl needs more attention than we can give her at the moment. I was hoping you could keep her company while we were away. Inko gazed down as the sweet little girl was looking up at her expectantly. All right, I'll help take care of you, sweetie, she finally said, wrapping her arms around the small girl's. Thank you. If you need anything, just use the intercom over there. The Namu knows to let Iri come and go as she pleases, Akumu explained before bending down. Come here, Iri, and give Daddy a hug. I'll be back soon. Iri just went back over and threw her arms around him. Be careful, Kay. Daddy will. Izuku replied, hugging his daughter tightly, and Inko wasn't sure what she was supposed to think. Villain present. Heavy steps made their way up the stairs to the attic Inko Midoriya was currently being held in. Iri had spent the rest of the day with her, and Inko had fallen in love with the sweet little girl. It had been obvious that something bad had happened to her in the past, and she was healing. She's seen a few abused children in her line of work, and she could clearly see the girl was working on normal social interactions. She had been initially scared after he had left and frightened. It had taken Inko a little bit of time to earn her trust. But eventually, by the time she left for bed, Iri has spent at least an hour on her lap, as Inko told her stories. Whoever this villain really was, He wasn't a child abuser, and that made her feel at least a little better. She was expecting Akumu's form to appear at the top of the stairs. She gasped, however, when white and red hair and mismatched eyes greeted her. Shouto. Her eyes widened. He nodded. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya. He spoke softly as he came to a stop at the top of the stairs. Sorry if I startled you. The boy before her was slightly taller, with broader shoulders, more muscle mass, and long hair, but it was definitely the boy her son had started dating. The boy he'd brought over not that long ago and introduced as his boyfriend. The boy that she'd been so happy to meet, to help her keep an eye on Izuku. Seeing him standing here made her realize more than seeing Izuku that there was some truth to the story, that the villain who had been terrorizing their world was some version of her son. And she cried. I'm sorry. Shouto wasn't sure what to do. He'd never actually met Mrs. Midoriya. It was the entire reason he'd made his way up here, to glance at the woman who had meant so much to Izuku. It's okay. It really wasn't, but she wasn't sure what else to say as she wiped her eyes. It just made me realize this is all true. It really is him. Oh, Shouto replied, walking over and bending down next to her. Then you'll know he'll never hurt you. He smiled at her as she looked up at him. Despite what it may feel like, my Izuku has always done what he thought was right. Our world wasn't kind to him, but he still never lost the desire to make it better. He wants to make sure no kid ever has to feel worthless just because they were born different. Isn't there a better way than becoming a supervillain? Inko pleaded, and Shouto stood. We tried before, but the world was so resistant to change. Too many people afraid of a shift in the status quo. Too many people afraid to lose control if suddenly the people beneath them no longer weren't. Shouto explained. Can you really tell me your world is any different? That he didn't suffer as a quirkless child? Inko hesitated and shook her head. My Izuku may have been quirkless as a child, but he never gave up hope. He always smiled just like his hero. I may not have supported him when I should have, but he never stopped wanting to be a hero. In a way mine never did either. Shouto gazed at her as Inko stood herself. Hero to us is a dirty word. It's the symbol of corruption in the world, but the values that a hero should have upheld. Izuku never stopped believing in that. Sometimes the only way to do the right thing is to be the bad guy. You say that, but it's hard to believe. So many people have died. I saw the news reports about the massacre. It was you, wasn't it? How can you talk about doing the right thing when you've hurt so many people, killed so many people? Inko pleaded, fresh tears coming to her eyes. Shouto shook his head. The only people who died were false heroes, a poison to be excised from the world before it can heal. I know they had their own families and hopes and dreams and all that, but can you really look at people like my father and tell me all heroes are good altruistic people? But what about All Might? Inko asked. How had her son, if that's what this Izuku truly was, come to hate All Might? That was the wrong question as anger flashed across Shouto's fate. All Might is one of two people responsible for my Izuku trying to kill himself when he was only 14 years old, because the great and mighty hero decided that the best thing to do with an injured, suicidal kid was to leave him on a rooftop after he'd just personally crushed the last flame of hope the boy had. What? Inko looked at him in shock. Maybe, in this world, things went different. Maybe All Might didn't crush his hope, and that's why your Izuku has won for all. But, I don't know. All I know is when my Izuku went to judge him that night in Kamino, he saw the truth of who he was. Just another cog in a broken society. Shouto shrugged. What do you mean has won for all? What's that? Inko questioned, shaking her head. That's his quirk. In this world, it was passed down to him by All Might. Wait, you didn't know? Shouto blinked, then started to laugh. Jackass probably told him not to tell you. And your Izuku, still an All Might fanboy, listened. What are you talking about? Izuku got his quirk right before the entrance exam. Inko eyes went wide. Seems we were right. All Might's a piece of work in any universe. He failed, so he passed his troubles off on a kid, painted a target a mile wide on his back, and then didn't let him tell anyone about it. Shouto laughed and cried at the same time. But he promised to protect him. Inko brought her hands to her chest. Yeah, well, he did the exact opposite. Shouto rubbed his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't come up here to shatter your world or anything. I just wanted to meet you. Thank you, but I think I need to be alone for a bit. Inko closed her eyes. All right. Shouto moved towards the stairs. Have a good night, Mrs. Midoriya. Villain passed. Izuku sat in a dirty warehouse, on top of a large metal crate. Next to him stood Toga. Mister Compress, Magni, and Mustard were here as well. And in the center of them, all stood Tamura in a bloodred suit, arms crossed. They're running late. Don't they know it's disrespectful? This punk is lucky we're willing to talk with a low-life like him. Shigaraki's voice was full of irritation as he scratched at his neck. It's all right, Tamura. It's probably twice his fault. He's a good guy, but his sense of direction isn't the best. Izuku smiled. He was wearing his suit. It was black with an emerald green shirt. He had on black gloves and black boots and the mask he'd worn when he'd killed Endeavor. You look really sexy, Zuzu. Toga had told him as he walked out to meet the others, and the girl had grabbed his arm. Shigaraki had been the one to remind her that the boy was taken. The words seemed to placate his friend for now. You're probably right. Next time you get to escort the person to the meeting place, you could probably just teleport them here with that fancy quirk of yours. Izuku squeaked a bit. But it wasn't a bad idea. Then they wouldn't have to give any location away. See, you're not the only one with good ideas, Shigaraki smirked. We'll see about that next time. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. The only time he'd ever used his quirk to teleport other people was that night at Endeavor's house when they'd panicked for a way to escape. He was pulled from his thoughts as the doors opened and twice walked in, followed by a man wearing some kind of odd plague mask. Izuku took a deep breath. Time for his first official meeting as a member of the League of Villains with an outsider. He closed his eyes in a silent prayer that it would all go smoothly. So you managed to bring us the leader of the Shy Hasekai twice, Tamura commented as he moved away from his spot to walk towards Chisaki. What are we doing getting mixed up with some low-time Yakuza thug? Toga whined, before grabbing Izuku's arm and wrapping herself around it. Zuzu, is he even worth our time? I have to say I'm impressed, Chisaki stated as he started to clap. My first impression of the League of Villains was that you were a bunch of kids who gotten way over your head, given powerful pieces to a game you didn't know how to play. What's with this kid twice? Shigaraki snapped. Hey, let me finish. Chisaki grinned. But then, I noticed a shift in how your organization operated. You seemed better focused and goal-oriented, and I have to admit that Assault on Endeavor was beautiful. Chisaki gazed up at Izuku. That was you kid, wasn't it? Yeah, well, me and his son, Izuku admitted. Still pretty impressive. A couple of kids who dropped out of UA could take down the number 2 hero in any situation. Chisaki shrugged. Shows me you know how to use your cards right. And I'm here to offer you a new deck. A new deck? Well, why didn't you start with that? Shigaraki grinned, shoving his hands in his pockets. I have a proposal. One that would benefit both our organizations. You see, it's hard to get people to invest in an organization like ours. No one takes us seriously, even when we have a good product. But yours, people listen to the League of Villains, Chisaki explained. And you get access to these. He turned back and motioned someone forward. A man in a black plague mask that covered his entire head stepped forward. Open the box, Nemoto, Chisaki instructed as the man lifted the lid on a wood box to show 6 bullets lining the case. Bullets? Tamura laughed. No, those aren't just bullets. He wouldn't have come all this way just for something so mundane, Izuku noted. See, the kid is the brains of your operation, Chisaki replied. Not that I'm surprised. It was after he joined that your course seemed to correct itself. Well, you going to explain what they do, or are you just wasting our time? Tamura crossed his arms, though he didn't refute Chisaki's statement. I need a volunteer. A practical demonstration would be best, preferably someone from your side, who can attest for the bullet's practical application. Don't worry, I promise to restore them when it's over. Chisaki spoke. Magni, Shigaraki motioned the woman forward. Do what he says. Me boss. Magni looked like she'd been thrown under a bus. Yayu. He motioned for her to head towards Chisaki. If you'll just stand right there. Chisaki gestured to a spot across the way. This will only hurt a little bit, I promise, as he pulled a gun and aimed it at Magni. Oh, this just got interesting, Toga declared as she leaned forward, nearly knocking Izuku off the box. Boss, Magni yelled in fear as the gun fired. As Shigaraki just stared, curiosity stirred. The bullet struck Magni right in the shoulder, and while she flinched, she didn't otherwise feel any different. Now see, that wasn't so bad. Chisaki put his gun away. Aw man, just when I thought this was gonna get good. Toga huffed and plopped back down. Wait, there is something wrong, Izuku muttered, watching Magni. Now if you'd be so kind, would you demonstrate your quirk for us? Chisaki asked. Magni glanced at Shigaraki, who nodded. And the woman went to activate her quirk. What? I can't ... What did you do to me? I erased your quirk, Chisaki said nonchalantly. That's what these bullets do. They erase anyone's quirk the moment they're struck by one. Well, the rest of this conversation will go extremely well for you if you do as you said and fix Magni. Shigaraki uncrossed his arms, staring down Chisaki. I'm a man of my word, Chisaki replied before tossing Magni a vial. Drink that. It will counteract the effects of the bullet. Otherwise, it would be permanent. Magni quickly took the offered antidote. And, Shigaraki pushed. Am good, boss. The relief in her voice was clear. All right then. I think we can come to a very agreeable business arrangement. Shigaraki grinned, holding out his hand to Chisaki. The man took it, but the expression on his face made it seem as if he'd like to have done anything but. Izuku, for his part, was staring down at them. A quirk erasing drug. That's just ... Wow. He wasn't sure how he felt, having once been quirkless himself. But he knew, especially in the League's hands, that this would be a major game changer. Villain passed, so I think I found a lead, Ashido declared as she walked into Bakugu's room for their weekly meetings of the Baka Squad. What Pinky? Bakugu shot up. He'd really begun to think that this whole thing was a waste of his time. But now he was looking at the girl as she dropped her laptop on the desk. and the three boys crowded around her. Of all the things, I was browsing a Twitter thread about cute goth boys. Don't judge me, smacked Kaminari, who was giving her a look. When I found this, she pulled up a photo of a boy walking into a bar. He was dressed in a black suit, green shirt, and was wearing a mask covering the bottom half of his face. But that hair ... that hair was definitely Izuku Midoriya's new hot rave spot, was the caption under the picture. It's him. Bakugo could barely believe it. Yeah, I can hardly believe that's the same kid we shared our class with. But here's the thing. I know that bar, or at least, I know where it is. My mom used to work not far from there. I remember passing it to go visit her, and the place always gave me the creeps. Shouto explained. So ... what do we do? Kirishima questioned, looking between the three of them. We should tell the teachers, especially All Might. Kaminari replied, crossing his arms. Let the adults handle it. Ran through Bakugo's mind, and he took a deep breath. We need to go rescue Bakugo's childhood friend mission. I mean, we have our licenses. What are they good for if we can't do this kind of shit right? Shouto grinned, pumping a fist into the air. You sure, man? Kirishima wasn't really against the decision, it just seemed ... so unlike Bakugo. And he was half afraid the other boy was only saying that as not to get them involved in the rescue mission. Yeah, this is huge though, Shouto. Thank you. Bakugo stood and the girl just grinned. Let's go show this to All Might. Villain passed. Chisaki has asked for assistance from a couple of members of our organization at his facility, Shigaraki announced to the group. He specifically asked for Izuku Midoriya because, and I quote, he's the only one intelligent enough to understand what I'm trying to show him. He doesn't care who the other person is. The man laughed as he addressed the group. Izuku felt slightly panicked despite how everything had gone. He got a very bad vibe from the man they'd met. He was thankful at least he wasn't the only one going. Can Shouto come too? Shigaraki shrugged like he was already bored with this conversation. I really don't care. I was gonna tell you to figure it out, so sure, take your boyfriend. You guys handled Endeavor, right? I'm sure you can handle some lab rat's maze. Izuku isn't too sure he feels comforted that Tamura just compared dealing with their new ally as on the same level as dealing with Endeavor. It doesn't help the knot growing in his stomach. When do we leave? Chisaki said he's sending someone when he was ready. Shigaraki replied before taking a drink. The green-haired boy took a deep breath. His confidence was building. He'd been working more with his father. He could do this. All right, I'll inform Shouto, so he knows to be ready. Hero present. All Might made his way into the UA dorms. It was difficult without his wheelchair, and every step burned, but he refused to let his students see him in it. As it was, the walker he was currently using was embarrassing enough, but he couldn't put this conversation off, not when it was so important. Tsukachi had accompanied him along with Aizawa. He hadn't told Izuku's teacher what this conversation was about, but he got the feeling that Eraserhead didn't trust him around his student. Not that he couldn't blame the man, and it wasn't like what he was going to say could be hidden from the man for long. Honestly, the fact he hadn't figured out one for all yet seemed like a miracle. Several of the students were in the common room, and he felt their eyes turn to him. Many carried shocked expressions. But before they could ask any questions on their mind, Aizawa spoke up. We need to talk to Midoriya. Do any of you know where he is? Todoroki was sitting in one of the chairs with a book but quickly put it away. He went out for a run. Is everything all right? He eyed the three adults as a knot developed in his stomach. I'll go find him, Aizawa stated before All Might could interject that he knew the course the boy would likely take. The other man was already out the door. Why don't we take this to the boy's room? Tsukachi offered. That this was to be a private conversation went unspoken. Do you mind, young Todoroki? All Might asked. Mismatched eyes stared at All Might. His heart was pounding, but he knew he had to keep his nerves under control. Not trusting his voice, he simply nodded before leading the two older men up to Izuku's room. Once they were gone, the noise in the common room immediately erupted again. What do you think that was about? Kirishima asked Bakugo and Kaminari, the three of them studying together. The F should I know? Despite what Aizawa thinks I'm not that idiot's keeper, Bakugo muttered. But that didn't mean Kirishima didn't notice the look of concern on his face. Hero present. Izuku's feet had taken him to a more wooded part of UAS campus. He still wasn't allowed to leave, despite having his license. But that didn't mean he couldn't take advantage of the beautiful trails contained within. He'd had a lot on his mind lately. And since he'd begun training with All Might, what seemed like ages ago, he found he loved running for the sake of it. It was a great way to clear his head and forget about everything but the ground beneath his feet and the sky above his head. His reverie was broken, however, as a figure stepped out in his path. Hello, Izuku. A smooth voice filled the air. Akumu stood before him. He was dressed in his suit, but his cowl and mask were missing. He bowed slightly, a smug expression on his face. Izuku flailed to a stop. His horrified eyes stared up at the man before him. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just here to talk, I promise." Akumu extended a hand to help the boy up. "How?" Izuku swallowed, green eyes as wide as saucers. "How did you get on UA grounds?" He ignored the offered hand. Akumu retracted his hand, lifting both up in a semi-shrug. "I can go where I please. For the most part, I avoid UA because of that damn rat of a principal. But I'm not here to make a scene, so no reason to know I'm even here. I could scream, and everyone would be here in an instant." Izuku threatened. It seemed so weak though. "Again, unfortunate. But I'd be gone before anyone else arrived, and I'd have to track you down again." Akumu replied, crossing his arms. "How did you find me?" Izuku was still terrified. This was the villain that had taken Kachin. This was the villain who had almost killed All Might. What was he to do against him? His mind was quickly trying to formulate a plan. "I am you. Haven't you figured that out yet?" Akumu seemed more amused than frustrated. "But that's not really an answer, is it?" He shook his head. "It's not a fair answer. The truth is I'd never have ran this course. Or really ran at all. No, I've been watching you from the shadows for the better part of the day. I was waiting for you to stray from the ever-watchful eye of UAS security. Even when someone as thorough as Nenzu is designing it. This place has a few blind spots, which wouldn't normally be a major flaw since they're buried deep within the campus. But as I said, I can go anywhere I please. What do you want with me?" Izuku demanded. His chest was pounding. This close, if he could quickly activate One for All, maybe, just maybe he could get a hit or two in on surprise. "I told you I came to talk. And I've been rather patient with your questions, so it's your turn to answer mine." Akumu's gaze never left Izuku. "Why do you trust All Might?" "It's something I can't wrap my brain around. I know from that conversation I had during our fight that he left you alone on that rooftop, right after telling you couldn't be a hero just as he had me. Yet here you are, still his biggest fan and sporting his quirk." Izuku's face morphed into confusion. He was still terrified but felt compelled to answer. "What you say is true. It was almost impossible for anyone to know that." It was a painful memory for him, despite what happened after. "When All Might left me, my hope was shattered. I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. But I never hated him. However, after I tried to save Kachin from the sludge villain, All Might admitted he'd been moved by me, a quirkless kid fighting to save my friend, even when the heroes on the scene couldn't move to help him. It was after that he offered me One for All." Akumu looked at him a bit witty before he started muttering to himself. "Is that the difference? Did he did he not jump? Was Shouto not there to stop him? Was that was that truly?" Izuku wasn't sure what to think of the villain in front of him sporting such familiar mannerisms. It was surreal. "Jump." His eyes went wide before he looked down. The last shreds of doubt ripped away. There was no way anyone would know what he never voiced. "I thought about it that day," Izuku whispered as Akumu's eyes focused back on him. "Kachin had told me it was my only hope. Maybe I'd get a quirk in my next life. And after meeting All Might, and him telling me it was impossible for a quirkless kid like me to be a hero, it was almost too much." He squeezed his eyes shut. "But I thought about my mom. I couldn't bear the thought of someone having to tell her that I died." Akumu stood silently looking down at the other boy who'd yet to stand. Nothing but the wind to make a sound between them as understanding settled in two sets of emerald eyes. "In the end, I suppose you were stronger than I was." It wasn't the answer he'd been looking for, but the one he'd found nonetheless. "I only survived because of Shouto. He saw me fall and caught me that day. He stayed with me and stopped me from stepping into that fight." He took a deep breath. "After that, Shigaraki found my journal and hunted me down, offering me a position with the League analyzing quirks to help them win again the cancer we called heroes. I readily accepted, and All for One gave me my first quirk." His voice was almost a whisper as he finished. Izuku wasn't sure what to say as he looked up at the other man. He was slowly beginning to understand the pain he must have gone through. It was hard to believe he would have ever accepted that path. But if All Might had truly not changed his mind and offered him One for All that this could have been his future. "I think we're done here." Akumu looked away. "As a courtesy for your honesty, I will let you know. I borrowed our mother. I lost her in my timeline. She was used as a pawn against me by our father. I promise she's safe. She's helping me take care of someone who needs her." "Wait, what? No." Izuku cried as some of the anger returned to his voice. "I promise no harm will come to her." Akumu replied as his shadows wrapped around him. "Thank you for this conversation. We will meet again." And with that, he was gone. Izuku hit the ground as tears started to spill from his eyes. It was just like this, that 20-some minutes later, Aizawa finally found him. "Villain passed. You made the right decision bringing this to my attention, young Bakugo." All Might placed a hand on the boy's shoulder whose eyes hadn't met his gaze, before looking to the other assembled team. "I commend your efforts. You've made a major breakthrough. Young Midoriya and young Todoroki might finally be within our grasp. It was all a Shouto, Kaminari admitted, rubbing the back of his head. Still, you all were committed to helping your friend. You all have the true heart of a hero. All Might smiled down at them. Thanks, Kirishima gave him a toothy grin. He wasn't sure what to do with the praise coming from All Might. It was hard to believe. What do you think they'll do? Bakugo asked, finally looking up at All Might, the worry clear in his voice. With Izuku and the fact that they likely acted under duress will be taken into account, I can assure you. But the most important thing is that they're safe. All Might replied, looking at his successor. Yeah, Bakugo replied, but that answer didn't sit well with him. He didn't want Izuku treated like some criminal. He was beginning to second-guess himself, but in the end, what could he do? I need to take this information to my friend in the police department. I promise the four of you that I will keep you informed to the best of my ability. All Might stated before waving and heading out of the teacher's lounge, pulling out his phone. Guys, I think I mean, Bakugo rubbed his face. I don't know if I like how this is going. I'm worried now about what will happen to them. I mean, common man. It's fine. You heard All Might. Besides, he's not gonna let anything bad happen to him, you know that, right? You're just nervous. Common, we should go have a celebration dinner or something. Kirishima grinned at his friend. That sounds like a great idea. I heard about this new ramen shop from Zero. I've been dying to try it out. Kaminari grinned, sounding pumped. I mean, this is our first successful mission as the Baka squad. That deserves some acknowledgement, right? Shouto seemed just as excited about the idea as Kaminari was. It will be good for you, man, to get your mind off things, trust me. Heck, I almost bet by tonight All Might will have this whole thing under control. Kirishima encouraged. Deep down, something didn't sit right with Bakugo as he looked the way All Might had gone. Part of him had thought he made a grave mistake in telling the man. Then again, he'd been second-guessing all his decisions since Izuku had first left. He shook his head to clear his mind of the doubts before looking at the others' hopeful faces. It was only because of their hard work they'd made it this far, so he sighed as his shoulders slumped, relenting to their request. Fine, but they better know how to make their sheets spicy. Yes, Shouto cheered before linking arms with Bakugo, who looked at her in shock for a moment. What? She waggled her eyebrows at him. It's just so you can't change your mind and run away. She laughed. You're an evil woman, Shouto. Bakugo replied, narrowing his eyes, and she drug him off to Kaminari's ramen shop. Villain passed. Izuku stood deep in Overhaul's facility. His eyes took in everything around him. Shouto stood near him, refusing to get too far from the other boy. They were both wearing the same costumes they'd worn in their fight against Endeavor. Shouto heard about the man from his boyfriend and wasn't entirely sure he trusted his motives when it came to Izuku. Overall, Shouto was happy he was allowed to come with him and hopefully keep the other boy out of trouble. So have you enjoyed your tour so far? Chisaki asked, looking at Izuku. He'd yet really to give Shouto the time of day. Your facility is fascinating. I have to admit I'm curious about what you do here and how the quirk erasing drug works. But I know you won't tell me. Izuku had to admit. But I still don't understand why we're here. He was still getting used to his voice through the mask, but he found it gave him more confidence. Chisaki walked over to a computer console and began typing. I can appreciate your interest in the drug, but no, I am afraid exactly how it works in a trade secret. I knew when I first heard about you, you were different than the normal rank and file villains out there. You don't do what you do for the sake of playing hero or villain. Maybe one day I'll share my secret with you. But for now, to answer the question, I can. I asked you here because we've been having trouble with a certain hero agency lately. He explained, pulling up profiles on the large monitor in front of him of Sir Night-Eye, Bubble Girl, and Mirio Tagata. Sir Night-Eye's agency has been poking into our business a bit too hard lately. I've covered my tracks well, and there is nothing we've done that would warrant this level of scrutiny. But one of his brats, a UA student he's got on his payroll, was caught nosing a bit too deep into our territory the other day. Overhaul tapped a button as Mirio's image took up most of the screen. He almost made off with one of our test subjects and would have if I hadn't intervened. We've improved security to make sure it doesn't happen again. But I'm afraid we've aroused more suspicion than I'd have liked. Night-Eye's quirk is foresight, Izuku whispered, before covering his mouth. Chisaki's eyebrow raised at Izuku. Yes, foresight. I'm assuming I don't have to explain it to you, but it is troublesome for us to say the least. My team can handle their own. But this is a research facility. Your job is to help us deal with these meddlesome heroes in case they dig their noses in too deeply and make sure they don't enter restricted parts of the lab, where they might discover more incriminating research. They were hired thugs. That made sense in Izuku's mind. But still, why him? There are others in the league more suited for this, he was certain. Why me then specifically? Isn't it obvious? Chisaki looked at him, though his tone wasn't mocking. He was clearly surprised Izuku hadn't figured it out. You're the only one in that lot smart enough to deal with those heroes and not destroy my lab and my work in the process. Besides, I thought you might appreciate the work we do here. My gut tells me there is something special about you, Izuku Midoriya. I hope you don't prove me wrong. Shouto kept his expression neutral, but he really didn't like how this man talked about Izuku. He vowed in his head to make sure they were never left alone together. Hero present. Aizawa knelt down beside Izuku. Midoriya, what's wrong? Are you injured? Izuku, torn from his spiral, looked to his teacher. Sir, he shook his head before wiping his eyes. Midoriya, I need you to tell me what happened. Aizawa tried to keep his voice calm as he checked the boy over for injuries. It was him. Akumu. Izuku shook his head and Aizawa's eyes widened. Here on campus? Aizawa asked, unable to hide the shock and surprise from his voice. He said. He'd been watching me from the shadows, waiting for me to fall into one of the blind spots. Izuku stated, standing up and looking at his teacher. Did he hurt you? Aizawa asked, though he'd yet to find anything amiss with his #1 problem child. No, he said he just came to talk. Izuku was trying to calm himself down as he explained what happened. He asked me about All Might and how why I didn't hate him like he did. If you're alright to walk, fill me in on the way back to the dorms. All Might and Detective Tsukachi are here to talk to you, Aizawa stated as he moved himself to head back towards the dorms. About what? Izuku asked as the panic in voices rose again. I don't know, but you need to keep telling me what happened, Aizawa stated, trying to keep his student focused. Right. Izuku shook his head following his teacher. Hey, it was almost hard to say out loud. He really is me, I think. I don't know how, he claimed another timeline. I don't know, but he brought up the day I met All Might. And the only people that know what happened then are the two of us. And only I know what was going through my head. I never told anyone about it, not even my mother or Shouto, or All Might himself. Can you tell me? Aizawa didn't want to pry too deeply, but whatever it was had clearly shaken his student. Midoriya was strong and resilient, and it sounded like this was connected to the information they desperately needed. Izuku bowed his head. He didn't want to say anything. He'd never wanted to burden anyone with those thoughts that had long since been chased from his head. He was happy with his life now, as chaotic as it was. I don't really want to go into detail about why. It's a painful memory, and none of it is relevant now. But, he closed his eyes. I thought about, and came very close to killing myself that day. Izuku didn't miss his teacher's sharp intake of breath. I'm fine now, I swear. I was going through a very rough time. Back then, I could never imagine my life as it is now, and I'm glad I resisted the urge and talked myself down, Izuku admitted, trying to reassure his teacher. Aizawa's face held a pained expression but nodded. Still, it's something I'd like you to talk with your therapist about. You may think you're past those thoughts, but they have a habit of coming back when you least expect them to. Izuku wanted to protest but then nodded. All right, I just don't want to worry anyone, and I really am fine now. I've never been happier. Given the trauma the boy had been through lately, Aizawa briefly wondered exactly what the boy's life had been like before for him to make such a statement. He'd always thought of Izuku as an unending stream of positivity, radiating joy and hope to those around him. To think the boy had such dark thoughts. He knew from experience, however, it was often those who had been hurt the most, who shone the brightest, trying to keep others from suffering too. Aizawa had found a new respect and understanding for his student, as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Still, I'm proud of you, and you can never be a burden to your therapist. It's their job to help you deal with things like this. You can tell them anything. Izuku looked up at him in surprise before he smiled at him, rubbing the back of his head, some of his nervousness starting to bleed out of his body, before his expression became more serious again. The thing is, he went through with it, or tried to. That day went very differently for him, from what he told me. The same day I was set down the path of a hero, he was set down the path of a villain. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his forehead. He didn't really understand any of this, and he wasn't sure he ever would. But he understood why Midoriya believed this story now. He had questions, like what had All Might's involvement been. He'd been curious about his and Midoriya's relationship before now, but that was something he would confront All Might about on his own without the boy around. Either way, I'm glad you came out of that encounter uninjured. But what about the state I found you in? Oh, Izuku's face fell as he gazed downward. He told me that because I was honest with him, he'd let me know that he'd taken our mother. He's kidnapped her. I tried to stop him, to find out what he meant. He promised not to hurt her, but I know she must be terrified. I don't know what to do. He seems so strong and impossible to fight. And after what he did to All Might and Kachin, I just want her home safe. Aizawa just pulled the boy into a hug. He wasn't sure exactly what had caused him to do it. He hated physical affection for the most part, but after hearing what the boy said about once thinking of ending his own life, and everything he'd gone through in such a short amount of time, he cursed the fates that would burden this sweet child who just wanted to help and save everyone around him with the life they had. I'm sure she's safe. If what you say is true, and he is you and cares about her, then she has to be all right. He tried to encourage the boy, who he realized had started to cry again. He wasn't one to make false reassuring promises, so he wasn't about to tell the boy that they'd save her soon. But if this Akumu was some version of his student, then he knew wouldn't let any harm come to his mother. Thank you, Izuku muttered before pulling away and wiping his eyes. It's all right, but we should get back, Aizawa replied before nudging them back in the direction of the dorms, praying that whatever All Might and the detective wanted to talk to Midoriya about wasn't more bad news, but he was bracing himself for the worst. Hero present. Bakugo had left the dorms not long after All Might. That detective guy and Todoroki had left to head up to Deku's dorm. He didn't want to admit it, but seeing All Might like that had shaken him. He'd purposely avoided watching the fight his idol had with Akumu, and while he knew the man had been injured, he didn't realize it was that bad. It made him sick to his stomach and realized why the detective who had visited him in the hospital said it was a blessing he was still alive. So he declared the study session over and ditched Kaminari, dragging Kirishima along with him. So man, where are we going? Kirishima finally got the nerve to ask once they got a good distance from the dorm. To the support department, Bakugo replied a bit stiffly. The support department? Kirishima sounded a bit confused as a look of concentration crossed his face, wondering what Bakugo would want there at this time of day. Yeah, there is a girl there that knows about my situation, and she's been working on helping me with a new hero costume to help replicate the use of my quirk. I wanted to go see how it was coming along, Bakugo explained to his friend. Oh man, that's amazing, Kirishima yelled excitedly, pumping a fist into the air. Though speaking of, when are you going to tell the rest of the class? Bakugo grunted at Kirishima's question. You're starting to sound like Deku. Yeah, well, don't you think they're gonna find out soon? Kirishima looked at Bakugo. Though he made sure to hide his worry, he didn't want to set the other boy off more than he already had. Bakugo huffed before running a hand through his hair. Soon, I guess. Maybe once I get my new costume. That's probably a good idea, Kirishima admitted, before the pair fell back into silence, as Bakugo walked what was starting to become a familiar path. Once they arrived at the door, the blonde walked right in, with Kirishima following close behind. Hey, Explosion Princess. I'm here, he called out as the redhead gave him an odd look. Why, Explosion King, Hatsum declared, rushing out to greet him. I'm glad you decided to stop by. I'm almost finished. You're going to love my babies. They're turning out better than I'd hoped. And 10 Million's suggestion worked out beautifully. I'm done with testing and have moved on to final construction. She hadn't even spared a glance at Kirishima, who was wondering if he was dreaming as he watched this interaction. I brought another extra, Bakugo explained, and the redhead thought he was either going to faint or die from a heart attack watching the change in demeanor Bakugo had around this girl. He was never this open with, well, anyone. Oh, does he need changes to his costume too? If so, I hope they're more interesting than the last one. Hatsum looked around the blonde as her eyes finally noticed Kirishima. Oh no, sorry, Kirishima waved his arms. My costume's good, but I'm sure I can make it better. Hatsum grinned and Bakugo laughed at Kirishima's growing discomfort. Nah, I'll introduce you to someone more fun next time, princess. Deku's boyfriend could probably do with something that explodes. Bakugo provided. But Shitty Hair here knows about what's going on, so I brought him with to see how the costume was coming along. I'm kinda itching to get my hands on it. Alright, Hatsum sighed. Your friends are nowhere near as much fun as you are. She waved off before walking over to a locker and opening it. Inside hung a suit very similar to Bakugo's old one. The color scheme remained the same, and the reddish-orange X was across his chest, but it now had sleeves to help conceal the tubing needed to carry his new fuel source to his gauntlet. The black portion was shinier and ridged, he assumed to help conceal the tubes as well. His headpiece had remained the same, as well as his boots, with just a tad more reinforcement and the anti-gravity unit attached. I was actually working on the gauntlets when you showed up. That's the last bit I need to finish. But since you're here, I'll show you this. Hatsum excitedly pulled out one of the gloves for his new costume. Once it's all wired up, to trigger an explosion, you simply have to snap your fingers. And to control the size, there is a dial on each wrist you can turn. The larger explosions will eat through your fuel source more quickly. You did all this. Kirishima looked at Hatsum in awe as Bakugo inspected his suit more thoroughly. Yep, still sure you don't want one of my babies for yourself? Hatsum grinned at him. I'll think about it. But my quirk is hardening my body into stone, so I'm not sure what you could do anyway, Kirishima admitted. You just need a bit of imagination, she declared. I've got a few ideas already. Really? Kirishima looked at her in surprise. Yep, she declared excitedly before turning to Bakugo. So what do you think, Mr. Explosion? It's perfect, princess, Bakugo replied with a huge grin on his face. Villain passed. Several pro-heroes stood in the police station, All Might among them, as the officer in charge of the operation went over the details. Thanks to some first-year hero students at UA, we finally have a lead on the group of villains responsible for the attacks on UA, Hasu, and the death of Endeavor. He started holding up a copy of the photo Shouto had found. This is Izuku Midoriya, a minor involved in all three incidents. He was spotted entering the location. Further investigation has led us to believe that the League of Villains has in fact set up their base of operations in an abandoned bar at the location. We don't know for sure what we'll find once we're inside, but both Izuku Midoriya and Shouto Todoroki are the main targets for extraction, as we believe they've been coerced into their actions by other members of the League. Otherwise, we have a packet of information detailing other known members of the League of Villains, but there may be others we are not aware of, he explained, holding up a folder containing the pertinent information. Any questions? Hawks crossed his arms and looked out the window. His mind was racing with several conflicting thoughts. He could barely believe Endeavor was dead. It was hard to think about. The man had been his own personal hero since he was a small child. He'd looked up to him. Endeavor had been part of his own path towards being a hero. To know that he had been killed by his own son. This League had to be truly twisted to be able to turn his own son against him. He'd personally made sure every one of the bastards would pay. I believe we have all the information we require, Best Jeanist replied, though he glanced in Hawk's direction. Right, Team A including myself will deal with the villains while Team B will focus on getting young Midoriya and young Todoroki out of the building, All Might stated with enthusiasm as the others nodded. All right, I wish you all luck. We'll be there to provide whatever support we can, the officer replied. You're dismissed, for now. We'll reconvene and commence the operation 1 hour from now. Hero present. Aizawa followed Izuku into his dorm room, and the boy's smile was firmly back in place by the time they'd re-entered Alliance Heights, waving at a few of his classmates they'd passed on their way up. He was beginning to wonder how many of his green-haired students' smiles were fake to make those around him feel better. Even terrified of his mother's well-being and going through such a shocking experience, he was more worried about those around him than he was himself. He was learning a lot of things about Izuku Midoriya today, and he had to say he was disappointed in himself. Midoriya, my boy. All Might smiled as they entered the room, and suddenly Aizawa realized exactly where Izuku had copied his habit from. It was almost insulting he hadn't pieced it together earlier. What's going on? Mr. Aizawa had said you wanted to speak to me. The tone in the boy's voice clearly hid the fact that he had just faced down a villain, something Aizawa still needed to deal with. A trip to Nedzu's office when this conversation was over ... or maybe a conversation after that. We have some questions we need to ask you. But first, we need to inform you that your mother has gone missing. Detective Tsukachi's voice was calm, and it was clear he had some experience dealing with troubled children. Shouto, who had looked up from a spot on Izuku's bed, eyes went wide and he paled hearing the words. Izuku, he whispered, pushing past All Might and the detective to move to his boyfriend's side. I know, Izuku replied meekly. How? All Might asked him in surprise. I found him on one of the trails in the woods, which, by the way, Todoroki, don't forget what I said about not letting him run off on his own. His eyes flashed to the boy in question, who had the foresight to look guilty. He had been approached by the villain Akumu, who among other things had admitted to taking his mother. Here ... on UA. But how? All Might yelled in surprise as shock spread across his features. He said he can go anywhere. He mostly avoids UA because of Nedzu, but he'd been waiting for a blind spot to approach me, Izuku explained, bringing one arm up to grab the other at his elbow. Are you all right, Midoriya? Real fear flashed over All Might's face. Yeah, he just talked to me about things. He closed his eyes. He wanted to know what the difference was between us, why I became a hero and he became a villain. Izuku hadn't really wanted to get into the details of what had happened. He didn't want All Might to feel guilty about anything. Shouto's heart was racing as he grabbed Izuku's hand, half afraid the boy was going to disappear if he let go. I have the boy's statement. Under the circumstance, I see no reason for him to have to relieve it again. I already plan to talk to Nedzu once this conversation is over. It might be best if the two of you accompany me. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed it as he spoke, trying to offer some kind of comfort. All Might looked like he wanted to protest, but Tsukachi spoke first. Very well. It is probably for the best given the nature of the conversation we need to have with Midoriya. What else is going on? Izuku asked, and now that he knew to look for it, Aizawa could hear the crack in his voice as if the boy was on the verge of panic, which he likely was. I'm sorry, I wish this conversation could wait, but unfortunately it can't. All Might's encounter with Akumu led to some concerning bits of information, Tsukachi explained. Izuku shook his head. If it's that, he's me. I know. I don't know how he's here, or how it's possible, but after the conversation I had with him, I don't doubt it. What? Shouto looked at him in shock and surprise, and Izuku just looked at him a bit sheepishly and squeezed his hand. It was very much a we'll discuss this later look. Tsukachi and All Might shared a look of surprise themselves before Tsukachi went on to explain that was one of his claims, yes. But the heart of the matter is, we need to know everything you know about your father. My father. It was Izuku's turn to look at him in confusion. What does any of this have to do with him? He's been dead since I was 9. Honestly, there isn't much to say other than what I've told All Might already. He was around more when I was younger. He was a great dad and I miss him a lot. But when I was about 4 he took a job with an international hero agency. And wasn't around much after that, but he always sent home money and presents, letters, and I called and talked to him when I could, but since he was on the other side of the world it made hard. He had found a position back in Japan so he could be home more, and was flying back when his plane crashed and he was killed. Mom would probably know more, but Izuku teared up as he spoke. Shouto looked down. He'd love to have had a father like Izuku's. It wasn't fair that the man had spent so much time away from his family when Shouto's own had been home. But such in a hole he wished he worked halfway around the world. It wasn't lost on either of the men in front of him that it matched up with the timing for All Might's last fight with All for One. Tsukachi sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This was one of the more painful conversations he'd had in his life. The villain Akumu made some claims about your father, which prompted All Might to ask me to look into them. I regret to be the one to tell you this, but we couldn't find any records of a man by your father's name ever existing. What? Izuku looked at him in confusion. Aizawa felt a growl forming in the back of his throat. Why did they need to dig up dirt on a man who had been dead for nearly 7 years? All Might sighed and looked towards Izuku. I know he was taunting me, but he asked me if I knew who your father was when I chose to take you on as a student. He'd left out the part about his quirk, given Aizawa was in the room. Now that I think about it, he said something about his father using his mother as a pawn against him. But Dad loved Mom. Even I could tell that as a kid. He'd never do anything to hurt her. Izuku insisted. Did he say who he claimed as your father was? All Might asked, but he didn't think so, not with how the boy was talking. No, Izuku felt confusion set in. It was the first thread to start to pull apart his theory. Maybe Akumu hadn't lost his father, but if that was the case, there was still no way the man would have hurt their mother, not the man he knew. And it didn't explain how there was no proof his father ever existed. What did he say? All Might sighed, closing his eyes. There was no more dancing around the subject. That villain claimed your father was All for One. As the words crashed over him, Izuku stood there in shock as if his brain was fried. Have you lost your mind? Aizawa yelled at his fellow teacher as Shouto moved around so he was facing the other boy. Who on that godforsaken planet would entertain an idea as insane as that? There are 1,000 reasons someone would hide their paper trail. And you jump to the idea that his dad is a supervillain because another one told you it was true. That is it, Toshinori. Izuku Midoriya is legally in my custody currently and you are not allowed to speak with him alone. Or without telling me what the hell you're about to say first. Do you understand me? Izuku, are you okay? Shouto's voice pleaded. Aye. He bent down, wrapping his arms around himself. Tsukachi stepped between Aizawa and All Might as the blonde's face fell. Trust me, we did not come to this conclusion lightly. The more we researched, the more the story Akumu told us held up. The documented paper trail is exactly the same as the ones used by the League of Villains before. Even if he isn't All for One, he likely does have ties with them. Also, we discovered that the boy's pediatrician was never actually a licensed doctor, at least under the name he used. All of Izuku's medical records were forged in a similar manner. All Might bent down to Izuku's level. Shouto had the boy currently pulled into his lap. I didn't say this to hurt you, Midoriya. But if what he says is true, this is very dangerous. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise you. I think you both should go. Aizawa's voice left no room for argument. Todoroki, Midoriya, I'll have one of your classmates bring you up dinner this evening, and I'll be back to talk to you both later. All right, sir, thank you, Todoroki managed to say as Izuku shifted in his arms. All Might wanted to say more, but he realized he wasn't the one that could help the boy now, and stood, nodding to Aizawa. Let's go, we have a lot to discuss. Aizawa opened the door, motioning for the two to follow him. Once outside, Aizawa walked with purpose towards the elevator, jamming the button. I'll save most of what I have to say for the privacy of Nedzu's office, but I am furious with both of you. How the hell Nedzu agreed to let you near children, I have no idea, Toshinori. It was his idea that I come here. All Might replied defensively as the elevator doors opened. It wasn't really a defense and they both knew it. Well, it's good to know even he can make mistakes, Aizawa replied, pressing the button for the first floor, not even looking to see if the other two had made it on. But I do have something to speak with the detective about. There is a boy in general studies, Itoshi Shinsu, who didn't report when the rest of his class returned for general studies. His parents have since reported him missing, but as far as I can tell there has been no movement on the case. I am familiar with the case, but there was no sign of a struggle, and it's mostly being treated as a teen runaway case. Tsukachi explained, looking at Man, surprised he'd bring it up. That boy didn't run away, Aizawa replied as they stepped off the elevator. You are going to do me a favor to pay me back for that little fiasco back there. Take the case on and find him, if you need more motivation. Itoshi Shinsu was Izuku Midoriya's first opponent in the sports festival last spring. His quirk, brainwashing, is very powerful, but he failed the entrance exam into the hero course because it doesn't work on machines. Not that you should need any more motivation than the fact he's a missing child. Tsukachi looked at Aizawa and nodded. I'll see what I can do. Villain passed. So what was it like? Toga asked, staring at Izuku and Shouto. Was there a lot of blood? No, Izuku shook his head. Mr. Chisaki is a very clean person. Everything was spotless. He even requested Shouto wear a mask when we come back. Oh, I always thought a super secret villain lab would be filled with blood and screams. You're destroying all my dreams, Suzu. She whined. Glad I didn't get stuck on that one. Sounds boring. Well, I mean ... He wants us there to deal with some heroes snooping around, so there will probably be some blood and screaming at some point, Shouto replied, looking at the girl. It was sad that she set his nerves off less than their new boss. She hit on Izuku constantly and was obsessed with his blood. But he still got the feeling Toga would never actually hurt his boyfriend, and that her teasing was more to fluster the boy at this point than anything. Almost like a deranged older sister. Though ironically, he realized he did have a deranged older brother and Toga acted nothing like him. Oh, you'll have to call me when that happens. Toga grinned at Shouto. I'll ask Mr. Chisaki about it. Izuku laughed a bit as Twice walked over. Sounds like a good time. I wouldn't mind. We've hadn't had much action here lately, Twice declared before scoffing. Leave me out of your boring ass plans, losers. Izuku had to admit that last bit sounded a bit too much like something Bakugo would say. You idiots aren't allowed. Tamura walked up and wrapped an arm around Izuku. Chisaki thinks you're all too stupid to be let near his lap. Yeah, well, you're on that list to Shiggy. Toga stuck her tongue out at the other man, who just laughed. Yeah, well, we can't all be as smart as Izuku. Tamura shoved the back of Izuku's head playfully. He'd been wearing his gloves more often, just in case. A moment later, the building was rocked by an explosion, debris flew everywhere, and Izuku covered his face, coughing. His eyes went wide as he took in All Might's form where the wall to the bar used to be. Never fear, children, for I, All Might, am here to rescue you. Villain passed. Izuku looked around the room to make sure everyone was okay. Shouto, Toga, Twice, and Tamura were next to him. Kurogiri was behind the door. Magni and Compress had been at a table across the bar talking, but were now on their feet. He didn't have much time to think. He wasn't strong enough with his shadows to get everyone out. He was about to call out to Kurogiri when another hero walked in behind All Might, restraining everyone in the bar. Kamui Woods. Shouto, burn him, Izuku yelled. The head full of red and white hair nodded as half of his body burst into flames. Young Todoroki, please, we are here to help you. All Might pleaded, looking at the boy with wide eyes. I don't need your kind of help, Shouto yelled as he reached over, placing his hands on Izuku's restraints. Me next, me next. Toga cheered, grinning at All Might with manic glee. This was not how All Might envisioned this encounter going, but he had a promise to keep to young Bakugo. We'll likely need to incapacitate them. The League's brainwashing has gotten too deeply embedded in them, All Might declared to those with him. I can't keep them restrained like this. Kamui Woods gritted his teeth as Todoroki burnt through Twice, Toga, and Shigaraki's bindings in quick succession. You two get out of here. You're clearly their target, Kurogiri ordered, addressing Izuku and Shouto. We're not leaving you, Izuku cried out as he wrapped his shadows around himself, ready to fight. What would your father say? This isn't an option. Go, Kurogiri ordered as he opened a portal behind them. It was then that another hero burst in, piercing his black fog, causing the man to slump over and collapse. Good job, Ed shot. All Might grinned. Now they can't escape. You two still need to get your asses out of here. Shigaraki snapped. We can handle some clowns, he declared while taking off his gloves. Shouto looked at Izuku. We should listen to them, it's All Might. That's exactly why I have to stay, Izuku declared as his eyes went black and his own shadows dashed forward, wrapping themselves around his childhood hero. All Might flexed, trying to break his bonds, but the shadows didn't break and only wound themselves tighter, to everyone's shock. Shouto looked at Izuku and his eyes widened. In the place of his eyes were a black void, as the boy stood concentrating, sweat forming on his face. He's out of commission, but so is All Might, Tamura replied. You take the tender, we've got the rest of them, he explained to Shouto, who just nodded. He charged his opponent. Wood's eyes went wide, expecting to be struck by the fiery fist Shouto had formed. There wasn't anything he could do to stop the attack. He was saved, however, by a shower of feathers that stopped the boy in his tracks. I don't really do enclosed spaces well, so I'm gonna keep myself busy out here. We've got our own situation to deal with, Hawks replied as Kamui Woods looked back to see the heroes outside swarmed with Namo. This was bad, really bad. All Might was still struggling against his bindings, as Ed's shot was dodging an assault by Toga and Kamui Woods was backing up as Shouto prepared another attack against him. So much for them getting the kids out. So far the ones they were supposed to be saving were giving them the most trouble. Kamui Woods retreated to go help fight the Namo, but with Todoroki willing to use his fire against the heroes, there were many not equipped to deal with him. Even if Kamui Woods was at the bottom of the list, he attempted to reach out and rip All Might away from the shadows that were restraining him. With one hard pull as the other flexed, he managed to free him, sending All Might tumbling into the street and into one of the Namo. Izuku cried as he wobbled, falling to the floor. No, you're not getting away. Izuku growled before pulling a gun from his pockets. A present from Chisaki. He steadied himself, barely aware as more heroes entire the building, engaging with his friends. Shouto had chased after Woods. No, he was focused on one thing as he steadied his aim. He didn't need to be a great shot. He had a large target after all. He fired twice, just to be sure, but the first struck its target right in the thigh. All Might cried out, as his form exploded and he coughed out blood, falling to his knees, bearing the form Izuku had seen only once before. Now I can properly crush you. A rage had filled him. This man had already taken so much from him. How dare he try to take Izuku's family? How dare he try to take the one thing he cared about in this cruel and twisted world? A scream left his lips, and Shouto turned around in shock as he watched shadows engulf Izuku, as the tendrils sprang out wrapping themselves around All Might once more. Down the street, 4 sets of eyes far removed from the fighting stared on in horror. Hero present. Aizawa stood in Nedzu's office. He'd been the first to arrive, leaving All Might to struggle with his walker to the principal's office. He was pacing as the creature stared up at him almost in amusement. He knew that Nedzu cared about the students, but sometimes Aizawa had to wonder if it was all just some game to him. He hadn't said anything yet, fuming, and not trusting his words. He was going to demand answers to everything involving Izuku Midoriya, and more specifically All Might's relationship with the boy. Finally, All Might and Detective Tsukachi, who had helped his friend, arrived, and All Might immediately sank into one of the empty chairs in the room. Now that you're all here, might I ask what the nature of this visit is? Nedzu asked politely, drinking a cup of tea. Aizawa could have sworn wasn't there when he walked in. We have many things to discuss. Aizawa's irritation was clear. First off, UAS security has been breached. The villain Akumu managed to find his way onto campus and accost Izuku Midoriya. Luckily, the incident was resolved without injury, but he seems to know about blind spots in UAS surveillance system. My, that is a problem, Nedzu replied, putting his tea down. It is true, it would be nearly impossible to cover the entire grounds that make up our school, but the amount of security one would have to bypass to reach any significant lapses is a feat indeed. If what you say is true, he may be more of a threat than first thought. It's believed he can use shadows to hide and possibly move about, Aizawa replied, crossing his arms. If he can blend in with the shadows, that is quite alarming. I'll have to think of a countermeasure to keep our students safe. We are lucky this incident turned out the way it did, Nedzu acknowledged, before looking to All Might and the detective. And what brings the two of you here? After my fight with Akumu, I asked Tsukachi to research something for me. This research leads us to believe that the villain Akumu is actually an alternate version of Izuku Midoriya, and that his father is All for One. All Might spoke, his voice reflecting the grim information he'd just provided. Well, that certainly explains a few things, Nedzu replied, picking his teacup back up. You're not surprised? Aizawa raised his eyebrow. Oh no, the possibility had been on my mind ever since his battle with All Might. We had a student a few years back who could open portals to a strange pocket dimension he used to store things in. While theories of parallel worlds have never been proven, they aren't a new concept. That someone might eventually develop a quirk that would allow access to those worlds if they did and apparently do exist is not outside the scope of reason, Nedzu explained calmly, like he was talking to one of his students. Also, that Izuku Midoriya might be related to All for One is concerning. It's not something that is necessarily going to change anything in the long run. He is not his father, whoever he may be, and he is a student of UA, who we have all sworn to protect. That doesn't change, Nedzu continued before placing his tea down. Aizawa felt a bit relieved at Nedzu's words, stepping forward. Speaking of connections Izuku Midoriya has, there is one that I have come to find deeply concerning. I demand to know what your interest in the boy is, Toshinori. And don't tell me he's just your student. The rest of my class, and by extension the rest of the population of UA, might as well not exist as far as you're concerned. There is something going on between the two of you, and I believe you've had a negative impact on the boy. So you're going to tell me everything right now. All Might looked at him, feeling back into the corner. Too many people knew his secret already. I think Shouto is right, Nedzu interrupted. He deserves to know the truth. It will likely aid in Midoriya's education. Besides, your own homeroom teacher knew. It's only fair. But Grand Torino was All Might protest before he was cut off. A friend of your master's, I know. But this doesn't change anything, Nedzu replied, and All Might sighed. Aizawa was just staring at him, as Tsukachi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. All right, I'll tell you the truth. All Might brought his hands to his face. You see my quirk, he started, and told Aizawa everything. About how he met Izuku and chose him to be his successor, about training him. When he was done, Aizawa's facial expression was neutral. He closed his eyes, trying to process his words. I thought you were stupid before, but this ... this is negligence. You took a quirkless 14-year-old boy and handed him this ungodly power the day of his entrance exams. Aizawa screamed, slamming his hands down on Nedzu's desk. With no time to practice, no time for anything. By the gods, I saw the report from his test. You're lucky he didn't rip his body apart and kill himself. No wonder he breaks every bone in his effing body. 'Cause you thought cleaning up a beach for 10 months was good enough for a effing kid to take on your power. Aizawa wanted to punch him. I should have known this from the beginning. The fact that you told him to keep this from everyone. Yet even you have friends you know that you can rely on. Do you know how isolating that is? You were forcing dependence on yourself. You're the worst teacher I've ever met, Toshinori. I can't deal with all of this right now. He wanted to pull his hair out. He had to reconstruct his image of Izuku Midoriya from the ground up. Everything he thought about his student had been wrong, pulled apart entirely by what he'd discovered today. You are to stay away from him until I figure out how to properly deal with this. The only thing you are allowed to tell him in the near future is that he can tell whoever he effing trusts about his quirk. The fact that his own mother doesn't know is shameful. I can't believe you. Aizawa was livid as he looked at Nezu. I want him on temporary leave. It's not like he can teach in his current condition anyway. I will take that into consideration. Nezu replied, though he had an amused smirk on his face. Yep, this was all a effing game to this rat. But at least he now understood why he'd invited All Might to teach at UA to begin with. Though he hadn't forgotten that he'd been party to this whole keep him in the dark plot. Whatever, just keep him away from my students, Aizawa demanded as he left the office, slamming the door behind him. All Might at least had the good sense to look guilty. Hero present. Shouto sat on the floor stroking Izuku's hair as the boy sobbed in his lap. He felt useless at times like this. His boyfriend always knew what to say to cheer him up, but right now he was at a loss for words as he tried to process all the information he'd just been given. Midoriya was missing. Akumu had her. Akumu was in fact Izuku, or at least some version of him. All for one, the villain that had nearly killed All Might, was behind a league of villains, and likely the most powerful supervillain to ever live was likely Izuku's father. None of it made sense. It sounded like the plot to one of the novels he'd been reading. Why couldn't things just be easy for the green-headed boy he loved so much? Todoroki was used to dealing with pain and trauma. He wanted desperately to take it all away from Izuku and carry it for him. But all he could do was hold him as the boy cried and Shouto stroked his hair. Villain passed. Bakugo was frozen as he watched Izuku step out covered in shadows, watched him shoot All Might, as the man collapsed coughing up blood, transforming back into his skeletal form. They'd come to try and help. They had their license and knew they weren't technically supposed to be here, but it hadn't sat right with him that he'd do nothing. But now, did he kill All Might? Kirishima stammered as his eyes locked onto the carnage in front of him. No way, that has to be a fake. You see him, that's not All Might, Kaminari declared, pointing at the figure. Yeah, has to be a fake. Ashido nodded in agreement, though she too was in shock. This is what they had imagined at all. It seemed like something out of a war zone. That's him, the real him. Bakugo replied, shaking his head. We have to help him, he declared, running towards the scene. Shit, Kirishima declared, taking off after his friend as Ashido and Kaminari looked at each other before nodding and following. What are you kids doing here? A heavily injured Mount Lady sat up, growing large, blocking their path. We're here to help. We have our licenses, Ashido declared as Bakugo ignored her, trying to maneuver around her. This isn't a place for novices. Please, go. We don't need anyone else. She was caught off as she screamed, transforming and falling to the ground as several Namu attacked her. Mount Lady, Kirishima cried out, causing his body to harden, covering her from a blow. Where the F is Bakugo? He yelled. Over there. Sheet. Ashido watched as he approached Midoriya. Izuku, please stop. Bakugo cried out as he got near his former friend. Good, I can kill you both at the same time. Izuku grinned as another tendril shot out to wrap itself around Bakugo. The boy, however, managed to launch himself into the air with one of his blasts. But he couldn't rest for long as the tendril followed him around the battlefield. I'll catch you, then I'll crush you both together, Izuku declared. Can't have that, Hawks called out, as he shot several feathers towards Izuku, only to be surprised as a shadow sprung up from the ground to shield him from the attack. The strain was evident on the boy's face. He was pushing his power to its current limit. But it didn't matter. He wasn't going to let any of them escape. He was going to protect his family one way or another with everything he had. I'll take care of him for now, Shouto replied. He'd left Kamui Woods in a smoldering heap. You handle All Might, and I'll get my rematch. Thank you, Shouto. Izuku smiled as he directed his attention back to All Might. Now where were we? Oh right, I was about to kill you. Shouto just squared up, looking down the way where Bakugo had last landed, avoiding Izuku's attacks. Believe it or not, I don't really want to fight you either. You're both making a big mistake, Bakugo shouted, though he took a defensive position. Too bad, I really want to fight you. There is still a lot I want to pay you back for, Shouto smirked. Your father didn't kill Midoriya. Bakugo was trying to get him and Izuku to understand. Shouto charged him. I know you had your head buried up my father's ass, but it's still pretty low for you to defend that scum, he shouted. I'm not defending him. Bakugo fought the urge just to blast that stupid look off Shouto's face. It wouldn't help his case, especially with Izuku. Both of their attentions were torn away by a shrill scream. I took them a moment to realize it had come from All Might. Izuku's tendrils retracted as the man fell over onto a bloody heap on the ground, and Izuku just started laughing. I did it, he cried out. I killed All Might. His voice filled with glee as the new helicopter circles above their heads. Bakugo stared in shock before his whole world went dark. Villain passed. Izuku was running on adrenaline as an inkai black mass filled his mouth. He screamed silently before finding himself standing in a very familiar room. He looked up at the glass that contained his father before he wobbled a bit, stepping forward as his mind tried to make sense of everything that happened. He stumbled, and in an instant Shouto was there to catch him. Izuku, he heard Shouto speak his name as he looked up and smiled. I did it. He grinned before passing out in the other boy's arms. Izuku, Shouto cried out again as he cradled him. He looked so weak and lifeless like this. Hard to believe he'd just killed the #1 hero. He'll be all right. All for one spoke. It's just quirk exhaustion. Lay him down on the cot over there. Shouto looked up at the man before him and tried to keep the shock off his face. The many tubes and wires that ran into the body keeping Izuku's father alive was intimidating. He couldn't speak and just nodded as he lifted up Izuku's body and laid him down gently where he had been told to. Overall, he was fine. But as he glanced around the room, he could see that not all of them had been so lucky. Toga was holding her arm, and Shouto wasn't sure if the blood covering the girl was hers or someone else's. Either way, she didn't seem too troubled by the fact the crimson liquid had stained her sweater. Shigaraki had collapsed on the floor next to Kurogiri, who was still out of it. Shouto wasn't sure if the man had any of his own injuries. Mr. Compress stood there holding 2 marble in his hand. One of the heroes managed to seriously injure Magni. The masked man spoke. I managed to capture her in one of my marbles, but she needs medical attention quickly. He pleaded. Dr. Garaki, see to it she gets the care she needs. All for one spoke as the doctor stepped forward. Of course, sir. If you'll follow me, Dr. Garaki advised, heading back into the lab. Compress took the second marble he was holding and tossed it to Shouto, who caught it with a surprised look on his face. Present for the young master, for a job well done, was all that Compress said as he followed Garaki with Magni. Shouto glanced down at the marble only to have his eyes widen. Inside was clearly an image of Katsuki Bakugo. Hero present. Shouto had managed to get Izuku up off the floor and onto his bed, where eventually the boy's breathing evened out and he fell asleep by the time another knock came at their door. He gently detached himself from the green-haired boy before placing a kiss on his forehead and making his way to the door. Aizawa stood on the other side of the door. Hello, sir, Shouto spoke as he stepped aside to let the man in the room. How is he? Aizawa asked, looking at the sleeping figure. Shouto just shook his head. I don't know really. He cried until he passed out. There was guilt in his voice as his eyes fell on Izuku's form. He was one of the ones I didn't think I needed to worry about. Not like this anyway, Aizawa muttered to himself. Shouto just looked back up to his teacher in surprise. Aizawa placed a hand on Shouto's shoulder. Let him rest for now. I really need to talk to him about a lot of things, but he's had enough for today. Taking care of him is a lot to rest on your shoulders too, Todoroki. But if he's not up to come to class tomorrow, I'll excuse the both of you. But let him know I need to speak with him after class. And no, he's not in any trouble. I will, sir. Thank you. And I don't mind helping him. He's done so much for me. And I felt so useless. Shouto looked down at his hands. I hate that he's going through this, but I'm glad I can help him. If that makes any sense. It does. Aizawa nodded before turning to go. You're a good kid, Shouto Todoroki. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Villain present. Izuku sat with a glass of wine in hand. As he stared out towards the starry sky from his seat on the deck of the balcony to the home they currently occupy, Shouto leaned against the railing. His own glass sat undisturbed next to him. It's the same sky, Izuku mused before taking a sip from his glass. The same moon, the same stars. In many ways, the world is exactly the same as the one we left. It's easy to forget on nights like this, Shouto admitted, his eyes never leaving the night sky. Izuku hummed a bit to himself for a moment before continuing. I should have asked him how we met. I'm curious now. It's comforting to know you love me in this life as well. But if you didn't catch me when I fell, if I never jumped from that roof, I'd like to know their story. Is that strange? Shouto just laughed a bit. No, maybe I can go have my own heart-to-heart and ask him. He turned to look at Izuku. Do you think he'd talk to you? Izuku mused, swirling the wine in his glass a bit. Probably not. Though I don't think he's aware of me the same way your double is of you. Shouto replied, finally picking up his own glass of wine. He used his quirk to cool the beverage down a bit before taking a sip. Does what he told you change anything? Shouto asked after another moment of silence between the pair. I don't know, Izuku admitted, setting his glass down and leaning forward, resting his chin on his hands which he had linked together. He's probably come closer to being a true hero than anyone I've ever met. I doubt I can convert him, knowing what I know now. That's unfortunate, Shouto replied as his eyes looked downward and as a frown spread across his face. He didn't like the idea of fighting Izuku even if it wasn't his Izuku. It is, but I may be able to work something out. But this Izuku having inherited one for all though, there might not be much to avoid. All for one and one for all are fated into conflict after all, Izuku replied somberly, before sighing and pushing himself up to stand next to Shouto, stealing a quick kiss from the other man's lips. If anyone is strong enough to break the chains of fate, it's you, Shouto replied, reaching up to touch the side of the other man's face, running a thumb over the freckles he found there. The fact that you're standing here is proof enough of that. Izuku just smirked before placing his own hand against Shouto's and turning his head to kiss the palm of the other man's hand. You always say the sweetest things, love. Their lips met once again as Izuku leaned forward before pulling back and gazing back up at the sky. But that's enough about me. How are things going with your brother? Shouto took in a deep breath that turned into a sigh. Good, I think. I've never been good with people who aren't ... Well, he admitted. But he seems to have at least accepted me as an ally. We worked well together. And he's not openly hostile. Izuku let out a small chuckle. Well, that is definitely better, I suppose. It's sad that I don't even know what I'm looking for. Maybe what you and Shigaraki had. Sad that you're the only child and I have to look to you with how to behave with my own brother. Shouto shook his head, laughing a bit himself at the absurdity of it all. You'll get there. Izuku smiled at him before leaning in close. Every relationship is different. Don't try and force it. I almost messed things up with this Shigaraki trying too hard. I just desperately wanted him back in my life. You're right, he's the closest thing I ever had to a brother, and he was right in front of me again. I had to remind myself he didn't have the memories I did. I was worse than a stranger to him. I was his enemy. Shouto nodded in understanding as he drank the last of his wine. This is our world now, and we'll make the most of it. No more mistakes. Izuku closed his eyes, repeating the other man's words. No more mistakes. Villain passed. Kirishima sat at the hospital with a blanket around his shoulders. Shouto sat next to him holding a cup of hot tea, but neither had said a word. Kaminari was unconscious in his room. One of those Namu had gotten a hold of him. He was alive but severely injured and needed surgery. Kirishima himself had been injured protecting Mount Lady, but given the extent of the damage done on the battlefield, he was a low priority on the triage list. Shouto had thankfully come out unscathed but refused to leave her friend's side. Neither one of them had been able to truly process the gravity of the situation. All Might was dead. Several other pros on the scene, including Mount Lady and Kamui Woods, were fighting for their lives. How the former had managed to survive with his body so badly damaged by the burns he'd received was a miracle. They'd watched the two former classmates they'd gone to save fighting alongside the villains with such fervor. They had done more damage to the heroes than anyone besides possibly the Namu. Shouto didn't think she'd ever forget the manic glee with which Midoriya squealed after he had drained the life from All Might's body. And Bakugo was gone. He vanished right in front of him. Kirishima had cried out for him to watch his back. But as soon as that masked man had touched him, he disappeared. It was right after that all the villains had vanished, save the Namu, who just stopped and for the most part walked away. They heard footsteps walking down the hall and looked up to see their homeroom teacher staring down at them, absolutely livid. I don't even want to know what the hell the four of you were thinking. I thought Bakugo had learned when he turned over the information he had found, that he knew how dangerous this was. Aizawa started. I'm sorry, sir, Kirishima stated weakly. I just ... Do you know how lucky you two are to be alive? That your classmate may not live, and Bakugo is now missing, and presumably in the hands of the League of Villains. Aizawa's voice sounded like it was about to break. Shouto started trying to plead her case. I don't want to hear it. He reached down and pulled the two of them into a hug unexpectedly. Just please let us handle this, he demanded before pulling away like it never happened. I'll discuss punishment when I can discuss it with all four of you. For now, I'm going to go check on Kaminari. As soon as they release you, I want you to head back to the dorms and get some rest. Yes, sir. Kirishima looked down, wringing his hands together. He wanted to protest. He wanted to stay here till he knew Kaminari was all right. But he knew he'd already pressed his luck. Good. And with that, Aizawa was gone down the hall. Shouto looked at Kirishima and grimaced. We really effed up, didn't we? Yeah, the redhead replied, rubbing the back of his head. Ijiru, Kirishima. The nurse will see you now, a woman declared, standing by the door. See you in a bit. Kirishima winked at Shouto as he stood and winced as the girl gave him what she hoped was an encouraging smile. Hero, villain, present. Shinsu was bored. He'd already reorganized the books 3 times. He'd thought about reading one, but all of it, every single one, was some kind of villain propaganda. He wasn't about to give that the time of day. This Akumu knew how to get into your head. That was clear, and he wasn't going to fall for it. The television stations hadn't been blocked, but all he had access to were local public channels, which left him with news, public access programs, and children's shows. The paper and his meals were delivered daily, but there was only so much he could entertain himself with crossword puzzles and stories about how the middle school bake sale had gone well. Hero News of course covered the pages. Akumu and his League of Villains were mentioned constantly. He knew what they'd done, the heroes they'd killed. It really felt insulting that this Akumu thought he'd join him even after all this. He wasn't even sure what the man's plan was. He half expected to be pestered with his presence nonstop, but he'd barely seen him, or anyone else other than the Namu that acted as his guard. It was infuriating, to say the least. Still, he had to find something to occupy his mind, or he might actually go mad from the isolation. It wasn't that he needed social interactions. No, he was above such distractions as friends. But he did need something to stimulate his mind. Fine, he sighed as he threw himself up off the bed. I'll bite, he huffed as he pulled a book off the shelf. He looked at the novel in his hands with its grim artwork and shook his head. A dystopian novel set before the emergence of heroes. It was old, but not unheard of. Pretentious English professors at universities that cost too much money to attend touted it for its social message. But when you stripped it away, it came down to government censorship bad. The clearly veiled threat at their current government-funded hero society wasn't lost on Shinsu given the literature that surrounded it. But still, he at least knew what he was getting into when he opened the book. He'd win this war of attrition one way or another. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.